1 trauma center, the one in Metro Atlanta. There's also a level 1 trauma out of Northeast Georgia Medical in Gainesville. That might be another option. We're on the phones trying to confirm where that patient would have been taken by medical helicopter. No information on how that person is doing or potential injuries. Just wanted to say that. Of course, as we get any information, we'll let you know, but we want to be cautious because in these kinds of scenarios, there is a lot flying around, a lot of rumors flying around and misinformation, very important. We're just going to share with you what has been confirmed by multiple sources to make sure that you have accurate information as these kind of stories unfold. There is a lot of information flying around.
All right, so we showed you, Cheryl, that huge view of these parents lining University Drive outside the school because the all clear has been given for the students to be released to their parents. It is causing traffic jams in every direction. However, we have sent 11 Alive's Molly Oak there. She is arriving within minutes. We're going to get to her on the ground as soon as they get set up, sort of, you know, scope out the scene, ask a few questions, seeing if they could give us some more information, because we are just sort of talking you through the images that we're seeing as our assignment desk managers and crew sort of work the phones there. So trying to work the story from all angles. We even have producers who are off the clock who happen to be in this community sort of giving us the information, including that in Northeast Georgia and Gainesville also having that level 1 trauma center. So we are seekers of all information and we are on top of that for you right now, but just really want to sort of bring you what looks like a sense of calm now in this scenario. The students are all in one safe area. Law enforcement is all over the place. And so at least we have that to report to you. But again, it is uncertain if the situation is 100% over.
And that is the perspective of what we believe is sort of a mobile command center. That area on the grounds by the flagpole is where most of the law enforcement vehicles are, the ambulances, that mobile command center, and that is where the medical helicopter had taken off. I'm kind of watching to see what kind of movement, to your point, Aisha, about parents actually getting into the school and getting closer to the football field to reunite. There was a moment about 15 minutes ago, we saw this incredible image of parents wrapping up their kids in their arms. In that moment, you not only heard that they're okay, but you know it because you see it. And we know there are so many parents trying to get to their kids right now. Hopefully they'll be able to get people through as quickly as possible, because that waiting, whether you know in your mind it's okay, it's still so hard to wait to have that moment where you actually lay eyes on your child and know they're okay. There's that lineup of cars, parents who got the call at work, got the call at home that they needed to come and get their kids, and we assume those are probably parents there walking across the field. Just get out of the car and walk to the field.
Yeah, because at this point it's going to take a while for a car to navigate this space.
Whatever you need to do to get to them as fast as you can, right?
Yeah, and at this moment, that's all they care about. In this school with 1,900 students, first day back from a long holiday weekend. That is a lot of students to try to get back to their parents, and this is just one of 2 high schools there in this district. And so it is just one of those heartbreaking moments where you just want to feel a sense of peace. Not sure where those law enforcement officers are jetting off to, but we see them hopping in their vehicles.
It's interesting because you wonder what you were saying about what kind of response is what we're seeing now sort of a part 2 as an investigative response to maybe something, as we see a line of cars and some law enforcement leaving the school and going wherever they get the call next. Yeah, Chopper has been doing a great job of sort of helping us navigate the scene from multiple points, because for a high school, 1,900 students, this is a pretty big campus there. So we see them sort of racing down the road. You guys are watching this with us live as we just sort of sit in this moment, in this scenario together as this all unfolds in real time. It's like watching the law enforcement response and you think, well, what call came in? What information are they moving on? And how is it all connected? But we go back to, you know, the the encouraging parts, and that is that parents can get to the students, that they have given the okay for that to happen. And it looks like maybe phase 2 is happening off campus. Did they get a tip about maybe something connected to whatever happened inside? If you're just joining us, maybe just reset for a moment here. We're talking about reports of shots fired at Apalachee High School in Winder. That's in Barrow County. It's a school of about 1,900. It's right off of US Highway 29 and University Parkway. This is a school that opened in about 2000, so about 24 years old, one of 2 schools in the county. You're watching live video from the 11 Live SkyTracker. As we saw about 60 seconds ago, a number of law enforcement officers jump into their car, leave the high school, and head down the road. We can surmise they got some information that put them on the move, and how it's connected to what happened inside the school, we will learn when police confirm that. We do know that our crew, Molly Oak and Doug Richards, we've got 2 crews, team coverage here on the way to the high school to ask more questions. We're working the phones right now, but we understand that patience is required for everybody involved, including journalists, as we work to confirm information, as law enforcement's priority is 1, secure the scene, make sure everybody is taken care of, do the investigation, and also then communicate information. So we know there's not a lot of details available right now, and that might feel frustrating, especially for those who have people they love inside that school. But hang tight. As soon as we have things confirmed, we will certainly share it with you. But quite an image here to see law enforcement racing down the road on whatever response they have gotten, some information they feel urgently to pursue.
For sure, Cheryl. This scene is shifting, no doubt, because they are speeding away from the school there through the city of Winder, about 40 miles northeast of the Atlanta city limits. And so now it appears that we could have multiple scenes as they are jetting off from the school grounds. As of 11:33, parents have been given the all clear to show up to the school, as we saw them lined around the building to pick up their students who have been officially released after reports of gunfire happened at this high school, Apalachee High School there in Barrow County, this hard lockdown. And so now we're working to figure out where this second scenario could be and where they were jetting off to. 11 Alive's Doug Richards, Molly Oak trying to work their way safely through the traffic congestion there to get on the ground and set up and bring us more information once they sort of talk to parents out there to tell us what they're hearing. You know, we would be interested to hear from some of the parents as we work to get more of that confirmed information. But again, the SkyTracker showed right about as soon as we came on air, maybe 11:15, 11:20, that's where we saw that medical helicopter, 1 person loaded onto that and taken away. Heyman Morris Road, right outside the city of Winder, where we understand, you know, this information is coming in. We just got a tweet from Governor Brian Kemp that went out on X, formerly known as Twitter, saying that he has directed all available state resources to respond to the incident at Apalachee High School and urge all Georgians to join his family in praying for the safety of those in our classrooms in Barrow County and all across the state. The governor is saying they're going to continue to work with local and state and also federal partners here as they gather more information and further respond here to this situation. So we know the governor is in the loop, all safety resources being designated to this situation.
All right. Apalachee High School, reports of shots fired. I think that just made me take a deep breath, because those kinds of resources needed just kind of speaks to the level of the response and what parents and us as a community are feeling about what's happening here in Winder, these images that we see too often, and what schools prepare for and hope they never have to put into place in terms of response and procedure and protocol. The same goes for law enforcement. And then the call comes and you have hundreds, more than 1,000 kids waiting on a football field to be reunited with family. But the questions remain about what happened inside and the need for that medical helicopter. We know those helicopters are brought in serious situations, and when time is of the essence, and we're waiting to find out more about who that person on that stretcher may have been and how that person is doing.
Yeah, it seems like they have another medical level 1 trauma center that's a little bit closer there, as we talk about Gainesville in the area of Northeast Georgia. So thinking of that person and their family as well, as we sort of take a deep breath to look at this scene from above. It's all we have right now, but parents, definitely positive perspective here that you are able to get to your children, and it doesn't seem like the school is on a lockdown from the outside perspective as far as you making your way there onto campus, but we are showing you the streets from all directions, just showing how many parents are lining the roads, and that's, you know, really tough to sort of navigate and get through. It's the same thing that our crew on the ground is experiencing. We've sent 2 crews there. They're in the area, but of course having a hard time actually getting that close because of how many people are there really trying to respond to make sure that their children are safe. And it's that thing where you don't know what you don't know, and that's what sort of, you know, makes your heart skip a beat here in some of these scenarios. FBI Atlanta also posting Governor Kemp introduced the aspect of those federal people and saying that they're aware, the FBI Atlanta, of the situation as well, and their agents are on scene coordinating and supporting with local law enforcement there. So that is coming from the FBI Atlanta posting there on their Instagram page.
As I'm looking online right now, what I see is a tremendous amount of support, love, and prayers being shared towards the community and people there. Some people sharing accounts that they have loved ones, someone writing about his wife being a teacher there, and just how difficult it is to watch this play out on the screen and waiting for information as you at home are waiting for information. There is a lot of information out there, but just want to be very careful as we're waiting for confirmed reports from police, from law enforcement. Again, the governor releasing just a little bit ago that he's sending all available resources towards the school and the investigation. But we feel like it is significant that the parents are allowed on campus now to reunite with the kids. So all of these sort of layers happening simultaneously as we're waiting for more specifics about what happened inside the school. Now, more than an hour ago, we started hearing reports about this more than an hour ago, and we did see law enforcement a few minutes ago jumping into the cars and heading off campus grounds, and we're waiting to hear more about what perhaps new information or leads they may have been following.
Yeah, that definitely escalates the situation when, you know, you have local, state, and federal authorities now here are on the scene responding to this. We see this big sheriff's tactical vehicle there that is set up, and we see multiple agencies, still a couple of stretchers out on the lawn to see if any of those are needed. We do see a couple of people having more of eager body language here as we look at this scene from above, but also I want to commend the response of those students. When we got the view of the students there at the football field and in the bleachers, everyone was just all in the same area. We didn't see anyone, you know, running or screaming. These are sadly the moments that they've prepared for, the drills that they've done throughout their years. If you think about it, this is a high school, so we're talking 9th through 12th grade. Some of these kids have probably been practicing for moments like this to arise since they were in elementary school.
No doubt, those drills starting. Sometimes I think my kids, to some degree, in preschool and kindergarten, we're starting some of these drills. This is really part of the world that we are living in, as you still see how many students still on the football field there in the stands waiting for someone to come pick them up. You know, what we don't know and have not heard is if the students would be allowed, if they are driving age, those upperclassmen, and could leave on their own. We've just been told that parents can come to the school to pick up students as well. So a lot of students still there on the campus of Apalachee High School there in Winder as this investigation goes on. And part of what happens now is the coordination between all these different law enforcement. As Aisha mentioned, we've got local, state, the governor talking about federal support, FBI Atlanta confirming that there will be federal support in this. So there is a massive coordination now on a couple of different layers between law enforcement of all those different layers to coordinate the response to being at the school, but then the investigative response from this point forward. And then also the massive communication effort between the school district and the families, and the school and law enforcement having to coordinate too, because this is an active investigation. So it's important to manage the information that's being released, even as there is such a need and urgency for anyone with a loved one, whether you have a friend that works at the school, if your spouse is a teacher, if your loved one has a student there, whatever the connection may be, what people want is answers. And in an investigation like this, in a response of an emergency situation of any kind, unfortunately, that sometimes takes some time. And it's interesting that more than an hour in, the only confirmation police have been willing to give at this point is reports of shots fired at the high school and that hard lockdown and the all clear for parents to come pick up students. Beyond that, it's been a very, very careful not to release more detailed information, knowing the number of people out there who will be interested, not just because it's happening in our community, but the 1,900 families who are part of that school family, in addition to staff and people who work inside the school. So a huge umbrella of people wanting information, but a very slow trickle of confirmed information coming out from those in charge at this point.
Yeah, we are just waiting for more word to come in, but the one thing that we can confirm that we saw as soon as we came on air, that one person was taken away and was life flighted to a local hospital away from the scene. We only saw one medical helicopter leave, so we can only confirm just that one person has been taken away at this time, as this situation has escalated a little bit more about 45 minutes outside of Atlanta, knowing that we now have state, local, and federal authorities, FBI Atlanta, telling us they are aware of the situation and they have dispatched sources and resources here to help with this scenario. The good news, again, it's not such a hard lockdown to where your parents cannot get to the students. We see the line of cars. It sort of seems like it's thinning out here a little bit. I'm not sure if it was just the students more spread out, but it seems like that crowd has died down a little bit, as well as more parents are able to get to the students as they come in. And so here is this information, this coming in right now. Listen to this closely, this information coming. We have our Eliza Lucas on the sidelines giving us information. This one from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office. They've just released this shooting at Apalachee High School. I'm going to read this press release word for word. It says authorities are currently on the scene of a school shooting at Apalachee High School on Heyman Morris Road at approximately 10:23 a.m. Officers from multiple law enforcement agencies, fire and EMS personnel were dispatched to the high school in reference to a reported active shooting. At the time of this release, one suspect is in custody. I want to repeat, one suspect is in custody. Casualties have been reported. However, details on the number or their condition is not available at this time. This is an ongoing situation. Updates will be released when available. Again, Cheryl, they report to us that this happened around 10:23 a.m. Police, fire and rescue responded to the school. Reports of an active shooting. At the time of this release that came out to us, one suspect is in custody. Casualties have been reported. However, details on the number or their conditions is not available at this time.
It really stands out to me that casualties is plural.
Yes.
I think that stands out to me as new information, because up to this point we just knew about the helicopter, the medical helicopter, and the one person we could confirm visually seeing on a stretcher being taken to that helicopter. Now we see the word casualties in this official release from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office, and that they can't really give us specifics on how many people might be impacted in terms of any kind of injury or the level of the injury of those persons. Again, one medical helicopter is what we can confirm. We have seen all of these, and you can see them in your screen right now, so many ambulances that are parked there. Aisha and I can confirm in the time that we've been on the air with you, continuous breaking news coverage in the last 50 minutes or so, we've not seen an ambulance leave the school with lights and sirens on in the time we've been there in our perspective from SkyTracker, but we don't know, based on that new release, how many people perhaps may have been hurt in what they're describing as a reported active shooting, again, as Aisha was reading, at 10:23 this morning, so coming up on more than 90 minutes ago.
And the fact that, Cheryl, you mentioned it, that the word casualties is plural, we are still waiting to get information on any sort of update with conditions or the number of people that could be involved here. This is just sort of heartbreaking. When, you know, we told you guys that these updates were going to come along as you were watching with us, and that is just heartbreaking to hear that this word is even being used here. And just thinking of all the families impacted, all of the families trying to make it to their children, just not knowing what condition your child is in, where they are, and how soon you can get to them. This is absolutely heartbreaking here coming out of Barrow County.
Yeah, I'm just watching these kids, and they're kids. They're high school kids. You know, you're talking about 14 to maybe 18-year-olds, and they're just kind of meandering around the school. You've got to imagine many of them are just trying to process what's happened in the last hour and a half as they're just going about their business on a school day. Hadn't even hit the lunch hour yet, just maybe morning classes, and then this happens. That's the most significant amount of new information we've gotten in the last 90 minutes. Worth repeating from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office that they do say they have a suspect in custody after what they say the headline of their press release reads, "Shooting at Apalachee High School, suspect in custody." About 15 minutes ago, we saw a number of police officers jump into cars and take off at a pretty high rate of speed off the school grounds there. We were wondering if they had gotten new information and could be pursuing another lead. But again, what we can confirm is they have one suspect in custody. We don't know if they're looking for anyone else. If you're just joining us, just to reset, this is Apalachee High School in Winder, about 40 miles northeast of the city limits here in Atlanta. It's right off US Highway 29, University Parkway. It's a school of about 1,900 students. You see the Wildcats there on the football season. It is football season there, but the students on the track for a tragic reason today, being evacuated from their school after reports of shots fired, a shooting inside their school. They go into a hard lockdown protocol. They know the drill. They have practiced for this kind of a moment that you hope never happens at a school, but when it does, this is what happens. They get the kids out of the school. They get them to a safe location. As parents have been waiting on the streets outside and around the high school, parents have the green light to come. We know for some that's not as easy as it sounds. Maybe they got the call at work trying to figure out the logistics to getting to the kids, getting eyes on the kids, wrapping them up. We have seen a couple of reunions from the perspective of SkyTracker, and boy, as a mom, when you see that moment and they just put their arms around their child, it just chokes chokes you up, because you know the worry that happens when you get those texts or the calls that something has happened at your school. And I think we are all just pausing now to think about, to send love and strength to the families involved, particularly ones who are getting the call that perhaps somebody's been hurt. Because again, from the official press release from the sheriff's office, they're talking about details on the number of casualties, plural, that have been reported. No details on the number or condition available at this time. I know that they know how much people are waiting for that information. It's just not information they're able to give. As soon as they share it, you will be the first to know.
Yeah, in the Weiner community, about 18,000 people, this school with 1,900 kids. And so, you know, it is a situation where it is a small, tight-knit community, as we see the response and just how fast those, you know, parents got on the scene here to respond.
New information right now from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I'm reading it verbatim here for you, reading it together with you. GBI has responded to a shooting at Apalachee High School. We have agents on site assisting local, state, and federal law enforcement with the investigation. One suspect is in custody. We urge anyone near the area to stay clear while authorities investigate. More info to follow. Again, that is coming just a moment ago from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Just kind of recapping now, it was about 10:23 when the call came in here on the campus at Apalachee High School of reports of shots fired here. The Barrow County Sheriff's Office just sent out a press release here within the last 5 minutes, letting us know that they responded to the school on Heyman Morris Road just after 10:20 this morning. All sorts of emergency response crews with these reports of this active shooting. At the time when they sent this release, within the last 10 minutes, they told us that one suspect is in custody. Casualties, unfortunately, plural, have been reported. However, the details on the number or their conditions is not available at this time. When we were on air, we only did see one of those emergency medical vehicles emergency helicopter leave from the scene. But again, that was once our chopper got there. So not sure what took place before we even got to the scene. So it seems like it could have been more expansive before we made it there, knowing that this is being reported as possible casualties, plural.
No doubt. And just by the sheer number of law enforcement cars that we see still on the scene more than an hour and a half later, and all the ambulances still there as well, it just speaks to how quickly and how big that response was. In case you're just joining us, I do want to read the latest statement from Governor Brian Kemp. Quote, "I have directed all available state resources to respond to the incident at Apalachee High School and urge all Georgians to join my family in praying for the safety of those in our classrooms, both in Barrow County and across our state."
Governor Kemp was the first to tell us that all of these resources have been dispatched. Now we see the students, it looks like they're exiting the stadium area. They're sort of lined up at the gates now. Initially, they were all pretty much in the stands there inside the stadium, but we see these students sort of bordering the gate that leads to the parking lot right outside of the football field.
Yeah, and Aisha and I have just been, as we've just been watching this unfold in real time with all of you at home, you just notice the little nuances, right? Just the body language of the law enforcement, of the students. You know, a chopper here overhead. I'm trying to lean in to read the side of that chopper. From what agency that might be. If anyone can see that more clearly and let me know, certainly tell me. But another helicopter coming into scene right now as we're watching this together. This is live from our view from our SkyTracker, who's been over the scene about an hour and a half right now, giving us this perspective as this investigation unfolds. There's so many layers to this happening right now. As Aisha was saying, as students are being directed to where they can be, we have both been so impressed by the way the students are handling what is such a scary situation unfolding around them on what was just a normal Wednesday morning until this happened. A helicopter landing here on the grounds of Apalachee High School in Winder as we speak. Law enforcement still there, and it's a coordinated effort right now from local, state, and federal law enforcement, both on the scene here and as this investigation moves forward.
And so this is, again, as Cheryl mentioned, the second helicopter that we're seeing. Initially, we saw that first helicopter as soon as we came on air, and that sort of puts into perspective now that we've been told there is a possibility of multiple casualties that are here on this scene of Apalachee High School. While we haven't been given an update from the sheriff's office on what are the conditions of the people who were possibly in harm's way inside the school, we can report that another medical helicopter has landed there on the grounds. The good news here, if we can pull anything out from it, is that one suspect is in custody. So with that, it appears that the danger is over, and now we are in response mode, trying to see the conditions of the people who possibly need medical help. The time now is 12:13. Let's walk it back. That first call came in at 10:23. So we're coming up on 2 hours of this situation as parents' hearts are pounding, trying to figure out, is my child safe? That is the #1 priority right now. We see one big group of students in the stadium, and it seems like they're forming a line, Cheryl, as we know they've been given the all clear to be released now to their parents.
And as you were saying, I think it's so important what you're pointing out here, Aisha, is like pulling the parts that are encouraging and maybe messaging that things are moving forward in terms of, one, the information we're getting that there is a suspect in custody, and then we've talked about at length now just what it means when there is that all clear for people to come onto campus and for these students to be able to leave campus. Now, we've been watching as that's been unfolding here for an hour or more. That is a long and tedious process. One, because you see in the distance on the top of your screen up there, all of the cars kind of waiting to get in to the school campus. We saw some parents just get out of the car, walk across the field. They're not going to wait to be able to drive up. They just want to go see the kids. But you see by the number of students still there on the field, this is taking some time. But we're talking about a school of 1,900 students, and then you add all the staff to that. This is a massive response on so many different levels.
And then we also want to bring you back to, and within the last 15 minutes, we saw a group of emergency vehicles peel off from the scene and go in a different direction. So we're also trying to work to see where they were headed, if there is a different part here. You guys are watching this live with us. We're getting this information and bringing it straight to you as it comes in. We're kind of leaned over here on the scene because Chopper is trying to zoom in to give us more of a view to see what's happening there on the ground, because we still don't know what phase we're in, right? So we know the one suspect is in custody, but who's still inside the school? What's the level of the injuries here? How many casualties? So many questions still need answers, but regardless of what those answers are, this is a gut-wrenching, heart-pounding situation here as we're talking about students. We're what, a month into the new school year already? I just looked up some stats online. 35 school shootings reported in the U.S. already here as of July in 2024. Some of these kids have been practicing how to stay safe from a school shooter since they were in kindergarten. And now their time has come to where they've had to put these things into practice. You never want to think about it, but here we are.
You know, it's interesting as parents, maybe because, you know, we grew up perhaps at a time that it wasn't as prevalent. You know, it kind of breaks my heart. I remember hearing one of my kids say basically not if but when kind of a mentality, just sort of factually saying that because they have been practicing since they were in kindergarten, sort of the response to whatever might happen at a school. And while you're so glad that there are procedures in place to be able to respond in the most effective and efficient and in the way to keep as many people safe, you hate the idea that it's even necessary.
We're just hearing from producers in the booth right now feeding us this information. NBC News are reporting 2 dead and 4 injured. Again, this information coming in just now. NBC News reporting 2 dead at Apalachee High School, 4 injured. So this information coming just to us right now, because remember, when the sheriff's department sent their press release, they said casualties plural, but not knowing what the conditions were or how many. So we can put a number on that, confirmed through NBC News. Cheryl,
I just have to take a deep breath with you. That is devastating, important, but tough information for our entire community and for our country. Right.
We have multiple people inside this building. You have students, you have staff members, you have emergency personnel, coaches. This is a high school here of about 1,900 students. 2 high schools in the district. This is Apalachee. 10:23 this morning. The call goes out to police department. Reports of shots fired here on this campus. Multiple agencies respond, spring into action, get all of these kids out of the school, hard lockdown. We just understand that 11 Alive's Molly Oak on the ground floor. She's finally made it through all of the law enforcement. Going now to Molly, gonna take away from Chopper, guys. If we can keep Chopper in boxes, if possible, that would be great. As we get to Molly, we're gonna try to bring that back up. Molly, what can you tell us?
Well, guys, I know you've been seeing the just mass amount of law enforcement that's on scene here at the high school. And I want to say the only thing that rivals the amount of law enforcement is the amount of parents we have seen trying to get as close as possible to the school. I do want to step aside so you can see, because all down this road, aside from the parents walking, we just see blue lights flashing. We were on scene when we watched that helicopter land in the middle of the parking lot. As we were waiting to come to you, I've also been talking with parents as they're making their way closer to the school. They've been telling me that their kids have been moved to the football field for safety as they wait for parent pickup. I talked with one dad. He said when he got the text, he honestly couldn't even believe it was real. He didn't want to believe it was real until his son told him, "No, Dad, I'm not kidding. There's somebody shooting inside this school." So as we're working to get more details, I also just got this confirmed from the GBI that they are also responding, joining the mass amount of law enforcement here. They did confirm that there was a shooting here at Apalachee High School in Barrow County. They said they have agents here on site helping out with local, state, and federal law enforcement with the investigation. They're also telling us that one suspect is in custody. They're asking anyone in the area that doesn't absolutely need to be here to stay clear while this investigation continues. Now, I also see multiple helicopters up in the sky. I know one of those is ours for you all to give you a better sight, but we cannot express just how many law enforcement are on scene. I mean, dozens and dozens, and we've got a Jackson County ambulance that just drove by us. You heard those sirens going. Even when my photographer and I were trying to get down here, we watched as about a dozen or so police, sheriff, etc. continue to blow past us on different routes, all trying to get to the high school. So right now, this place is locked down. Again, that was after students had a hard lockdown earlier this morning after reports of a shooting. That's now been confirmed as law enforcement continues to investigate. Guys, we're going to work to find out some more details and talk with parents out here as we send it back to you in the studio.
And Molly, as you were sharing your report, which is such a helpful perspective there on the ground, we can confirm Grady Hospital, the hospital we've been talking about as being one of the level 1 trauma centers, meaning they get the most serious cases. They have the wherewithal and the expertise to handle the most serious cases. We can confirm Grady Hospital has 1 of the 4 injured, as reported by NBC News. Again, 4 injured, 2 dead. We can confirm Grady Hospital has 1 of the injured.
We just hate to report that this is a scenario here as these parents try to make it to their kids. We could even see in the background there with Molly just how long that line is of those parents trying to arrive at the scene. But we just kind of want to think and even send our prayers to these families who maybe haven't heard from their child. They can't get through. We don't know how good or bad cell service is right now. The situation has been going on, coming up on 2 hours. It is 12:21. That first call came in at 10:23 this morning of someone shooting in that school. 1 suspect is in custody, but we have confirmed through NBC News that 2 people are dead and 4 are injured at this hour. This situation has definitely escalated here as more information comes in. We've been here with you since we came on air at 11 and got our chopper here on the scene. So that's what I'm saying. We don't know what happened before Chopper got there. Clearly, this was intense. We see those students now on the football field. It seems like as the parents show up, that crowd on the football field is starting to thin out a little bit, but think about it. Beginning of the school year, football field is your favorite place. Right.
Friday Night Lights.
And now that's going to be in the bucket with this is where I went when tragedy struck.
You know? Exactly. And I was thinking as you were talking, Aisha, just looking at all those kids on the field, now we know that 4 are injured and 2 are dead, but every single person on that field and every single person who loves them is impacted by this and affected and injured in some way.
Yeah, and even if you don't know anybody in Winder, Georgia, you may not even know where Winder is. Cheryl and I are sitting here bringing you this story while our kids are in school. Your heart just goes out to this entire community because you send those babies out that door and on that bus thinking that they're going to come home. And it is just not a guarantee. We have at least 2 families who will not see their loved ones tonight, and 4 other families who may only see their loved ones in a hospital bed. The Sheriff's Department said they are working to confirm the extent of those injuries. We know 1 patient has been transported to Grady. One of our producers from home even told us that there is another level 1 trauma center in Northeast Georgia there in Gainesville. So the medical response is indeed at the peak of the situation. As we know, 4 people are being treated for their injuries. Sadly, tragically, 2 people are dead right now.
And we know that one of the injured has been taken to Grady Hospital. Grady confirming they've received 1 gunshot wound victim from Apalachee High School in Barrow County. We have a new statement to share from the Speaker of the House of Representatives, John Burns. He writes, "We're praying for the safety of the students, faculty, and staff at Apalachee High School and the law enforcement officers who are responding to the scene." Again, we can confirm through the governor and the FBI that local, state, and federal law enforcement are all on the scene at the high school you're looking at right now, all working together in a coordinated effort into what is now an investigation part of this response. We can confirm again, if you're just joining us, there is 1 suspect in custody. 1 suspect in custody. We have not gotten information on whether they think anyone else might be involved, but again, 1 person in custody.
And we continue to work here in the newsroom, seeing what information we can gather. We have reporters in the newsroom, our assignment managers trying to filter through all the information they can. And it's important for us to really be the eyes and ears of the community, because in the age of social media, so much information is going out. I did a little sweep through X, a sweep through TikTok, and people are, sharing the information, but we want to make sure that we bring you that information as it comes in the most accurate fashion possible. And with that, we can recount here. Apalachee High School, a call went out from the school 10:23 this morning of someone shooting. There was a shots fired call. Local law enforcement responded. When they got there, they encountered this situation. In the end, we can tell you that school was put on a hard lockdown. The students were taken out to the football field as the situation was investigated. 2 people are dead, 4 people are injured. On air, we've seen at least 2 medical helicopters leave away from this scene. Grady has 1 patient they have confirmed. 4 people are injured and 2 people are dead. As we look at this view from above of all of these students, a school of 1,900 students here. We don't want to zoom in too far, but we see another person being taken away from the scene on a stretcher. Not sure the extent, but you got to keep in mind here, they're outside. It's about 75 or so degrees right now. People may be having some sort of anxiety attack. We just don't know what's happening as we see this person being loaded onto an ambulance right now. This is stressful.
Yeah.
This is heart pounding.
Yeah.
You don't know if your life is still in danger. You're a child and you just encountered a shooting. We don't know what these kids saw.
No doubt.
We don't know what they heard. And so we might see more medical responses just in the aftermath here.
Yeah, I think that's such an important point, because I was thinking about, as we're learning new information, so are they. Yeah. And they're learning information about people that they know and care about. And even as it's just sinking in what's unfolded, we see another stretcher coming out. So there is that kind of initial response, and then it is like, caring for all of these students, staff, on a lot of different levels. As this doesn't end today on in many ways in terms of investigation, but what a day like this, it sticks with you, it sticks with their loved ones, and it sticks with the community. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger just posting on X, praying for the students and staff of Apalachee High School today and the families of the victims. I'm thankful for our first responders and law enforcement personnel who risk their lives every day protecting Georgians. Please join me in prayer for the Apalachee High School community. Again, that's coming from Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. We are getting response of prayers coming from our elected officials as they are all in the loop. Governor Brian Kemp saying that he has also dispatched an endless amount of resources here to this area, as they have also enlisted the help of the FBI here, as one suspect has been taken into custody. The latest information coming out, confirmed by NBC News, that 2 people are dead and 4 people have been injured. We know Grady Hospital here in Atlanta, a level 1 trauma center that takes the most serious of patients, has received at least 1 victim here in this case. This is a school of 1,900 students, and we just keep going back to just how widespread this impact is for every single person inside that school and every person who knows them. But all of us here watching this together, these are the moments we go through as a community together and change as a community forever as a result. You said it a few minutes ago, Aisha, and I just, felt that kind of pit in your stomach when you said there are 2 families tonight that will not see their loved ones. I was just about to say, Cheryl, my stomach is in knots. I mean, this situation just sort of just rips your heart out to know it, when you send your kids to school, this is just not what you expect. And imagine the parents that can't get to their kids right now. The mom or dad who's traveling, they're not in town. The kids are with the grandparents. You just don't know. When we see a school of 1,900 kids, how many kids are on that football field? Right. Can you think of all the different stories that are playing out for each of their families? What's the scenario? What about the kid who doesn't have anyone to call? You know what I mean? There are so many stories within this story. Yeah, and I'm seeing some conversations online about spouses of teachers inside the school trying to reach loved ones who work in the school, whether they work in the cafeteria or in the classroom, whatever those positions. That's an entire school family and anyone connected to it trying to get that information. More and more information coming out. Again, that 1 suspect in custody. We're waiting to hear if there might be more to that, if there is an attempt to find anyone else. We did see a while ago officers with some urgency getting into cars and speeding off from the school. It looked like maybe they had gotten some information and were headed that way. That's information that we've not been able to confirm or that police are not willing to talk about now. But we have heard from so many different entities, whether it be the FBI, the Speaker of the House, the Governor Kemp, all talking about this coordinated investigative effort at this point, from the FBI down to local police in Winder, as this investigation moves forward. Meanwhile, confirmation from Grady Hospital, a level 1 trauma center in Atlanta, that it does have 1 gunshot wound that they are actively treating right now. Again, NBC confirming 4 injured in this shooting at Apalachee High School in Barrow County in Winder, and 2 people have died. Just kind of setting the scene for you here as we see just this real focus here on the football field area. This is a safe haven right now. This is where those students are safe. But in the last 5 minutes, we just saw someone taken out on a stretcher. Even if you perceive the threat to be over, we have 1 suspect in custody. Think about what these are children, what they just experienced, what they just saw. This is a life-altering experience to hear the sound of gunshots in your school, a part of your school day. That call came in at 10:23 this morning, probably right before the first lunch period there. High school students eat a little bit earlier. And so they're just going on about their day, and all of a sudden this level of chaos and tragedy enters your life
in the most unexpected, life-altering fashion. This is a story that we will be talking about for days and weeks to come as we get more information about exactly what happened here. Who is this one suspect? Who are the victims? Who are their families? And even the people that will, continue to battle their injuries for the duration of this period here. So this has just been such a tough situation for us to walk through with you here live, as we navigate this. And so the good news here is that there is also a level 1 trauma center there in Gainesville, but Savannah Levins, and shout out to our team who some of them are not even on the clock, and
everybody's
they're just
working.
trying to help us get all this information. So we know Grady and then Northeast Georgia Medical Center, both level 1 trauma centers. Those are going to be your closest to this scene, but still, they're both about an hour away from this school.
Which explains why a medical helicopter is critical in a situation like this. And we saw that in real time. We saw someone on a stretcher being put into the helicopter. We saw that helicopter taking off from that center flagpole at the high school. And that is the fastest way to get them to the best care, but the best care is an hour from the high school, which is why the helicopter gets them there fastest so that they can get the best care as quickly as they possibly can. Again, that being one of the 4 injured we can confirm in this shooting at Apalachee High School.
Yeah, we see the students here still on the football field area. This is going to be a mass effort is the best way that I can sort of categorize it, given the scenario of how many students we have here at this school, just the effort to get them to their families, the traffic situation that's outside of the school as all of those cars are lined up. So this is going to be unfolding for quite some time here. And that's why we are sticking here with you, because as soon as that information comes in, we'll get it to you. So Savannah Levins is looking at sort of the proximity of where these hospitals and level 1 trauma centers are. As we now know, 2 people are dead and 4 are injured.
So from the high school to Northeast Georgia Medical Center is about 31 miles, 45 miles to Grady Memorial. So kind of similar in proximity. Grady Memorial certainly known around the region for its level 1 care, but 2 level 1 hospitals within similar proximity to the high school. Again, we know 4 injured, and we've just had the confirmation of 1 at Grady, so we don't know for certain where those other 3 injured have been taken, if all 3 are indeed in the hospital as we speak.
Yeah, and still waiting to know the extent of those injuries. The Sheriff's Department released that information from Barrow County saying, we don't know how many people or the extent of the injuries. The confirmation of the numbers, that's coming from NBC News, of the 2 dead and the 4 injured. So the Sheriff's Department still hasn't sent out any further information about what's the extent of all of this. But again, we can report 1 suspect is in custody here. At
this point, the only confirmation we have gotten from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office was that initial release. And if you're just joining it, let me read it with you again. This is the one piece of confirmed information that is coming directly from the Sheriff's Office. Reading approximately 10:23 a.m., officers from multiple law enforcement agencies and fire personnel dispatched to the high school in reference to a reported active shooting. At the time of the release, the suspect is in custody. Casualties, plural, have been reported. However, details on the number and their conditions not available. Since then, NBC News has reported 4 injured and 2 people have died. The Sheriff's Office saying it's an ongoing situation. Updates will be released. And again, we've heard from the governor and the FBI that federal law enforcement on scene here helping with the massive response that we see here live from our helicopter and our ground crew, Molly Oak, all live on the scene. This is that on-ground perspective. You just see the massive number of cars, all the students, all the faculty and staff that are there at the school, fire trucks and ambulances in the distance. These are the scenes that make your heart sink when you see, and it's playing out in real time here in our community.
So now we're sort of switching to our ground shot from our crews that we have there. This is that line of parents that are outside the school. We're trying to wait to see if we can get our helicopter shot back. They've been out there for more than an hour, so they're going to regroup and we're going to try to come back to that. And so we're just kind of walking you through this scenario as we still see multiple emergency medical vehicles there on the scene. And that is because even as this is all unfolding, within the last 10 minutes, we saw someone being taken away on a chopper, presumably not connected to the shooting because that was all secure. This was in the football field area, which was in the safety zone per se, right? And that person was taken away. You have to think there is stress out there. There is anxiety out there. There is so much fear that is pumping through these students as they wait to be reunited with their families. This is some video that we're running back that we got from the chopper, just showing where the students were taken to safety there in the football field area.
That's a really important shot and good perspective because one, you see just how many students we're talking about. A school of 1,900 filling the bleachers there, filling the football stadium area. That shot right there is sort of what's become sort of the command center. We saw that mobile command unit that was there, and also that's where the medical helicopter we've been talking about. This was about 11:20 this morning where this life flight helicopter was taking off. We saw one person on a stretcher being carried into that helicopter, and we watched together live as it made its way to a hospital. Again, we can confirm one of the 4 injured. NBC reporting that there are 4 injured. One of the 4, Grady Hospital has confirmed they have a gunshot wound there and are treating that person. We don't know the ages. I think that's also very important here. We don't know the ages of the people involved. Again, NBC reporting 4 injured, 2 people have died, but we don't know the ages of any of the people involved. We know there are about 1,900 students, and we know it was a full day with entire staff in the school as well. So we are waiting to hear about that as well as you get that overview of what's been happening now for more than 2 hours at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia.
11 Alive's Molly Oak has been working on the ground here trying to give us more information. Liza Luke is handing me information from the side, and so even the White House press office has sent out this release saying President Biden has been briefed by his Homeland Security advisor Liz Sherwood Randall on the tragic shooting at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia, and his administration will continue coordinating with federal, state, and local officials as we receive more information. Producers, can you tell us if Molly has those interviews? Are those ready? Molly Oak is on the ground talking to people out there as mostly parents are responding, trying to reconnect and reunite with their children. President Joe Biden just releasing information saying that he has been briefed on the situation along with Governor Brian Kemp, also saying that he has indeed sent out even federal authorities here to join in on this investigation here.
And the entire community sending our strength and support as this is all playing out as we watch it together in real time. Molly Oak is live on the ground talking to people impacted there. Molly, I understand you've talked to some loved ones of the students there as they're waiting to reunite and learn more about what's happened inside the school during the shooting.
Yeah, Cheryl and Aisha, I'm going to stay off camera just so you can get this view of all of the law enforcement that's still here. You know, earlier when I spoke with you all, I told you the only thing that may rival the amount of law enforcement on scene is the amount of loved ones. That's who we've been talking to. I talked with one man who said he couldn't even believe it was real when he got the text from his son. And then I just spoke with a grandmother. Here is what she told me.
I feel really sorry for the kids that they've had to experience this, and the parents who got those phone calls that it was their child. He was with the principal, and the principal told him, run to the band room, don't look back, just keep running. So that's all I know.
I'm so happy he's okay. And you said your daughter is with him now?
Yes, his mom.
Okay.
Yeah.
So sigh of relief.
Yes, ma'am.
You guys could see it because she had sunglasses on, but from standing just about a foot away from her. I could watch her as she was choking back tears the entire time she was speaking with me. I mean, she talked about also getting the call from her grandson's mother when she was at work saying, there's a shooting at the high school, you need to go now. And she said she immediately just got up, told the front desk, I'm out of here, and then drove here as fast as she physically could. Now, happy to say that her grandson is okay. He's a senior here at the high school. He is with his mom now, she says, but you heard her just harrowing account of what he experienced inside the school, and I'm going to join her in just of our thoughts and prayers for all the kids, students, staff, faculty and staff that are inside that school, all the loved ones that are out here. It's hard to even talk to people right now, guys. I was shaking listening to her story. I've been shaking listening to other people's stories of when they got those texts or phone calls. So our hearts go out to all of them as this investigation continues. Back to you all.
So Molly, tell us about these cars that are lining the street. Are they able to maneuver, or does it appear that everyone has sort of just gotten out of the cars because they're kind of stuck there as they try to make their way to their kids?
This place is on the strictest form of lockdown that I have seen in a long time, guys. I mean, when you park your car, you are parking your car and getting out. And that's what a lot of these parents that I talked with as they're making their way through, they're just trying to get as close as physically possible to the school. So whether that means they are parking and just going, there was one guy who found a scooter, he grabbed that and started going. We've seen people getting on golf carts, just trying to get as close as physically possible to those kids that one parent told me earlier have been moved to the football field. The only cars that we are seeing coming in and out is law enforcement or ambulances, and then of course the helicopters in the sky moving above. But that's all, the only movement that we really see here is whether people are on foot walking to and from the school, or you see sheriffs, you see law enforcement, you see ambulances. There's a golf cart that I was just mentioning. So people are definitely getting creative and trying to get as close as physically possible just to get their hands on their kids and feel that they are okay. Because I know it's a different thing for a parent to hear that a kid is okay than to physically be able to see and feel your kid and know that they are okay after something like this. So that's what these parents are trying to do. They are just trying to lay some eyes and hands on their kids to know that everyone is okay. As we see another ambulance cruise on by out here. Again, remember the GBI confirming to us that this is not just a local investigation at this point. This is local, state, and federal, and that's why you're seeing this mass amount of response here at the high school today, guys.
Yeah, Molly, I have to say, when you see an ambulance go by with lights on, it gives you pause.
Yeah, for sure.
Again, from NBC, we're reporting 4 injured and 2 have died. But Aisha brought up a good point. Just the trauma of the experience is something that may be affecting kids. So certainly, I know you're talking to people on the ground. Let us know if you hear any more information about that ongoing response to help students and staff there on the ground, and this visual of parents just walking down the street. They're just leaving their cars, walking down the street. Molly, you're exactly right. It's one thing to hear that your loved one's okay. It's another to see them. And as people know, there are injured and 2 who have passed away. There are people who are scared and are not going to feel okay until they see someone standing in front of them.
And so again, we know Grady Memorial Level 1 Trauma Center in Atlanta, about an hour away from the school, they've reported receiving one of those victims. Let's get to 11 Alive's Erica Murphy there live from Grady Hospital, telling us what she is seeing there. Erica, what can you tell us?
Well, we know that we have had some shots fired at Apalachee High School in Winder this morning, and we know that several people were shot. And what we also know today is that Grady Memorial officials are confirming that at least one of the victims from that high school shooting has been brought here to Grady Memorial by medevac. Now, the suspect is in custody. We are learning that according to the sheriff's office in Barrow County. The details about exactly what happened here are still rolling in, but we do know that both the FBI are on the scene, GBI is on the scene, and Governor Kemp is sending all resources to help out with this situation. Now, we are continuing to check in with authorities so we can learn more about exactly how many victims there are, how many fatalities, how many injured. Of course, once we get those details, we will share them with you. Reporting from Grady Memorial Hospital, Erica Murphy, 11 Alive News.
Erica, thank you so much. We want to share a new information that we've just gotten from the mayor of Atlanta, Andre Dickens, who writes, I'm reading here with you as I'm going to read this together. Let me just find it here on the screen. My prayers are with the high school students, staff, and families affected by the senseless act of violence in Winder, Georgia. I have been in contact with the chief and the Atlanta Police Department. They've been working with the Atlanta Public Schools Police Department to bolster patrols around our schools for the rest of the day out of abundance of caution. APD has also been on standby in case law enforcement agencies need assistance with this incident. May God comfort the victims and their loved ones in the difficult days ahead. Again, that's coming just moments ago from Mayor Andre Dickens and the city of Atlanta.
And although we know that one suspect is in custody, it's interesting to hear that the mayor's initial response was to talk to APD and sort of bolster patrols around the schools here, because what happens is the information spreads, right? And you don't want that fear and anxiety going throughout the district, throughout Metro Atlanta to these students as they know something has happened somewhere else. So just giving that sense of peace and calm to the students as they go about the rest of their school day. It's sort of hard to know that something like this has happened to your peers, whether you know them or not. You know what I mean? It just sort of gives that feeling of, if we see a heavier police presence around, we know that, you know, people are aware and people are efforting to keep us safe. Think about it. You're a child. Even though we're talking about a high school, kids have encountered one of the biggest tragedies they will probably ever encounter in their lifetime. We don't know what they heard, what they saw during this incident. The grandmother that Molly spoke to said her grandson, a senior there at Apalachee High School, was with the principal who said, run, don't turn back, run to the band room. Can you imagine just what's going to be going through his mind, you know, for months and years to come, just of this moment here? Think about all of the students there that we see years later from school shootings that happened so many years ago. They may have been in elementary school. It is burned in their minds what happened that day.
I'm still in touch with a number of parents and students who are at Columbine High School, and this was a defining moment in their lives. And I think it's important for the community to come together in a lot of ways in a moment like this, and to show our support for people impacted, and our understanding that this will be a moment that has great repercussions for everybody inside the school and beyond, because of just the anxiety and how it gives you pause for what students and staff face every day as they go into school, just to learn, and parents, I know that these are thoughts that you think about, and you know that the protocols are in place, and you know what can happen, but you still don't expect that phone call or text to come through, and it came through today for every parent of a student at Apalachee High School. 1,900 students at this school.
And I can't help but think, Cheryl, we are just a few weeks into the new school year, you know, and so this is going to be something that they have to live with and navigate throughout the rest of this school year. And we just see this huge response of these family members and loved ones. To just imagine, there are still some parents that haven't been able to reach their child or to see them physically, to know that they are okay. And when you roll up and just, like Molly said, the only thing that's equal to the amount of law enforcement and emergency personnel is the amount of cars of parents lined up trying to get to their child. And so there are some heavy pounding hearts right now. Even we are up here bringing this story. I'm keeping you guys updated on social media. We're keeping you updated on air. We are all experiencing this together, getting this information from Winder, Georgia as it comes in. It is 12:50 right now. That call came in from Apalachee High School at 10:23 this morning. So we are well over 2 hours into this incident. And just in the last 30 minutes, we saw another stretcher being taken away from someone dealing with a medical emergency after this school was secure, because that one suspect is in custody. So even with that knowledge, there is still fear pumping through these students and these faculty members who just witnessed this.
And the waiting now for 2 hours to leave the school grounds, to get information, to be reunited, for whether you're a student or maybe a loved one or spouse, or you have a parent who teaches at the school. thinking about the entire staff today. And again, we want to reiterate, while NBC is reporting 4 injured and 2 dead, we don't know the ages of anybody involved. We know 1 gunshot patient was taken to Grady, a level 1 trauma center. No information yet on where the other 3 injured, according to NBC, are. Waiting to hear more from the Sheriff's Department. It stood out to Aisha and I both initially when the Sheriff's Department sent out its first official piece of information that the word was casualties, plural. Yeah. And I think both of us took a deep breath when we saw that, knowing that this was going to have a wide impact in a lot of ways. Parents still walking down the road to the high school. You see this vantage point is quite a distance from the school. There's no driving in there for some parents. They're just going to get out of the car and walk to go find their loved ones. Again, a coordinated effort from the FBI, state, and local police at this point, as the governor was quick to share that information more than an hour ago, talking about state resources responding to the incident. And the governor said all Georgians, asking all of us to pray for the safety of those in our classrooms in Barrow County and across the state. We understand that this is something every student, every parent, every teacher watches and will change the way they get up and head to school tomorrow.
And there are also just so many questions still out there, right? So we know that we have the 2 dead and the 4 injured, with one of those injured people being at Grady, but we don't know the extent of those injuries.
Right.
And so that's sort of a major question mark here in this story as well, just how severe those injuries are for the people who have been injured here during this shooting. We are well over 2 hours into this tragedy here at Apalachee High School, and we're still just getting this new fresh information as it comes in. But the main priority right now, beyond the medical perspective, is reuniting all of those students, a school of 1,900, with their loved ones. And Molly Oak is on the ground along with Doug Richards as well. We're sure Doug is out there gathering information and talking to families on the ground. Just really how tough it is to get inside of there with this school being still on this lockdown here at this property. And this video that we're seeing right now, that was a little bit earlier when we saw multiple emergency vehicles speeding away from the high school. We have no idea where they were going or if there's now going to be possibly a second scene here that we're going to hear about. So as we're learning the information, you guys are learning the information too.
And a key piece of information worth reiterating is 1 suspect is in custody, and that would be a primary source of potential information for investigators who are now trying to piece together what happened and why, and if perhaps just that one person, that one suspect in custody was involved, or if there are others they need to be talking to. So that's a key piece of information in a couple of ways. One, that suspect is in custody and they're not looking for that person, and also that person being a source of information to piece together what happened inside Apalachee High School this morning at 10:23.
Just got a good question from someone who's joining me on my Instagram live, saying, are they looking for anyone else there besides the one person that they have in custody? They have not told us that. Cheryl, check your phone. We just got a text message from Liza Lucas. We are hearing from the superintendent, Richard Woods, on this shooting here. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and get that one up.
Yep, I've got it right here, Aisha. It says, I am devastated.
The state superintendent.
This is, yes, State Superintendent Richard Woods on the shooting at Apalachee High School. I'm going to just read this live with you together here on the air. I'm devastated by the news of the tragic shooting at Apalachee High School today. My heart and prayers are with the families and loved ones of those affected and the entire Barrow County community. This is an unimaginable loss for Barrow and for our entire educational community across the state. The Georgia Department of Education is actively monitoring the situation in Barrow County and will continue to respond as additional information is available. Our school safety team is in contact with the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency and with Barrow County Schools, and our entire agency stands ready to assist in any way possible. I ask that all Georgians keep the community of Apalachee High School and first and foremost the families of those lost in your thoughts. I know we will come together as a state to support the Barrow County community as they face this tragic loss. Again, that is from the State Superintendent Richard Woods just a moment ago about the shooting at Apalachee High School.
And we are still awaiting for new information to come in. Again, just received a very good question. Are they looking for anyone else besides the one suspect that is in custody? We have not heard any confirmation that they are. We've only been told that the one suspect is in custody. 2 people are dead, and additionally that 4 people have been injured here. So this is a very fluid situation, even more than 2 hours in, as we continue to get information on this story as it is developing. Those families showing up there to the school, trying to make contact with their students there. 1,900 students attend this school. Now, we do want to say that this has gone all the way to the White House. We just got word that President Biden has been briefed on this situation. Governor Kemp has responded, saying he is dispatching however many resources are necessary, including the FBI. FBI Atlanta confirming their involvement here in this investigation already, along with Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens releasing a statement saying out of an abundance of caution, they have amped up security and police presence around APD surrounding Atlanta public schools, giving them the sense of peace that they may be looking for, knowing that this has happened to, you know, their peers there in Winder. So we're looking at video that we got earlier from our chopper, just showing all these students gathering there on the grounds. Just, you can't even imagine how hard it is, you know, to get all of these students back to their loved ones, just as far as they, you know, trying to get there. The streets are blocked off. So you gotta imagine how many cars are just responding here, trying to get their kids and just lay eyes on them for the first time after getting that text or phone call, you know?
Aisha, another question that came in about were there school resource officers inside the school, and we don't know that for certain, but we can tell you that the Barrow County School District website shows at least 2 SROs are assigned to Apalachee High School. So we do know that they have SROs that are assigned to the school. I'm sure in the days and weeks ahead we'll learn more about what support was inside the school when all of this happened at 10:23 this morning.
Yeah, we're just about, you know, 2.5 hours removed from that first call coming in there right at 10:23, Cheryl. And so when you put it into perspective, I think the #1 goal right now, these are all great questions that we are getting in from viewers. It's that these things are going to take so much time, and that school has to be 100% secure. The investigation will be extremely extensive as they start to uncover and peel off the layers to this scenario. We came on air with only the fact that the school was possibly even locked down. So from 11:15 to now almost 1 p.m. we've evolved from this possible lockdown at Apalachee to we see 1 medical helicopter leaving the scene, and now we understand from NBC News 2 are dead, 4 injured. So just look how the information continues to build here as all of this comes in. So as we get it, we are bringing it to you within seconds. We have reporters literally on the side handing us these press releases and information as it comes in. So while we do know the school resource officer aspect, that's a pretty standard practice around Metro Atlanta, right? But we just can't confirm if they had one or not at the time.
And we understand that as these events happen in our community, there is such a need and want for information, but just also understand that first and foremost there is an investigation, and police have to tread very carefully to protect the investigation that moves forward. So trying to balance the sharing of information, which is really critical to the people involved and the people impacted, and for the greater community who is feeling this and experiencing this right along with them, but also having to protect a certain level of information as well as they think about an investigation moving forward. Again, they have shared one person is in custody, and we're not certain if there are more that they are considering, but we know that one person will be a key for information moving forward.
According to Northeast Georgia Medical Center, their public information officer, one patient has been transported to their facility in Barrow, and one patient is en route to their facility in Gainesville. That Gainesville location is the level 1 trauma center. So we can now sort of put a place on the 4 injured. We have one at Grady, we have one patient at Barrow at their facility, and then one patient is en route to the facility in Gainesville, which is a level 1 trauma center. Now again, it's 4 injured, so we can surely account for the location of the 3. But still not knowing the extent of the injuries here. That information coming in from the Northeast Georgia Medical Center public information officer. That's new information there.
But it's significant that they chose to send 2 of these patients to level 1 trauma centers, which are a great distance away. So that is a key piece of information, knowing that whatever they're dealing with, they felt the need to send them to the 2 level 1 trauma centers closest. But one is that Northeast Medical Center is still 30 miles from the high school. Grady is 40 miles from the high school. But again, if you're just joining us, we did see the medical helicopters on scene. They are the ones that would transport to those level 1 facilities so they can get the patients to the help as fast as possible.
And we do want to just let you guys know that this situation has gone all the way up to the White House, all the way up to the FBI. And so while we don't have any word on a suspect, it is important to know that we have one suspect in custody, but no details on who this person is, age, or anything of any of the people that have been injured here in this scenario. And so there are still so many questions out there, but we can say that the threat here appears to be over based on the body language. We see another mother there getting their child from the school. People have had to park those cars and just get out and walk. They're calling their kids, where can you meet me? Where can we go? We see a student there with his shirt over his face, not knowing what that young man has experienced, but glad to see him with a loved one there. I mean, this is just absolutely gut-wrenching and just so hard to know. I'm a mom, I'm gonna call them babies. What these babies have experienced and what they witnessed, just seeing your loved one for the first time. The grandmother that Molly spoke to, she was the grandma showing up. The son was already with the mom, but the whole village is showing up to show support to these kids and thinking about the ones who don't have anyone to come and get them either.
You read my mind. Yeah. That's it. When I saw that young man, you know, walking across the field with presumably his mom, it's the first thing I thought of. You know, we are bringing you this information as journalists, but we are bringing you this information as parents and members of this community. And I know everyone watching is feeling it today, and it does make an impact. And so we just want to acknowledge that this is difficult for the state and even people beyond the state watching and really thinking about those of you who know someone there and just feeling that for you together and thinking about these kids, these high school freshmen, sophomore, juniors, and seniors who should be thinking about, you know, getting ready for a high school football game this weekend or taking a test, and you know, instead they're finding out more about what happened inside their school and the loss of people that they know and care about, and people in the hospital right now who are getting help, and we hope will have full recoveries. And then just the greater impact of experiencing this, whether you're physically harmed or not, there is a toll that it takes on everybody involved. We continue to hear more and more from our lawmakers and our legislators and our state and federal leaders. It is worth reiterating that FBI is there on the scene. They are helping coordinate, Because as you see this picture right here, you're seeing law enforcement vehicles from, you know, a 50-mile radius. It's like all hands on deck. Everybody comes in this moment, and it is a coordinated effort to get all of that in motion in a way that is effective and protects the investigation and cares for the community moving forward. And unfortunately, a lot of those law enforcement protocols and procedures are in place because of school shootings that have happened in the years past, where that wasn't the case and there was confusion in these times. And so those procedures put into place, unfortunately, you hope they never have to be used, but when they are, hopefully they are effective to make a terrible situation just a little less chaotic for everybody involved.
There was just such a eagerness and a hustle of these people as they respond here to this school. They've parked the car, they've gotten out, and they are trying to get to their children. But just think about it. There are two families here in this case that are not going to get the call from the loved one that they're waiting for. 2 people are dead here. 4 others are injured. We have accounted for the locations of at least 3 of the people who have been injured so far. 1 has been taken to Grady. 1 has been taken to Northeast Medical Center in Gainesville, the level 1 trauma center. Another one has been taken to the location in Barrow. And that sort of speaks to the level of injuries, especially for the 2 who have gone there actually to get to the level 1 trauma centers in Grady there and in Gainesville, both about an hour away from the school. We can say that we saw 2 medical helicopters that arrived there on the scene in response here to this situation. Producers, I want to see if you guys have our former law enforcement officer ready on Zoom. Is that ready? Can we confirm that? That's one area that we cannot speak to. We want to sort of get in the mind of law enforcement to say what sort of the response here, what are they doing? We have Thaddeus Johnson right now, who is a criminology professor at Georgia State University and a former law enforcement officer out of Memphis, Tennessee. Mr. Johnson, thank you so much for being with us. What can you sort of add to what we are seeing here as it relates to how law enforcement is trained to respond to these sort of incidents? All right, looks like we're still waiting to get Mr. Johnson fully connected. It looks like he's dialing in there. Producers are going to do a mic check with him to make sure that he can indeed hear us. Mr. Johnson, can you hear me?
Absolutely, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you so much. I was saying, just as you're watching this picture live with us and seeing the law enforcement response from your time as a law enforcement officer in Memphis and now being a criminology professor at GSU, what can you tell us about what we're seeing here with this response?
Yes, so with the response, the one thing when you have these types of situations, it can be chaotic. To the untrained eye, it can look like a whole lot of confusion is going on. But when you have these situations, when the officers first arrive on the scene, they're not there to look out for victims or to render first aid. The top priority is to go in, stop the threat, and prevent the further loss of life or injury as soon as possible. And you usually won't see like SWAT or specialized units unless they made it to the scene first, until after other officers generally already entered. You don't wait for a SWAT response. Once the threat is actually neutralized, that's when you start seeing police render aid. They may secure the scene and bring in EMS as well. One thing that's particularly funny about these situations, particularly when you're inside a school building, that can up the ante a little bit. And so generally you'll see students coming out with their hands up, and that's to show that they're not a threat. And that allows officers to also do a visual scan or frisk to see if they have any weapons, any injuries, or things of that nature. Because mind you, officers are not sure who's the culprit, who are victims once they get on scene, unless someone is engaged in shooting or has been pointed out. And so once the initial threat is neutralized, stuff is still going on. They're still investigating. You'll start seeing officers and police departments. Usually you'll see multiple agencies beyond fire and MMS. And so you'll see staging areas where they have those who were witnesses, those who were victims, They have them a certain area. They have the media in a certain area, and they also present a secure perimeter around the crime scene, for lack of better terms, to keep citizens out and also not to contaminate the scene for the follow-up investigation. So those are some of the things that you tend to see in these scenarios.
It's just been such a tough time for law enforcement in our community. We've had 2 law enforcement officers to tragically die in the line of duty here in our area just over the last 2 weeks. We had one who was shot and is recovering. And so talk about the impact here for the law enforcement officers who are responding. I'm sure many of them mothers and fathers as well. I think it's totally different when you know you're responding and children are in harm's way.
Yeah, I think one thing that we should all be mindful of, that compared to the type of shootings that we have in general society, this is a very small subset, but you're so important that it hits the heart, right? It hits a little bit different. Again, it ups the ante. And so even as officers, officers see life and death situations all day. They see people at their worst. They see injuries. They deal with a lot. They carry a whole lot. And the job itself is inherently dangerous because of all the unknowns. We also know that most of our police officers don't receive the mental health care, the physical care, and emotional care that's needed for this type of job.
Yeah.
Usually when you have these scenarios, officers tend to debrief about the situation, but not necessarily about what they're experiencing. And so it's so important that officers control those emotions when they're approaching these scenes, because your emotions can't get the best of you. You have to be tactically sound. You have to prevent yourself from having auditory exclusion, visual, tunnel vision, because lives are at stake, and not only of the kids and the students and the staff and faculty, but also your fellow officers. You want to make sure that everyone gets out safely. So law enforcement can be a heavy job, and these types of situations are things that officers will carry them probably for the rest of their lives.
Mr. Thaddeus Johnson, thank you so much for joining us and just sort of allowing us to tap into the mind of law enforcement here in this scenario. We will check back in with you soon. Now let's get to a press conference happening now from authorities.
Office. We're standing on the campus of Apalachee High School here at Barrow County Schools. First and foremost, I want to lift up our community. I want to give our sympathies to our community, our school system, our kids, our parents that had to witness this today. Obviously, what you see behind us is an evil thing today. At about 9:30 this morning, we received the first call that there was an active shooter on this campus. We're not releasing any information as far as injuries, but we have multiple injuries. This is a very, very fluid investigation. It's very early. And I have asked the assistance of the GBI and the agencies here behind me today, and there are multiple agencies that responded this morning to help us and help the sheriff's office. We do have a suspect in custody, and we are asking for your patience as the media to please let us get the facts that we need to make sure we get this right. Again, I've asked the GBI to help us, the sheriff's office to help us along with this. I know this is not what you want to hear, but I'm not going to answer questions after this is over with. But I wanted to give you the respect and our community respect to let them know what was going on initially. We're in the process of reunifying our students with their parents. Obviously that's chaotic, but we want to be respectful of them and their privacy as well. I want to thank the state, the federal agencies, the local agencies that showed up today. As you can see, the multiple EMS and fire from other agencies that responded today. Again, I ask that you lift up Barrow County Schools, lift up Apalachee, lift up our agencies. This is going to take multiple days for us to get answers as to what happened and why this happened. But I wanted to give you a statement. It is our hope, in conjunction with these people behind us, that we can give you another statement around 4 o'clock, because I know you have to go back on the air. That is my hope. But I wanted to be fluid with you all, understanding that it's fluid as well with this investigation. I appreciate you being patient with us. Again, it's very active and is ever developing. Every minute it's developing on what we're finding. So we're going to have releases from other schools. Again, we ask that you be patient with us. Please be patient with us. And hopefully I can give you more information or more better information if you will this afternoon. Thank you all for coming out here. We'll be back shortly, okay?
Sheriff, it's been widely reported that people are dead. Is that true?
I'm not releasing any information. We have multiple injuries.
Can you say if the person in custody is an adult or a juvenile?
I'm not releasing any information. Guys, I'm not going to answer any more questions this time, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there you have it, a press conference there from the Barrow County Sheriff giving us very limited information, just really stretching that this is a fluid situation and that this is very active and ongoing. He only reported that there were an active shooter call that came in around 9:30 this morning. Now, the banner that you see on your screen with the 2 dead and 4 injured, that is coming from NBC News. They will not even answer questions about the number of people, but he did confirm that there is 1 suspect in custody. At the end, you heard 11 Alive's Doug Richards go ahead and try to get that question to see if the person
hopefully answer more questions for you, okay? Or be in a position to give you more answers. We'll just have to see how things go.
We just realized this was telling us how many people, what you know about that.
We're not in any kind of position. The sheriff's made his comments. We'll leave it at that. By 4 o'clock, we hope to have a better picture, a bigger, so you can better comprehend what's going on. Okay, we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The goal now just to get all of those children reunited there with their families, and they do hope to give us another update around 4 p.m. as more information comes in and they feel more comfortable putting that information out there.
Yeah, and you can understand why they really want to make sure that they get the right information out and really make sure, as he said, that the priority remains getting these parents reunited with their children, getting some of these schools that are on lockdown, including an elementary and middle school in the area, getting them really back where they need to be in terms of safety and those parents as well. We also want to mention that he did stress that this is still a fluid and active situation. You can still see in that area a large number of police officers, as he mentioned, from both the GBI, FBI, and a number of local agencies there, still looking for answers as to what happened. We do not know those details as to exactly what happened, why it happened, but we do know when it happened. It happened around 9:30 this morning. We heard that's when the first calls came into police about an active shooter. Again, a lot of questions in terms of perhaps a motive behind this, or who was injured, or who this suspect is. Again, we don't know if this was a student at the school. We don't know if it was an adult. All we know that suspect is now in custody.
And so right before we went to that press conference, we got an update there from the Winder Police Department. This is pretty important here. If you think about going to this area, you have a loved one in the community. They say that they're working this scene here with the presence there, of course, very heavy. We talk about the high school and the middle school along with Winder Elementary. So all the schools within the county are currently on lockdown with the officers on hand to keep those scenes contained. They're going to communicate as soon as parents in the other schools can be paired with their children. We know the students from Apalachee High School, they have been given the clear to reunite with their families, but you got to consider the entire district is on lockdown. We're not even close to school release, and so they're trying to figure out the best situation to get the other schools off lockdown and reuniting with parents because of the traffic situation. All of these cars there. This says, please stay clear, keep all the roadways open by not blocking entrances and roadways and school lanes with your cars. Everything is contained at this time. They're working with the staff to communicate all the next steps for the release as soon as possible. Again, they want you to stay out of those emergency lanes and keep the entrances and exits clear so that law enforcement can come and go as this investigation keeps going. So all the other schools are safe right now, Jonathan.
And of course, being a parent as well, that's so hard when you hear something has happened at your child's school or even in the district. Immediately you want to go, you want to be there. But again, their concern is that if everyone shows up to the middle school, the elementary school, and of course the high school all at once, that is going to impede what they're trying to do, which is to make sure they can continue their investigation. So again, if you are a parent, the key word there is that everything has been contained. They believe that everything is safe. This suspect is now in custody and there is no immediate threat to that area. But understandably, parents still want to be there and reunite. And as he said in that news conference, that is one of their goals and their priorities right now.
I'm on social media right now on Instagram Live. We're seeing people comment from Riverdale. We're seeing someone saying Phoenix, Arizona is carrying 11 alive right now as we are given this information. So there is outpouring of support and love coming from everywhere. But just in case, let's go ahead and set up sort of the boundaries and where we are. A lot of people think Georgia, you automatically think Atlanta. No, this is happening about 45 minutes northeast of the city. And so producers have sort of put together a map for you so that we can give you perspective on where all of this is happening. Even in regards to the trauma centers where 2 of those patients were taken, you see Apalachee High School there in Barrow, and then you see Atlanta. And so we're talking about at least a 45-minute to an hour drive away from the city where we are following this situation here as it relates to Northeast Georgia Medical Center and Grady. Unfortunately, both of those locations were about an hour in the opposite direction to get those injured people to those level 1 trauma centers. One person brought to Atlanta to Grady, another person stayed there in the county and went to that one in Gainesville, and then one other person was able to go to the smaller hospital in Barrow. We have not gotten word on where the 4th injured person has gone. Again, these numbers coming from NBC News, 2 dead and 4 injured there in the shooting.
And Aisha, we have a number of reporters, of course, there near the high school and at the hospital. We want to get right out now live to 11 Alive's Molly Oak. Molly, what can you tell us? What's the update?
Well, you know, Jonathan, when I was talking with Aisha and Cheryl earlier, we talked about how this isn't only affecting the people right here inside of the school, but really the entire community. And I want to speak to that as I step aside so you get a closer look. We are now right across the street from the school. You're seeing that law enforcement presence. But we talk about the community response. I talked with a woman. Now, her child does not go to this school, but her neighbor's child does. That neighbor calls her, says, I'm an hour away. There's been a shooting at my son's school. How quickly can you get there? That neighbor gets here as quickly as they can. They have to park their car, ditch the car, walk 2.5 miles just to lay some eyes on her senior. Now that senior is okay, but he did tell her some information. He said that he was in the 10th grade hallway. That's where his classroom was when the shooting happened. He said he was in the classroom right across from the other classroom, and that classroom was where the shooting was happening. Now, when that woman came to try to pick him up, she said she was only able to talk with him for a little bit and see him to physically know that he is okay, but she says he actually has to stick here on the football field. We told you earlier that they moved those students onto the football field. Now she's telling me any students who saw or heard anything are now getting interviewed by the GBI, which could take hours. So she said she was heading out when we spoke with her. Again, just lots of hugs and compassion coming from the community, knowing that the kid was okay. But she said the mom's about 5 minutes away to come and just wait on him to be done. But again, GBI, we're being told, is interviewing students on the football field who may have heard or seen anything. Also talking to a parent and a grandmother just now who are actually trying to pick up their 8-year-old who goes to the school down the street. She says they are also on lockdown, so she's not even sure if she'll be able to get to her baby. But she says, again, that sentiment of not just hearing that your child is okay, but physically being able to see them, to touch them and hold them. That is really what the feeling of emotion is out here right now, Aisha and Jonathan. But again, we cannot express just the mass amount of law enforcement. And again, it's not just here in the county. GBI telling us earlier, it is local, state, federal. We are seeing police and sheriffs from all over. I mean, just across from me, I see Henry County Sheriff. I see City of Monroe Police, excuse me. I see Walton County Fire Rescue. So this is a state investigation. GSP passing through as well as GBI continues this investigation. We did get that small update a little bit ago from that press conference, hoping to hear more from the sheriff's office here as well. But for now, we're going to toss it back to you. But again, just a lot of law enforcement and a lot of parents here on scene just wanting to give their kids a hug and know that they're okay.
Yeah, you can understand that. Molly Oak live for us. Thank you so much. One of the things that stood out that Molly said is that some of these students, we got to remember, they witnessed this. They were in the classroom. That student that Molly spoke to, or at least the guardian said that they heard the gunfire from the 10th grade hallway. Yeah. They could see people panicking. So for some of these students, they saw this, they heard this firsthand.
Just such a tragedy here. In a video a few minutes ago, Jonathan, we saw one of the students walking away, just sort of holding his face, t-shirt over his face as he was walking walking away with the loved one that he was finally reunited with. He just looked just beside himself, just kind of considering what they witnessed, what they heard, and just, you know, for years to come, just thinking about this day. 11 Alive's Doug Richards standing by there on the ground. Doug, you were at that press conference there with the sheriff. I heard your question there at the end, trying to see if this suspect was a student or an adult. They're pretty tight-lipped, but understandably so here with just how evolving this situation is. But what can you tell us right now?
Truthfully, not a lot more than what you heard at the press conference, except to say that we're standing on the grounds of a high school that is obviously in a very unusual condition. There are hundreds of people on foot between here and the mile and a half or so we walked to get here, going back and forth. Folks who were coming on foot to investigate the status of their students in the school. One lady who said that she came here actually saw the student but was unable to leave the student, leave with the student because the GBI was poised to investigate that student, and so as a result was unable to leave, but at least had gotten the assurance that the child was okay. And there's a lot of that, it appears, going on here, where adults are showing up, getting an assurance that their child was not among those harmed or among those folks who may be still in any kind of danger, and the indication is that the danger is past. Nonetheless, obviously there are scores, if not hundreds, of law enforcement folks here who are making sure that that's the case, assisting in the ongoing investigation, and trying to wrap this thing up. They sounded pretty confident that there was going to be able to be a release of further information at 4 o'clock, which is 2.5 hours from now. So they seem confident that a lot of the investigative details that they need to have, that they can release, will be wrapped up in that relatively short period of time. In law enforcement clocks, not, you know, some of us may be impatient, but obviously, as you said, they want to get it right, and they want to make sure that they don't want to have to backtrack on any information that is released initially, just because it can turn into a bad look both in court as well as, you know, in the public sphere. So that's where we are now at the high school, where we are still seeing parents and still seeing lots of law enforcement, and have had an assurance that the investigation is in a place where it's advancing as it should do. Back to you.
All right, Doug Richards there. Thank you so much. Looking forward to that press conference there at 4 o'clock if they're able to give us information. Let's sort of reset. I got 11 Alive's Jonathan Martin in with me now. Jennifer Bellamy standing by to tap out to go into our afternoon shift. You're looking at video from earlier from the 11 Alive SkyTracker that was over the scene very early on here as law enforcement officers got 1,900 kids enrolled at Apalachee High School to safety out of the building there to the football field. That was a safety location as they worked to secure the perimeter and to secure the building, as you saw those crews responding there. What we know is this call came in around 9:30. That was the latest time that we got from the sheriff. Initially, we were told 10:23 that first call came in. Regardless, it was early in the day as students were even before the lunch hour. Calls of shots fired from Apalachee High School. They got to the scene and discovered the shooting had indeed taken place. Results that we got about 2.5 hours later here, Jonathan, was that 2 people were dead and 4 were injured, and that came from NBC News. But as we saw in that press conference, the sheriff was very slow to put a number to anything, including ages of that person who was in custody, any of that. So they're walking a real thin line with what they are releasing here.
Absolutely, saying that he is not giving any details right now on injuries, just calling the situation still fluid and the investigation early. But again, he he reiterated, for anyone wondering, one suspect now in custody, and they do say that they have the situation contained. So again, this is some video you're looking at from earlier when the scene there was very much more active there at Apalachee High School. Really, the priority now, as we heard from law enforcement, is to make sure that parents, as many as they can be reunited with their students. You can understand that this is such a emergent, shocking situation for a lot of parents. They just want to be there, perhaps to just see their kids in person, hug them, but obviously there's a concern with getting parents connected in terms of traffic. They have encouraged parents from the middle school and elementary school not to block the roadways. They're going to give more information soon on when those students from the other schools nearby that are on lockdown can be released. And again, as Aisha said, we are expecting another news conference around the 4 o'clock hour. Could be sooner, could come later, but that's when we expect the next update from police. But again, right now from NBC, they're reporting 2 people dead, 4 injured in the shooting. Again, we do not know the extent of the injuries. We do not know details on the suspect, if it was perhaps a student at the school, an adult, a juvenile. We just don't know. I'm joined now by 11 Alive evening anchor Jennifer Bellamy, who will be joining us as we continue our coverage. And Jennifer, this all unfolded today around 9:30. That's when those first calls came into police. Police responded around 10 or so and realized that this indeed was an active shooter and a really serious situation.
And really such a scary situation for these families as they started to get that messaging from those students there on campus, and also for family members of anyone who has a loved one who is a part of this Apalachee High School family, whether they're a teacher or working there on the staff in some other capacity. So this is the information, the call, the text messages that nobody ever wants to hear. But again, that is unfolding right now out of Barrow County. Right now, you're looking at images from our 11 Alive SkyTracker that we have been getting for you throughout the morning as the situation has unfolded. And we're continuing to work all of our sources to get you more information. Again, we know from NBC News reporting right now, 2 dead, 4 injured in a shooting there at Apalachee High School in Barrow County.
And a large police presence, Jennifer, there, of course, as you might expect. We have seen agencies, including the GBI, members of the FBI, multiple local agencies, and some from Atlanta there in this county as a part of this investigation. And as we heard from law enforcement during the update just about 20 minutes ago, they are still very much in the early stages of figuring out what happened. One of the things they're doing right now is interviewing some of those students. As we heard from our Molly Oak, who was there, she spoke with the guardian of one of those students who said that he heard the gunfire in the 10th grade hallway. Some students perhaps witnessed this by hearing it or seeing it firsthand. So they're interviewing a lot of those students while other students have been reunited with their parents and are allowed to leave for the day.
And you talked about how early this is in this investigation. So early, in fact, that the sheriff did not want to give many details at this hour when he addressed the media about this situation. He did say that he hoped to come back at about 4 o'clock. So in just a couple hours from now, we hope that we will hear from the sheriff and get more information about what is going on. We understand from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office that 1 suspect is in custody. It's not clear right now if there's anybody else or how else this investigation is unfolding. Oftentimes in these situations, law enforcement will go visit the home of a suspect and they'll look in other aspects of that life with their family as well. And so we will be following this investigation for you over the next couple of days and weeks and months, even as law enforcement continue to piece together everything that happened here and try to answer the question of why.
And Jennifer, we just got just a heartbreaking update. Our producers in our ear saying that CNN now reporting, again, CNN reporting 4 dead, approximately 30 injured. Again, that is coming from CNN, which is of course a greater number than what we had heard originally from NBC reporting. Just heartbreaking when you see that, knowing how many people, how many families affected by what happened there today. We did know that the sheriff was very tight-lipped, very slow to really give any numbers. He knew that there was various reporting out there, and perhaps this is why, because they knew that this perhaps was much worse than anyone originally thought.
Yeah, and again, this is an unfolding situation. When you talk about people who are injured in a situation like this, you just don't know what injured means. It could mean something very minor, and it could be something extremely serious. And we are talking about at least one person we know being transported all the way out from Barrow County to Grady Memorial Hospital here in the city of Atlanta. When you hear about something like that, you know that it's very serious for them to be transported such a distance for medical treatment and attention. And so again, we are hoping that these numbers do not continue to shift anymore with this new information. CNN reporting 4 dead, about 30 injured so far.
And you just think about how many people, how many families impacted by this, so many students there, some 1,900 students who attend this high school. If you're unfamiliar with this area, this is about, I believe, about 45 miles, 45 minutes or so outside of the Atlanta area, but still affecting so many people in that community and beyond. We know Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens has been informed. He has really reinforced security at some of Atlanta public schools, just because, again, when things like this happen, it really affects our whole community and beyond. We know Governor Brian Kemp has also pledged any resources, pushed all resources necessary to that area, and this even making it all the way to the White House with the president being briefed on what's happened as well.
And you talk about this situation and the ripple effect. We know that there will be a major impact to this community, but it does have a ripple for all of the students across Georgia and across the nation. You mentioned the president being briefed on this situation. It does have that ripple effect, and I'm sure there are other school districts across Metro Atlanta that are also increasing their security as the school day is coming closer to an end for so many other students across Metro Atlanta. Right now, these are images that you're seeing we took from our 11 Live SkyTracker and the ground from earlier in the day, and we know that those students were taken out to safety to that football field. That's what you were seeing just a short time ago on your screens, and we understand that that was a location that was deemed safe for those students. And again, we understand that they are working on reuniting parents and guardians with their students at this point. But again, that is going to be a lengthy and difficult process for them to undertake to make sure that these parents and students are reunited and that these students are able to make it home safely.
Yeah, and you know, I think when a lot of people were watching this unfold, you saw just the number of ambulances there on the grounds of the school. You saw some of the helicopters taking at least a couple people away by life flight, and you had the feeling that this may be worse than, again, we first thought. Again, CNN right now reporting 4 dead, approximately 30 injured. We don't know the extent of those injuries, but again, unfortunately, this is turning out to be a lot more serious of a situation than we thought. Right now, again, some of those schools are on lockdown. You can see our Molly Oak in this picture. She is there among our reporters, along with Doug Richards and others, who are gathering information and talking to parents and students and law enforcement as much as we can at this point.
And unfortunately, we talk now about students having to practice for situations like this at school. It used to be a time when you practiced for hurricanes and you practiced for tornadoes, but practicing for a mass shooting or an intruder on campus is something that is a reality for our students, unfortunately, nowadays, and this is actually unfolding for them, and this is something that will unfortunately change their lives for as long as they live. And this is something that we are unfortunately having to deal with. So many times we do hear about different incidents and situations happening on our school campuses, and fortunately, for the most part, some of them do not amount to what we are seeing happen today. But again, this newest information, this reporting from CNN now saying 4 dead, approximately 30 injured. Those numbers have increased from NBC's reporting earlier this afternoon that 2 were dead and 4 injured.
That's right, and just heartbreaking when you think about the number of people impacted by what's happened today. You're taking a live look near the area where you can see just a number of people now leaving the school, heartbroken, leaving the school without answers. Some of them not knowing if their friends, their loved ones, their classmates were impacted by this.
Yeah, we're going to go live now to our Molly Oak, who is out there on the ground. She's been out there for some time speaking with family members, and Molly, this is really just a difficult situation for anyone showing up there with their heart in their throat, wondering what is going on and why.
First time that I checked in with you all, that the only thing that rivals the amount of law enforcement here on scene is just the amount of loved ones that are trying to get there. I want to step aside so you can see a helicopter air evacuation life team, it looks like it says on the side, is lifting off here from the scene again as we work to figure out more details of all that's happening here. The GBI has told us that this is not only a local investigation but also federal and state investigation. I want to go back to what I was saying earlier though, just the amount of parents we've seen. We've had people, neighbors, friends of family members tell us that they parked their car, had to walk 2 miles, 3 miles just to get to the school, just to try to lay some eyes on their loved ones, to know that they're okay. I mean, just off camera, I can't tell you the amount of hugs I've shared with people when they've told me that they found out that their child is okay, that their grandchild is okay, that their neighbor's child is okay. So when you talk about the impact that this type of event has on not only a school but also just the community, we've seen neighbors stepping in because they may be 30 minutes closer than a parent to come and rush over here just to make sure that their friend's child is okay. And again, when we talk about the kids, they are on the football field right now. That's what parents are telling me, that the kids were moved over to the football field for safety and also just to be spoken to. One parent tells me that one of the kids, he was a senior, said he was in the 10th grade hallway, though that's where his classroom happened to be, said his classroom was across the hall from a classroom where the shooting happened. She says that while she was able to see him and talk with him for a little bit, make sure he was okay physically, she said mentally he's pretty shaken up, but she did say that he heard that gunfire, and she said now the GBI is interviewing students, so it may be a couple of hours before parents can physically take those students and then bring them home to safety, which is a different level of safety than being at a school where something like this just happened. It's to have that kid home with you and in your arms. That's a sentiment that we're hearing over and over again, not just to hear your child being safe, but also being able to physically see them and hold them. We want to get to some sound from people to better describe what's been happening out here.
Because his 12th grade class is on a 10th grade hall, he can't be released until GBI interviews everyone.
Tell me why that is.
Because they want to know what you heard, what you may saw, how you felt, just that.
You said his classroom was right across?
Yeah, he actually heard the shooting. He's like, they're shooting right across from my classroom. Okay. And his mom is en route. She's like 5 minutes away. Okay. So I just wanted to put eyes on him to see that he was okay, and he knows that he's safe, and God got him. I can't imagine what she's going through trying to get here in traffic to put eyes on her son.
You know, with the people that I've spoken to, they've been trying to hold it together, and you can tell they're trying to keep that strength because there's just so much going on. But you can see in their eyes, you can see in their hands that they are physically shaken up, whether it is their son, their daughter, their grandson, their granddaughter, their friend, their neighbor's kid that they may have met once or twice. This is an emotional time out here, and you're really seeing the entire community pull together. You're seeing the community pull together. You're seeing law enforcement from multiple agencies pull together. Again, we're talking local, state, and federal. I mean, just standing here, we're seeing Henry County Sheriff's Office. I'm seeing City of Monroe Police. I'm seeing Walton County Fire Rescue. I'm seeing GBI. We're seeing GSP. I see Gwinnett County Sheriff has set up a command center. So there's just sheriff, police, law enforcement from counties across the state coming in to help and try to hold this community together during so much devastation. Guys.
And you can understand why. Molly Oak Live Force there talking with parents, talking with a neighbor of one of the students who heard what happened. She mentioned in the 10th grade hallway, that student among many right now who are still at the school being interviewed by the GBI, asking what they heard, what they saw. You can see from this shot from earlier, just the sheer number of students. I believe the school is home to some 1,900 students. Many of them have now gone home with their parents or been allowed to leave. Others, again, staying behind as this investigation we know is still very much fluid and active.
And these are the stories that we're starting to hear now. Earlier in the day, I was watching our coverage from home, and I heard another loved one that Molly spoke with saying that one student was near the principal, and the principal just told them to run and don't look back. That is something that is unimaginable to hear, that your student had to be told, that your student heard gunshots across the hall. And we know right now that, as you would imagine, so many family and friends are working to get to that school. Molly telling us just now that people are walking for miles to make it to the school, to reach their young students here at this high school. And that is something that will continue on through the evening as law enforcement and school officials are working to reunite family members. We see a lot of people trying to stand in the gap here for other family members, grandparents, friends, neighbors, just trying to locate and track students for other parents who are still in process of trying to get out there. And so even in the midst of this, we do see so many aspects of the community coming together, along with so many various municipalities and law enforcement agencies coming together to try and help aid in the response to this shooting.
Again, if you were just joining us, you may have noticed that the situation appears to have gotten a lot worse, a lot more serious, with 4 dead now being reported by CNN. According to law enforcement they've spoken with, and approximately 30 injured. Again, as Jennifer pointed out, we don't know if those injuries are related to gunshot wounds, but we know at least a couple of them are, according to what we've been hearing. At least 1 or 2 of those have been taken by life flight to Grady Hospital, where they are being treated. We don't know the extent of all of the injuries, and as far as the suspect, CNN reporting that the student, this person rather, is of student age. We don't know if that is a student at the school, but apparently a young person, according to CNN, is the suspect that they have in custody.
And again, there are so many questions left unanswered at this hour. We did hear from the sheriff not too long ago, but as this investigation is unfolding, we did not get many answers. The sheriff not taking questions at that point. We do expect to hear from the sheriff later on this afternoon, possibly around 4 o'clock, and hopefully at that point we can get some more information, some more details about what unfolded here, who is among those who are dead and injured, and what we know so far about the suspect who the sheriff's office says is now in custody. Jonathan, we were talking about the injuries and how it's hard to know without concrete information what those injuries include, but we know that right now there's going to be a lot of mental health situations that need to be addressed as well with these students dealing with such a thing happening in their early lives, and seeing this happen to possibly other students, teachers, and staff members at this school, people that they know and potentially saw every day. This is going to take a lot of work and support for this entire community to move forward.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Jennifer, students prepare for things like this these days. Unfortunately, it is part of going to middle school, high school, even as Cheryl pointed out, sometimes earlier, even in elementary and even preschool, you prepare for these types of drills. But you hope that you never have to actually live this out. You ever have to be in these situations. And so for many of these students, we saw them living this out today, running from gunfire, hearing gunfire, and this is what we saw unfold today at this school for these 1,900 students in the middle of what everyone described who witnessed it as a chaotic scene.
Yeah, and this story having far-reaching effects beyond just this Barrow County community, beyond just Metro Atlanta, beyond the state of Georgia. We have heard that President Joe Biden has been briefed on the situation, and we're hearing now from U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland. Let's listen to some of what he had to say.
But before we begin, I want to address the tragic shooting that occurred this morning at a high school in Winder, Georgia. We are still gathering information, but the FBI and ATF are on the scene, working with state, local, and federal partners. I'm devastated for the families who have been affected by this terrible tragedy. The Justice Department stands ready to provide any resources or support that the Winder community needs in the days ahead.
And that was U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland offering some remarks following this deadly shooting at Apalachee High School. Again, this information coming from CNN at this hour that 4 people have been killed or 4 people are dead, and that about 30 have been injured as a result of whatever unfolded out here at Apalachee High School. We have heard from Grady Hospital earlier, at least, that 1 person was being treated there with a gunshot wound. But again, we have not received many details from the sheriff's office regarding exactly what happened and how.
Yeah, and if there is any positive news at this hour, it is that the suspect is now in custody, and police have said, and they have reiterated, that the situation is now contained. We do know still a number of schools in the area, including the elementary school and middle school, are on lockdown at last check. We are awaiting an update from police. They did say, at least the sheriff said, that they would be working to get those schools off lockdown and those parents allowed to come pick up their students. We are expecting another update, an official update from the sheriff around 4 o'clock this afternoon. But as of last check, there are still a number of schools on lockdown as they continue investigating and continue to have this large police presence around the high school there.
So as this investigation is in very early stages for law enforcement out there in Barrow County, we also know that a big undertaking underway right now is reuniting parents and students. And as Jonathan just mentioned, this isn't just at Apalachee High School. This is at other surrounding schools in Barrow County as well, also placed on lockdown. Parents working to get to those students as well at this hour. And so that is something that we are working to get more details on. As soon as we have more information, we'll of course continue to pass that information along to you. Any updates about this process that we learn, we will be sharing with you guys on air and online. You can also find more details always as we are continuing to follow this on our website, 11alive.com, and inside our 11 Alive News app, because this is an ongoing situation and we're continuing to get new information in moment by moment.
That's right, and we expect again more information to come shortly. You're looking right now at some video that we shot earlier, and you can really just see the large, incredible police presence that was there. As I mentioned earlier, we started to see more and more law enforcement, more and more medical staff, ambulances, even some medical helicopters showing up on the scene, giving us a sense of just how serious the situation was. And as we have learned within the last 20 minutes or so, it appears the number of those who have died and the number of those injured has gone up significantly from just what we knew earlier this morning.
And you talked about that medical helicopter. We even saw one live when Molly was reporting just a short time ago, still arriving out there at Apalachee High School. And so this is a situation that, while police state is contained, it is still ongoing, still taking place. We know law enforcement are still out there on the ground going through this situation and this investigation piece by piece, because this is something that everyone in that community will no doubt want to be done precisely. You don't want any mistakes, and so we know that they will be going through this high school and whatever other outside and surrounding information they need to, with meticulous care, to make sure that this situation is something that they can answer questions for so many families really wondering why and what happened and what can be done to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
And a lot of those answers will of course come from students in terms of what happened, where it happened, and perhaps even why, if there was some sort of a fight or motive or something that may have led to the gunfire today. We did hear from our Molly Oak, according to a neighbor of one of those students that she spoke to, who was in the 10th grade hallway, at least in one of the classrooms along that hallway, who heard the gunfire, and that person, that student, is now being interviewed by the GBI, perhaps the closest eyes and ears to what unfolded today.
And that is a process that is still ongoing. We've talked about some of the reunification that has been going on out there on campus with family and students. But again, we are hearing from some parents and family members and loved ones out there on the ground that some of these students are indeed being held back in order to speak with law enforcement investigators, including members from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, to share their accounts of what they saw and what they heard today as this situation unfolded at Apalachee High School. So that is just one piece of the investigation that will help law enforcement as they move forward.
Again, just to reiterate, if you are joining us within a short time ago, we are looking at this scene from Apalachee High School in Barrow County, which is a school right here, this high school of about 1,900 students, about an hour or so outside of Atlanta. But as I mentioned, you have seen law enforcement come from all over, really not just Atlanta area, but beyond, law enforcement and state officials. As the governor mentioned earlier, he is directing all necessary and available state resources to the school to respond, especially considering how serious of a situation we know this has grown to be. So you no doubt are seeing a lot of law enforcement there from all across our state.
And Jonathan, you mentioned that this is about an hour or so away from Atlanta, yet and still we are learning that Atlanta Public Schools are adding extra security, doing extra work to make sure that their families have a little bit of peace of mind as this situation unfolds in our metro Atlanta community. And so that's something that we are likely seeing across the state as this unfolds. And we know so many things that happen to one of us happen to all of us. And so we are certain that these other school districts are keeping Barrow County schools in their thoughts and prayers and reaching out to assist in whatever manners they can as well with this process that's going to be ongoing for the district handling this situation in the days, weeks, and months ahead.
And when you hear about these types of calls, and we do often sometimes in our business, and you all do as viewers, you hear about active shooters, you hear about lockdowns, and you just hope and you pray that this is not the case. Unfortunately, today when we heard from law enforcement after they got to the school around 10 o'clock this morning, they realized this was a very serious situation. This was an active shooter, and as we're learning within the last 30 minutes or so, this was perhaps bigger and more dire of a situation than any of us thought just looking at this earlier.
And I think from the coverage that we had earlier in the afternoon or earlier in the morning, I think there were signals that this could potentially be even worse than people would hope or imagine, just by the sheer volume of law enforcement response that we saw out there on the ground. And when you hear the words hard lockdown, we hear different levels of lockdowns with schools, whether it is police activity nearby. Schools may go on lockdown just for safety, but when you hear a hard lockdown, that is something that automatically triggers something in you that, you know, this is a very serious situation. Earlier in the day, NBC News reported that 2 people were dead and 4 injured. But again, now at this hour, CNN News is reporting 4 dead and about 30 injured. So this information is continuing to develop and update. We did hear from the sheriff not too long ago. The sheriff keeping a lot of information close to the vest at this point, not sharing many details, including information about those who may have died and those who were injured. Again, we are hoping and expecting to hear from the sheriff once again, maybe around 4 o'clock. And he said that he hopes that he may be able to share more concrete information at that point.
Our Molly Oak is still there at the school. She's been there for hours now. Molly, we know when this all started to unfold this afternoon, there was a heavy police presence. A lot of those students were still on campus waiting to be reunited with their parents. Can you describe where things are right now? Are we still seeing the large presence in terms of students and law enforcement?
Yeah, Jonathan, I'm actually going to stay off camera while I speak with you all just so you see this scene. We are directly across the street from the school, and typically when we have breaking news like this, we see a really heavy police presence when we first get here, and we arrived hours ago, and then that starts to dwindle. It has not dwindled a bit. If anything, we've seen more law enforcement show up. Even when the photographer and I were driving here, we passed probably about a dozen police officers, law enforcement passed us on their way to the school. That has continued to happen. The only thing that we've seen maybe moving in and out fluidly, we've seen a couple of helicopters since we first got here, but we are talking about multiple agencies. The GBI telling us that this is local, state, and federal, all part of this investigation. I have seen police and sheriff's offices from multiple counties here, along with GBI and FBI as well. So we know this is a mass investigation, and we've said this before, I'm going to say it again. Not only do we have a ton of law enforcement here, but the one thing that is competing with that right now, with the amount, is the amount of loved ones that are showing up on scene. Now, we have seen significantly less since we've been here, probably in the past 30 minutes or so. When we first arrived here, we saw people basically just parking their cars wherever they could find a spot, grabbing their stuff and just walking. I talked with one woman who said she parked and walked 2.5 miles just to try to lay some eyes on her neighbor's child, because that neighbor was about an hour away. We've talked with grandparents, parents, loved ones, again, neighbors. So this is really impacting the entire community out here, Jonathan.
Our Molly Oak live for us. Thank you so much for giving us an update. As Molly said, this is really what it has looked like for the last 3 or 4 hours, as police have again reiterated that this is still very much early. In fact, the sheriff said it may take several days for them to really get to the bottom of the initial answers as to what happened here. That's
right. And in our speaking with Molly, you know, we have been hearing different stories from family members and loved ones out there on campus. That neighbor that you heard Molly speak of saying that the student she was there to just check on, to lay eyes on, being interviewed along with so many others right now by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. And that is just a piece of this investigation that will take days or weeks or months for law enforcement to shore everything together, to answer all of these questions, to dot all these I's and cross all these T's, to get answers for the community about what took place here today.
And again, the priority right now, according to the sheriff, of course, getting some of these parents who are at these schools waiting in traffic perhaps to get reunited with their students, getting them reunited. That, I mean, as a parent, you just obviously know that that is priority. You want to make sure that your child is okay. But as we're hearing, some 30 injured. You would assume that a good number of those are students. We don't know the breakdown of students, staff, teachers, but again, everyone in that school perhaps knows someone who might have been affected by this. This is not a huge school, 1,900 students, which is of course a big high school, but you would imagine that everyone perhaps knows someone who might have been affected by this.
Yeah, and when we talk about checking on your loved one, hearing from a text message or getting a phone call certainly doesn't feel like enough in a situation like this. People want to see and hug and hold their loved ones following something like this. And unfortunately, according to reporting that we are learning today, some people will not be able to do that tonight. CNN reporting 4 dead, about 30 injured. And again, these are numbers that we're continuing to watch because they have shifted some during the day. And we are working to get more concrete information, more details for you. But again, we are thinking that we may not get any information from the sheriff's office again until the 4 o'clock hour. That's about 3 hours from now as we're approaching, well, maybe two hours from now as we're approaching 2 o'clock here. And so again, we will be following that. We have several crews on the ground across Metro Atlanta working this story to get you answers because so many people are really just asking so many questions, why and how. And those are the things that law enforcement are working together. You see right here images from earlier in the day, the students that were out there on that football field, you know, such a stark contrast from what they were likely seeing and experiencing not too long ago. The school year just starting, just finishing up the Labor Day holiday, football back in action, and this is such a stark contrast from what these students were probably so excited about on campus, living their lives, and now this has happened, and it's really an event that really truly changes you and shakes you.
Yeah, it really does. And you're right. I mean, you look at the football field students, they should be getting ready for a Friday night football game. They should be getting ready for a test perhaps, but they are in the middle of just a chaotic emergent situation that has really dealt a huge blow not only to this school, but this entire community. As we know, every school in the district, at least at some point today, was on lockdown because of this. We heard from Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens not too long ago in a statement saying that he has bolstered security at a number of Atlanta public schools and also offering to send any of Atlanta's resources that way as well, knowing that when something like this happens, it no doubt affects the school and the surrounding community. But as a parent, as you know, a student anywhere, you are affected by this, especially when it happens within your metro area in particular. And
we talked so much about the injuries and how it's impossible at this point to know without concrete information from law enforcement what those injury levels are. But I can't help but continue to go back to the mental health aspect for these students. Some of them already reporting from family members and friends with our Molly Oak that they heard the gunshots across the hall. Some of these students may never have even heard gunshots before. And this is something that will be etched in their brains for the rest of their lives now. And so we are certainly thinking of these students and sending them our strength and support, because this is something that is going to be dealt with as an ongoing issue for the remainder of the school year and for the remainder of their lives as these students try to figure out how to move forward, as well as the staff and the teachers and the administrators there. You know, your school family is your family. You're with these people day in and day out for months on end. And in a community like Winder, you get to know each other. You know your neighbors, everyone knows each other, and it's unimaginable, as you mentioned, that so many people there will have some sort of connection to what unfolded today.
And you wonder if perhaps the person that you had class with or that you know well or a teacher is affected by this, because at this point we have not had any confirmation of the ages or the names or grade levels of any of the people who've been impacted. So for a lot of these students who are leaving today, they are left with just so many questions, left with heartbreak, but again, a lot of questions, wondering if perhaps their friend, someone they care about, someone they love, one of their teachers is one of those impacted and perhaps even dead from this tragedy.
Yeah, and it's hard to say at this point because we heard from one of the neighbors of a student that this may have taken place on the 10th grade hallway, but that student was a senior. And so it's even impossible with the limited information that we are getting on the ground to know who all may have been impacted. We don't know if there were staff members, teachers, students. We don't know the ratios of who may have been impacted here. So again, hopefully that is information that we will be able to bring to you in the next 2 hours or so when we hear from the sheriff's office once again. But again, as we talk about this situation, we know that this investigation is going to take quite some time. This isn't something that we're going to get all of the answers that we are looking for today or even tomorrow, as we know that the Barrow County Sheriff's Office is being joined by other local, state, and federal partners to investigate and try to piece together what happened.
And that next update, Jennifer, as we've been telling people, in case you were just joining us, according to the sheriff, he says we are going to try to get you another update at 4 o'clock. He didn't promise that that would happen, but that's when they're hoping to get another update. He knows that you all want answers. And of course, media, we have our newscast at 4 o'clock. And so hoping to get the information out to you. But what we know so far, again, in case you were just tuning in, this all started around 9:30 this morning. That's when the first calls, according to police, came. They arrived on the scene shortly thereafter, realizing that this was an active shooter situation, and we saw police surrounding the school and agencies showing up from around the school. We do know one suspect now in custody, and according to CNN, they are now reporting 4 dead and approximately 30 injured. We know at least one of those injured was taken by medical helicopter or life flight to Grady Hospital, which is a level 1 trauma center. So that would lead you to believe that this was a serious injury, obviously, but we again don't know the extent of that injury.
All right, we want to get back out to some sound that our Doug Richards has been gathering, speaking with family members and students out there on the ground. And we understand this information comes from a 10th grader who heard what went on today. Let's take a listen.
It was just like a loud boom, as if a locker had slammed. So my teacher thought it was just like some kid acting foolish. So then she took a peek outside, and then we heard repeatedly the banging again, and that's when we could identify it was the gun. And then the hard lockdown was placed, and then we ran to the back of the classroom, turned off the lights. I was shaking, scared, and I didn't have my phone on me, and I couldn't communicate with my mom for half an hour. And I didn't know what was going to happen because you could hear the gunfires right down the hall. So I don't know if it was like the last chance I had to talk with her, but luckily I'm here.
And you were just listening to a 10th grader at Apalachee High School speaking about his experience today when that gunfire rang out in the school, saying it sounded like a locker being banged shut, and they thought it was a one-off initially until the sound continued, and then they immediately went into those procedures that they practice about how to respond if a shooting happened, running to the back of the classroom, turning off the lights. The poor student saying he didn't even have a cell phone on him, so he couldn't reach his mother. And if you were looking at that screen, you could just tell the anguish that mother had. Even despite the joy of seeing her son right now and holding him, they were just holding on to each other even as he spoke about what happened.
You could really feel it through the screen just looking at that image. And he told his story, again, turning off the lights, sort of hiding in place, waiting for this to all be over. We also heard from other students that they ran. They heard the gunfire, they heard something happening, and they ran. You know, when you're trained in these sorts of drills, there's different scenarios and different ways that you handle this. Sometimes the best situation is to lock the door and to hide in place. Other times it's to get away from the threat. And so some of these students doing what they were taught, trying to get away from what was happening. But it is just harrowing. It is just heartbreaking hearing that directly from a student who witnessed this just hours ago.
I know, and unfortunately we will hear more and more stories like this as the days continue to move forward along with this investigation. But similar stories that we heard from another woman who was checking on her neighbor's son, that he was in that 10th grade hallway and heard the gunshots ringing out across from that classroom. And so we're starting to hear some similar stories out there of students taking cover as those gunshots ring out.
Right. It just really is. It's just hard to imagine going through that. As a lot of these students, you prepare for these things. You hope that you never have to actually do it in real time and in real life when a situation like this is unfolding. You're taking a look from above of our SkyTracker. This was earlier, shortly after this happened, when a lot of the students were released out onto the football field. A lot of them at that point didn't know exactly what was going on. You can see, if you look lower in the picture, I believe that's a stretcher, one of many that we saw there on the scene. We saw several people, several students being taken away. We don't know, again, the extent of the injuries, but we know there were a number of students taken away by ambulance and by helicopter to be treated. And as of last reporting, CNN reporting 30 injured at this point, 4 dead.
And that's a number that has shifted as we have continued to follow this story for you today. Earlier in the day, NBC News reported 2 dead and 4 injured, but again, that number has increased to what CNN is reporting now was 4 dead and 30 injured. As you are looking at your screen, these are images from earlier in the day, and you can just see the sheer volume of law enforcement that responded out here to Apalachee High School early today, as this reports of what was reported to be a gunshot started to come in starting around 9:30, those first calls today. We saw countless numbers of law enforcement vehicles. We now know that they are not just from that immediate area, but from all across Metro Atlanta, including state and federal partners as well, responding to this high school as this situation has continued to unfold and as this investigation is getting underway and continuing. We do know from the sheriff's office that 1 suspect is in custody, but there has not been any information from the sheriff's office on who that suspect is, whether it's a student, a teacher. We don't have information from the sheriff's office, at least, about any particular descriptors of who that person is, an age, a reason for their connection to the school, if there even was one. So those are just some of the questions that still remain at this hour that we are hoping to get for you. Again, we are hoping that we may hear from the sheriff again around 4 o'clock. Again, that is something we will bring to you both on air and online as soon as we get the word that we will hear from the sheriff, if and when that does happen again.
And Jennifer, you're absolutely correct. We don't have much information at this hour on the suspect other than that person is in custody, according to the sheriff. Now, CNN is reporting, according to some of their law enforcement sources, that that suspect is of student age. That's how they described them, but not, again, saying whether they were or are a student at the school or have any connection to the school. But at this point, we do know that that young person, according to CNN, is in custody.
And we see our Molly Oga standing by. She is getting ready for another live report just to kind of let us know what she is hearing and seeing out there on the ground at Apalachee High School. Molly, are you ready?
Hey guys, so we've talked about the amount of law enforcement out here. We've talked about the amount of parents out here. Well, now we're seeing students and talking with them as well. I just talked with one kid. He's a 10th grade student. He told me he heard the gunfire. I'm going to step aside because we are right across from the high school, so you can again see just all the amount of law enforcement that's here. Gwinnett County even passing me now. So again, local, state, and federal all here today. But that 10th grader telling me that he started hearing gunshots. His teacher told them to get down and get in the corner. He recounted that he was just about to go to the bathroom, and the words he told me were, "I thought I was going to die." It's tough for me to talk about this one because I have shared a lot of hugs off camera right now with parents and students who are okay, but we know there are some parents who are not getting that news. That student did tell me that he knows a couple of the people that were shot. He's worried that one of the people he thinks was shot is also one of the ones that died. So our thoughts and prayers are going out to not only the students, the staff, the faculty, but the parents and really this entire community. Because as we said, it's not only parents that are coming out here to come check on the kids, it's neighbors, it's grandparents, it's loved ones, it's friends. We talked with one neighbor who said she walked 2.5 miles just to come and check on her friend's kid to make sure that he was okay and just lay some eyes on him. She had told me that he was in the principal's office and the principal told him to run and not look back. We've talked with other students and parents who have said that they heard the gunshots. Parents getting the text from their kids, not even wanting to believe it's real, and then questioning if they were going to get to see their kid. They're finally getting to see and touch and feel that they're okay for some parents out here, but there is a ton of emotion. I think we have some sound from you for some of those students. I want to toss that now if we can get that. So we are still working on getting that sound, but again, just the overall emotion here for not only the students, but the parents, but also the law enforcement. You really feel a sense of heaviness out here outside of the high school today, guys.
All right, Molly, and let us know when you're ready with that sound, because we really would love to hear from some of the people with their reactions and their emotions and what they saw and heard tonight, or really, rather earlier in the day as this unfolds. So Molly, thank you so much. We can certainly feel from you the emotion of the day out there. So much going through the minds and hearts of the people out here in Barrow County as this continues.
It really does take on a different type of emotion when you start hearing the words directly from those students. And Molly and Doug and some of our other reporters out there have been talking directly to students. We just heard from, according to Molly, that student saying that they were told to get in the corner and they could hear the gunfire, and they believe that someone they know was shot, and perhaps one of the ones who was fatally injured. And that's when it really gets real for a lot of people, because it's not just a shooting. This is someone you know. This is someone you have class with. And just to hear that from students, I think really you can understand why it brings that type of emotion out.
Potentially someone you may have grown up with and gone to elementary, middle, and now high school with. And we hear these situations all across the country so many times. And as you said, it just becomes real when it's right here in your own community. We do know that this story is having wide-reaching effects. We heard from U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland earlier making comments and sending his thoughts and offering assistance. But right now we also understand that the White House will be providing a briefing very shortly. We will, of course, bring you that as soon as we know somebody comes and steps to the stadium. We understand President Joe Biden has been briefed on everything that's going on. It's not clear right now who from the White House will be speaking, but again, we will bring you that as soon as we see someone moving toward the podium. But again, this just signals how serious of a situation this really has become as it continues to balloon. Unfortunately, we have seen the numbers increase, and reporting from CNN, 4 dead, 30 injured, and we will of course bring you this briefing as soon as it gets underway.
And we're also expecting to hear from the sheriff in Winder around 4 o'clock this afternoon, perhaps before that, but that's when we're told the next update could come. So again, we are awaiting news updates from both the White House and from the law enforcement there in Winder. And I wouldn't be surprised to at some point today hear from Governor Brian Kemp. He did release a statement, but knowing him, he will likely either be there later today or at least issue some type of statement, considering how serious this has gotten to be.
Exactly. And again, we have been hearing from law enforcement and state officials across Georgia who have been sending their support and their thoughts to the Barrow County community following news of this shooting out there at Apalachee High School. You're looking at images that we got from earlier in the day, some of them from the ground, some of them from our 11 Alive SkyTracker, as we have been keeping an eye on what has been going on and learning more and more information as the hours have passed. This image right here on your screen gives you a view of what we've been talking about, just the sheer volume of law enforcement responding to this situation, not just from Barrow County, but also from surrounding areas. And not just law enforcement, we also know that first responders from other communities were sharing the load as well, working to help in response to this shooting, what we understand is a shooting. And we are just now seeing that the GBI has now confirmed 4 people dead, 9 hospitalized. That information coming again from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation of 4 people dead, 9 hospitalized. We heard earlier in the day from Grady Hospital that they had at least one person who had a gunshot wound that had been transported from Barrow County to Atlanta for treatment at Grady Hospital. And again, we are just working to get you new details, new information, piece by piece, as it continues to come in and be confirmed.
And as you mentioned earlier, Jennifer, we don't know the extent of those injuries. 9 hospitalized would lead you to believe that there is some type of injury where, of course, they would need to be seeking medical care, but there could have been other students who were hurt perhaps in the chaos of running. We just don't know. So that could be perhaps why we saw some of the larger numbers with 30 injured, according to CNN. But again, the latest information from the GBI that we can confirm: 4 dead, 9 hospitalized, and the suspect, again, if you were just joining us, is in custody. We do not know any details about who that suspect is or any details about what led up to the shooting today that happened, according to police, around 9:30 today. We have been hearing on the ground within the last hour from a lot of students who witnessed this. We have heard that it happened, according to students, around the 10th grade hallway. Several students reported hearing the gunfire this morning. Students telling us that they ran in the corner, they turned off the lights. Many of them ran for cover if they were in an area where they could do so. But this is all contained, according to police at this point. And now the investigation really starts as to what happened here, why it happened, and interviewing those students who are still at the school is a big part of figuring all of that out.
And you mentioned those interviews. We heard from a neighbor who was checking on a friend's child out there at Apalachee High School that the GBI is, in fact, interviewing students out there at this hour. We know that the unification process has begun and that some family members are being reunited with their students, but we also know that some students are being held back so that they can, in fact, be interviewed, so that the GBI can learn from those students what they saw, what they may have heard, what they may have viewed, and any sort of information that they may have that can help with this investigation. So we are learning that some of that is undergoing and in process out there at Apalachee High School.
And again, we are still waiting to hear from the White House, I believe. Or I believe we're going to go straight to the White House for an update from the White House. Let's listen in.
Yet another horrific shooting. Now, as a parent myself, I know the anxiety that comes with sending your kid out into the world every day, living with the real fear of the worst can happen. So please know that our hearts are with those families in Winder, Georgia, who are forced to face this act of senseless violence. I want to let you know that the President and the Vice President have both been briefed, and his administration will continue coordinating with federal, state, and local officials as we receive more information. We're grateful for the brave first responders who are on the scene, and we stand by, we stand ready to provide support as needed. As the President has said time and time again, this is not normal. This is not normal. Students and teachers deserve to know that their schools are safe. They should focus on learning, not lockdowns. While the President and Vice President have taken historic action to reduce gun violence, more must be done to keep our schools and communities safe. We continue to call on Congress to do something, We need universal background checks. We need to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, require safe storage of firearms, invest in violence prevention programs, and pass a national red flag law. Enough is enough, and I cannot say this enough, which is enough is enough. We cannot allow this to happen in our communities. We cannot allow this to happen in our schools. So we have to do everything that we can to keep our children safe, to keep the people who are supposed to protect our children? Where our children, who are they supposed to learn from safe? And enough is enough. Congress needs to act. Now, turning to my colleague from NSC, who's here to discuss the latest Biden-Harris administration actions today against foreign actors attempting to covertly influence our elections and undermine confidence in our democratic institution. Admiral John Kirby will discuss the coordinated actions we are taking in addition to other foreign policy news of the day. Admiral? Thank you.
And you have been listening to Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, speaking about this unfolding shooting at Apalachee High School. Right now we have confirmed with the GBI that 4 people are dead and 9 hospitalized. And the White House press secretary saying that their hearts are with families, that President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris have been briefed on the situation. She called this a senseless act of violence, saying that she is grateful for first responders, but also saying that this is not normal and that more must be done. She said enough is enough and called on Congress, saying they need to act, and also mentioned some specific things like universal background checks and violence prevention programs that do need to happen. But again, that's what we are just hearing from the White House press secretary in response to the shooting at Apalachee High School in Barrow County, Georgia.
And just as the press secretary was speaking, President Biden and the White House also releasing a statement reiterating some of the same things that he said, really saying that what should have been a joyous back-to-school season in Winder has now turned into another horrific reminder of how gun violence continues to tear our communities apart. The president going on to say, in part with this statement, students across the country are learning how to duck and cover instead of how to read and write. We cannot continue to accept this as normal. And that is what we heard from Karine Jean-Pierre saying twice, reiterating this is not normal. But sadly, this has become something that some of us have become all too familiar with seeing, as we have seen yet another school shooting happen, this time right here in our community.
And again, we do want to reiterate that we are just confirming within the last 30 minutes or so with the GBI that 4 people have lost their lives today at Apalachee High School as a result of this. 9 people hospitalized. We do not know at this hour the extent of the injuries of those who have been hospitalized, but we are working to gather more information. We heard from the sheriff earlier today. Not many details given there, but we are expecting and hoping that we will hear from the sheriff once again around 4 o'clock, and we'll of course bring you that briefing as soon as it begins, just as we did with that briefing from the White House.
And Jennifer, you mentioned earlier a lot of people who've been watching our coverage and who were tuning in just a few hours ago. You could see just how serious this was. It seemed, sort of every 15 minutes we would see another sort of group of law enforcement show up, more ambulances. We saw the medical helicopters, leading us to believe that this was a lot more serious than the initial call perhaps suggested. And again, these numbers really underscoring that 4 dead, 9 hospitalized, perhaps more than that even injured, according to some other reporting we've heard. But this time, 2:25, this has been unfolding since about 9:30 this morning, and there's still a lot of answers we don't have, and we may not have those answers today, and maybe not even by the end of this week. The sheriff suggesting that this is still very early, still very fluid, and he said that he may be able to give some additional information when they talk to us around 4 o'clock. But at this point, we're just going to have to wait and see what else we learn today.
We have learned from the sheriff's office that 1 suspect is in custody. We do know that. However, we have not received any information from the sheriff's office about who that suspect might be. We don't have any concrete information, at least not from the sheriff's office, about if this person is a student or not, if this person had any connection to the school. We do not have any of those details at this hour. But once we do learn them, we will, of course, share them with you both on air and online. But that's just one piece of this that we are waiting and hoping to hear soon, as more and more people are hopefully being reunited with their students out there on Apalachee High School campus. And we do know that some of those students are being held back in order to assist in this investigation, to speak with members of law enforcement, particularly with the GBI. And again, this is something you see right here on your screen, this visual from earlier today, the sheer number of students that were evacuated out of that school, taken to the football court, or the football field there, for a safe space until they could be reunited. And so that is underway right now. We have heard from some family members and friends who say their student is being interviewed, and again, that reunification process is also underway. We've heard from our Molly Oak out there on the ground with one parent at least saying that she walked 2.5 miles just to get to the school to make sure that her child was okay.
We've heard that, and we've heard neighbors stepping in where perhaps parents could not get to the school as quickly, and neighbors saying, I'll go check on your child just to make sure they're okay. Parents, again, have been allowed for the last couple hours or so to go and reunite with their students. Sadly, some of them won't be able to do that, as we have heard that 4 dead and 9 hospitalized. We don't have the breakdown on how many of those who are injured or those casualties are students. But what we have been hearing for the last hour or so, direct accounts, direct stories from students who were nearby or in the 10th grade hallway and heard the gunfire. Perhaps some of them even saw this unfold. One of the students we just heard from about 30 minutes ago said that he could hear the gunfire. He ran into the corner. The teacher turned off the light, and they waited for this all to be over with, not realizing just how horrible this would turn out to be. That student also saying that he was about to go to the bathroom, but he didn't, and he hid in the classroom. And other students earlier in the day saying that they ran because they didn't know what was going on. So we're starting to hear more firsthand accounts as these stories are also being shared directly with law enforcement as they try to figure out the exact details and the timing of how this unfolded.
And Jonathan, not too long ago, we heard from a student holding on to his mother, a 10th grade student, sharing his account of what he experienced today, hearing those gunshots in the hallway. But you could just see them holding on to each other. And I think that's what so many families will be doing tonight, those who can. And unfortunately, we know there are those who will not be able to do that tonight, with the GBI now confirming 4 people have been killed. As
we heard from our Molly Oak, who is still there on the scene, a considerable police presence still there. We do know, according to the sheriff, that the scene there at the high school is contained. They have the suspect in custody, but their investigation still is very much starting. They need to figure out many more details. They're collecting evidence. They're talking with students. So I would assume that they're going to be there for a long time. This is still early. Even though this happened hours ago, they still have a lot of people to talk to and a lot of ground to cover as they try to figure out what happened, perhaps even reviewing if there were any sort of cameras in the school, what happened and how this happened and unfolded. And I'm just looking on social media. The GBI again has confirmed 4 dead, 9 people taken to what they're saying are various hospitals with injuries. There's no direct information, no confirmation about the type of injuries that some of these people have sustained. The GBI also tweeting out on or posting on X that the suspect is in custody and that person is alive. There seem to have been some reports that a suspect had been quote unquote neutralized, but the GBI saying that that information is inaccurate. So we can verify that a suspect is alive and in custody right now. Again, that information coming from the GBI. And perhaps we'll learn more about that suspect when we hear from the sheriff around 4 o'clock this afternoon. A lot of people had questions. In fact, our Doug Richards asked, is the suspect a student? Is it an adult? Is that person a student at the school or have any affiliation with the school? The sheriff saying he's not ready to answer those questions just yet, but that's a question that we have asked. We're also waiting to get more information about other schools that have been placed on lockdown earlier today. Every single school in Barrow County had been on lockdown right after this unfolded. The sheriff said one of their goals in the next couple hours was to release some of those students. I guess they're going to do that, orderly, because they obviously don't want every parent in the district racing to the schools at once. So when we get updates on how that release and how that lockdown will be lifted at those other schools, we'll keep you updated on that as well. And of course, that is something that would typically be standard with any sort of situation, these lockdowns. And, Jonathan, we were talking earlier in the broadcast here that normally if there is something, we do hear about schools going into lockdown, even if it has nothing to do with the school. They may place a school on lockdown if there's police activity in the nearby vicinity, just to make sure that they're taking an abundance of caution. But earlier in the day when we heard the word
hard lockdown. I think that was a signal to so many of us that this was a different type of situation, that this was more serious, and unfortunately that has turned out to be true. The GBI confirming 4 dead, 9 hospitalized at various hospitals across our metro Atlanta region, if you were just joining us. And again, we have learned that a suspect is in custody. That person is alive, but we don't have any other confirmed details about who that suspect is. We are expecting to hear from the sheriff's office, hopefully around 4 o'clock. We did hear from the sheriff earlier today. Not many details shared with us at that point. The sheriff saying that he hopes to speak again around 4 o'clock and hopes to be able to provide more information and hopes to, at that point, be able to answer questions from the media. And we'll, of course, bring you that as soon as we get word that it is coming and as soon as we get word that it is about to take place.
Again, the sheriff really the only one at this point authorized to speak on the investigation, but we have heard and received statements from Governor Brian Kemp along with Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens emphasizing the resources from the Atlanta area will be sent to this area, along with additional patrols being stepped up at Atlanta public schools in light of what's happened. We also, within the last 20 minutes, heard from the White House, from the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, and others. But again, the only specific information about the investigation has been coming from the sheriff, and around 4 o'clock, he's expected to provide another update on that from Winder. Again, as I said, I would not be surprised to hear from Governor Brian Kemp again this afternoon as well.
I think that is something that we will likely get at some point later on this evening. And of course, we'll bring you that both on air and online as it comes in from Governor Brian Kemp or anybody else. We will share those thoughts and those messages with you as well. You know, Jonathan, you mentioned that the White House mentioned this during a briefing not too long ago. We brought you that live here just a few moments ago. The press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, saying that their hearts are with families. President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris have been briefed on this ongoing situation, calling this an act of senseless violence, saying that they are grateful for first responders and all the hard work that is being done in response, but saying that this is not normal and more must be done.
Right now, you were looking at some video from earlier this afternoon, shortly after this all unfolded at the high school. Again, the first calls came in around 9:30 this morning. Police were quickly on the scene around 10 o'clock or a little before, and we started seeing the police presence grow, really presence from all over our state. We saw officers from Gwinnett County, of course, the city of Atlanta, ATF, GBI, really any agency that you can think of was on the scene or is still on the scene earlier today as they really worked to not only secure the area and figure out what was going on, but also to transport those who were injured to where they needed to be. We saw a number of medical helicopters also showing up on the scene. But again, the latest information we can confirm, according to the GBI, is 4 dead and 9 hospitalized, perhaps more than that even injured. We're waiting for another update to come in from the sheriff in Winder. And
we saw from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation posting on X that these people have been taken to various hospitals. We know from Grady Hospital earlier in today that they have at least one patient who suffered a gunshot wound from Apalachee High School. That number may have increased at this point, and we also don't have further confirmation about where else these people have been taken other than the GBI saying that 9 people have been hospitalized at various facilities across our metro Atlanta region. We will bring you that information as soon as we get that confirmation. But right now, what we do know is that families are being reunited with their students, both at Apalachee High School, but also that's working to be done at other schools in Barrow County, as well as other schools were placed on lockdown as a result of this ongoing situation. We do know at this hour that some students are being held back while others have been reunited because these students are speaking with investigators or speaking with the GBI about what they saw, what they witnessed, what they heard, maybe any information that they may have that might assist them in that investigation. So that process is underway today as well.
That's right. And Jennifer, you mentioned we do know at least one of those gunshot victims is at Grady Memorial Hospital, a level 1 trauma center. CNN also reporting, according to their sources, that at least one adult has been taken to Piedmont Athens Regional Hospital in North Georgia, but we don't know the extent of the injuries of that person. We just know, again, that as you mentioned, these victims have been been taken to multiple hospitals. So again, we are at least knowing between Grady and that hospital in the Athens area as well.
And we know that there are so many questions that so many of you have at home as you're watching this, as you're reaching out to loved ones, and we are working to confirm as much of that information as we can and bring it to you as soon as we have it, both here on air and then online on 11alive.com and inside our 11 Alive News app. We are working to get you that information as soon as it comes in. We also do want to share with you, if you're just joining us, that we are hoping that we can hear from the Sheriff's Office once again around 4 o'clock, and we will carry that for you both on air and online.
And as we know, with situations like this is truly breaking news. Things can change, as we have seen them change really hour by hour. We have learned more information. We have in terms of where the lockdowns stand, in terms of the number of hospitalized, injured, and those who unfortunately are dead from this situation. This is all unfolding. It is changing. We are working. We have our newsroom working. We have reporters there on the ground at the hospital waiting and trying to gather more information as well. So we are bringing you the very latest just as soon as we get that information as well.
And Jonathan, I'm just getting some information from our newsroom that there will be a Winder Community Vigil tonight at 7 p.m. This is going to take place at Jug Tavern Park. That's at 113 East Athens Street in Winder, Georgia. The city of Winder is going to open Jug Tavern Park. This is going to be opened up to the community tonight at 7 for an opportunity for everyone to come together and grieve over everything that has taken place today. Grieve those 4 lives lost, according to the GBI, and I'm sure offer up some prayers and support for those who have been hospitalized and the families who have lost loved ones out there today. So again, this is a Winder Community Vigil, the city opening up Jug Tavern Park to the community this evening at 7 p.m. for that community vigil. So if you are one who is in that area, or you'd like to travel to that area to offer your respects and to offer your support, that would be an opportune time to do it at Jug Tavern Park, 7 p.m. tonight. That is 113 East Athens Street in Winder, Georgia.
Yeah, and you can imagine that a lot of comfort, a lot of prayers, a lot of support will be needed in that community, not just tonight at this vigil, but beyond in the weeks and months to come after something like this. Just, you know, it really does rock the community for an incredible time. I want to go out right now to 11 Alive's Doug Richards. Doug, you have been there at the high school really for a couple of hours now. You've been speaking with students and with some of the parents out there. What else are you learning?
Well, we're learning that the students, based on their own characterization of what happened, had a very traumatic experience, and that there was, as some of them said, hard to know initially what was going on. When they heard the initial gunshots, it was hard to know exactly that that's what that was. But then we talked to some students who were in a classroom adjacent to where at least some of the shooting took place, and they had very traumatic experiences. Hearing the gunshots, not really knowing whether the gunshots were going to get closer to them, but recognizing that it was gunfire, seeing signs on the displays that are in each classroom that said that they were on a hard lockdown and indicating that there was a genuine emergency taking place. The teachers putting them into the lockdown protocol, where they piled into corners of classrooms in order to sort of minimize the possible exposure as targets. We talked with one young lady by the name of Zoe Gray, who described what she went through in her classroom. Were you, was there ever any moment when you thought you were in danger?
Oh yeah, I thought I was gonna die. It was like, it sounded so close. I'm sure it was, because it was right near, I don't know exactly which door, but you hear bang, bang, like they're kind of like they're trying to get in a door. It wasn't our door, but I'm sitting right by the door. And so it sounds like they're trying to get in, but I don't know if it's shots or they're just trying to get in. We were just having a normal day. It wasn't anything different than what we were used to. They usually make you put up your phone, but I was charging mine today, so I luckily had it, and it was just normal. And then bang, 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 hard lockdown. And the teachers were phenomenal. Like, we have a special teacher for the blind kid, and then we have our normal teacher, and they were very good at doing their job of keeping us calm.
talked with probably a half dozen students as they were leaving here. Many of them were with their parents, and the parents gave their blessings for us to talk to them. Almost all of them said that they were convinced that there was more than one gunman. One student told us that they heard shots from different locations within the school. One student told us that when they exited out the actually a couple of students told us when they exited out the hallway, they saw the body of somebody in the hallway who they believed to be one of the student gunmen. So we know that the GBI is telling us that one gunman is in custody. The students at least left here convinced that there was more than one gunman, and that there was and that one of them was killed by police in the course of the investigation. The authorities have not confirmed that, and the students are saying it just based on their observations. Student told us that the one person that they believed was a gunman laying deceased in the hallway actually had a firearm, which she described as an assault rifle, on the ground with him when they led the students past the person deceased in the hallway. So it's hard to tell. Nobody knew. We talked to one student who said that he knew a gunman casually, didn't describe anything particularly unusual about this particular person who he believed was a gunman. But there's a lot of information flying around, obviously, in here, some of which may not be true, but some of which is gathered by people who said they saw firsthand in the hallway as they were evacuating their classrooms, just based on evidence that they saw. The good news, of course, is that it appears the danger's over. The students are casually exiting the school now, mostly with their parents, very relieved that this is over, and not planning to come back to school tomorrow is what they're telling us. Back to you.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. And we do want to give you some information from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. They are saying that the suspect in this shooting is in custody and that that person is alive. They say that reports that the suspect has been neutralized are inaccurate. They're also saying that reports of additional shootings taking place at nearby schools are incorrect. Again, any reports of additional shootings taking place at nearby schools in Barrow County are not correct. That information coming from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. They're posting this information on X to kind of refute some information that misinformation that is out there. But again, the suspect is in custody. The suspect is alive. Any reports that the suspect has been neutralized are inaccurate, and any reports of additional shootings at nearby schools are also incorrect.
And we will likely hear that emphasized coming up in a bit when we hear from the sheriff in Winder any moment now, perhaps around 4 o'clock, though that's around the time we're expecting. So probably actually more looking at an hour from now. But again, Jennifer, you're reiterating that because we have heard a lot of information. Sometimes it is misinformation. Sometimes it is rumors. When things like this happen, you have a lot of students who witness things firsthand, students who heard something second or third hand from someone. And so there's a lot of information going around in addition to what we hear and see on social media. So the information we're providing to you is coming directly from the GBI or from law enforcement sources. And as soon as we confirm things or can, sort of knock something out that has been put out there, we can let you know that as well.
All right. And once again, what we have learned, we just want to be very crystal clear with this. The GBI has confirmed 4 people have died. 9 people have been transported to various hospitals. but the suspect is alive and in custody, and there are no shootings that have taken place as a result at surrounding schools. Jonathan, we've been talking about the reunification process going on not just here at Apalachee High School, but also at other schools in Barrow County. Those processes are undergoing right now. They're underway as parents are being reunited with their students, because we know those other schools were placed on lockdown as well as a result of this shooting.
That's right. At one point, every school in Barrow County was placed on lockdown. The sheriff did say one of their goals in the next bit was to make sure that those lockdowns could be lifted and students could be reunited with their parents. We're talking about elementary schools and middle schools, so some younger students in that area. And in addition to what's happening here at the high school, where students were allowed to leave campus with their parents shortly after this happened, once they got the scene clear and got things contained. But again, the investigation far from over. In fact, it's just starting, according to the sheriff, and that is why you are still seeing a ton of police presence at the school, because they have a lot of work to do to get to the bottom of what happened, including interviewing a lot of these students. In particular, we're told a lot of the 10th grade students, because according to witnesses we've spoken to, this happened on the 10th grade hallway in the school. Many of the students actually telling us that they heard the gunfire. They had to run for cover. They turned off the lights in the classroom. They ducked, just trying to figure out what may be going on. So we're getting some of those firsthand accounts from students as really the hours go by.
We also heard from a senior who just so happened to have a class on that 10th grade hall, and so it really is difficult to know what type of student, what range of age or grade may have been more heavily impacted by this shooting directly, who may have been closer to what transpired. But again, we're receiving various accounts from students, from our reporters on the ground there at Apalachee High School, and we are just sharing with you their accounts. I can't get out of my mind, Jonathan, the mother and son just holding on to each other. The mother didn't even say a word. She allowed her son to share what he experienced. He talked about it's sounding like a locker being slammed, and they thought initially that it might be somebody just fooling around in the hallway until the sound continued, and then they heard about the hard lockdown, and that is what drove all of the students to the back of the classroom, as you mentioned, to turn off the lights until they were able to leave. And we've said that this is something that students practice for nowadays, but practicing for something like this and it actually unfolding in your actual life is a completely different situation.
Very different. Perhaps we can even get our producers to get that sound bite recued to run a little bit, because I think it was so emotional, and I think gripping to really see that mom and her son right next to each other, really giving a firsthand account of what he saw, and then you saw her emotion just in her face. Just listening and seeing the visual and the audio from that was just probably the most emotional thing I've seen so far in our coverage. So we'll see if our producers can get that back up. But again, a lot of answers we just don't have at this hour. This all started to unfold around 9:30 this morning, but here we are going into the 3 o'clock hour and still waiting for some specific answers as to exactly how many people were truly affected by this. We know, according to the GBI, 4 dead, 9 hospitalized, but perhaps more people have been affected by this in terms of physically, in terms of injuries. But we know this community is just shaken. It is rocked by this. And tonight, as you mentioned, there will be a community vigil happening, I believe, around 7 o'clock. Yeah, 7 o'clock, Jug Tavern Park. 7 p.m. That is 113 East Athens Street in Winder, Georgia. That is where that community vigil will be taking place tonight for anyone who wants to attend and show their love and support following this shooting. Jonathan, I'm hearing from our producers that we do have that sound once again. Take a listen and take a look, if you can, just to feel what this family, this mother and son, were experiencing following today's shooting.
It was just like a loud boom, as if a locker had slammed. So my teacher thought it was just like some kid acting foolish. So then she took a peek outside, and then we heard repeatedly the banging again, and that's when we could identify it was a gun. And then the hard lockdown was placed, and then we ran to the back of the classroom, turned off the lights. I was shaking, scared, and I didn't have my phone on me, and I couldn't communicate with my mom for half an hour. And I didn't know what was going to happen, because you could hear the gunfires right down the hall. So I don't know if it was like the last chance I had to talk with her, but luckily I'm here.
Luckily, he is here. And you could hear as he was recounting those moments, the mom, you could just see it in her face, kind of reliving probably what she had felt just moments ago before she knew that her son was there and he was okay. And that is the story, that is the scene of so many parents who are showing up today. Some of them still showing up to the school, picking up their children. I would assume that many of them by now have shown up already. But for many who are not as fortunate as that mother to be able to hug their kids tonight, those are the people we've got to think about. A lot of people, a lot of family members affected by what happened.
Certainly, and we've been hearing from our reporters there on the ground, speaking with students, speaking with family members, trying to get a hold of their students. Some parents telling us they walked for more than 2 miles to get to the school because there is, as you see right here from earlier, such a heavy police and law enforcement presence there on the ground at Apalachee High School. Parents just parking anywhere they could and saying, I'm going to walk on foot. I'm going to do whatever it takes to get to my child on this school's campus following these reports of the shooting, something that parents never want to hear about. They never want to get that message. And unfortunately, we heard from several students today who said either it took them a long time to get to their phone or they did not have access to their phone. And that I can only imagine just added to the agony for those students and for their parents looking for information, looking for confirmation from their student that they were okay.
Yeah, just to be in that situation and feel sort of helpless, not having that communication just makes it, I'm sure, so much more heartbreaking and really just scary, to say the least. We do know that we are expecting another update, as we keep telling you, from the sheriff. So please stay with us here this afternoon because that could come within the next hour. We have already heard through statements from Governor Brian Kemp, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, and U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland, who spoke earlier, along with Karine Jean-Pierre from the White House, the press secretary. The president also issuing a statement shortly thereafter, really reiterating what she said earlier. And I think the thing that stood out to me in the president's statement, saying we cannot continue to accept this as normal because we cover these. And this time it happened here in Georgia, in our community, but it happens far too often elsewhere as well.
Far too frequently. The press secretary saying this is not normal. And unfortunately, we know that this situation may take political undertones at some point, but I think we can all agree that this is not anything that anyone wants to see in their community or in any community.
All right. Right now, we want to go to one of our reporters, our Zach Merchant. I believe Zach is live right now at Northeast Medical Center, Northeast Georgia Medical Center. Zach, we know that the victims have been taken to a number of hospitals. What is happening where you are?
Right, Jonathan, if you take a look right behind me, we're in front of Northeast Georgia Medical Center's Barrow location. This is where a Northeast Georgia Health System spokesperson confirms that one gunshot victim from today's school shooting was transported. Another gunshot victim, he says, was transported to Northeast Georgia Medical Center's Gainesville location. That spokesperson tells us that that Gainesville location is a level 1 trauma center. For those of you who might not know, I know you've unfortunately today been hearing that phrase a lot. Level 1 trauma centers are the highest prepared, most ready to handle serious trauma, injuries, and incidents hospitals across the state. This spokesperson we talked to today had no more information than that. He couldn't provide the names, the ages, the male or female, the gender, the sex of those who are injured, or importantly, their condition. But we do know that, again, 2 people are being transported and are actually being treated right now at Northeast Georgia Health System hospitals. Importantly, as we talk about this community here in Barrow, it's a small community. A lot of people know folks who were involved, who were affected by what happened today. We told you we're right in front of the Northeast Georgia Medical Center. Well, the parking lot we are in, we spoke with 2 18-year-old men. They say they both just graduated from Barrow High School just in the spring. They say, as you'd expect, they say they are afraid that some people who they may know may have been affected by the shooting at Apalachee High School today. They say they're watching closely to see as we learn names and identities of those who were injured, those who were hurt, and those who were tragically killed. They're watching closely, afraid that some of those names they'll recognize. They say they went to Winder Barrow, but they've been to Apalachee many times for high school football games and other events. Talk about how close this community is, how many connections there are. One of the men we spoke to, his name is Christian Kinna. He says earlier today his younger sister, who is still a high school student at Winder Barrow, he says she was placed on lockdown at Winder Barrow. We want to be really clear. There was no active threat at Winder Barrow, authorities confirmed to us, but Winder Police, along with a slew of other law enforcement agencies who've been in the region here, placed Winder Barrow High School on a hard lockdown out of an abundance of caution and to make sure that all school locations in the county were secured. This gentleman we talked to today, Christian Kinna, he says his sister was there during lockdown, a frightening experience. He says, thankfully she is okay, but he is worried, he's fearful, he's heartbroken, he says, as he worries and is paying attention to see who all may have been affected at Apalachee High School. We have an interview with those two gentlemen, those two recent Winder Barrow High School students. We're going to work to get that back to the station and bring that to you in just a little bit. For now, we are live outside Northeast Georgia Medical Center in Barrow.
All right, our Zach Merchant live for us. Thanks so much. And Zach, again, telling us that we know at least a gunshot wound victim taken where he is in the Barrow, another in Gainesville. We do know, again, another gunshot wound victim we've learned is at Grady Hospital, another level 1 trauma center, and then CNN reporting a victim in the Athens area at Piedmont Athens Regional. So again, these victims taken to a number of hospitals across North Georgia.
All right, we want to get you back live now to the scene at Apalachee High School. That is where our Molly Oak is. So Molly, have you had a chance to speak with any other students or family members out there on campus?
Well, guys, we just want to talk about just how heavy it is right now. We're not seeing as many parents and students come through. For a while there, we just saw dozens coming out of the school, parents finally getting to reunite with their kids, loved ones getting to find either their kids or their friends' kids. I want you to hear from one student I just spoke with. He told me that he thought he was going to die when he heard the gunshots.
I heard gunshots, and then my teacher told us to get in the corner, and then they were clearing this. I heard like screaming and police officers like, get down, put your hands on your head. It was crazy. And then when they were clearing their building, like the rooms, because you know sometimes the shooters hide amongst the kids, they were clearing our room and they busted the door, and they had an AK at us, like telling us to put your hands in the air. It was really crazy. You just never know what's gonna happen.
What was going through your head when all that happened?
I thought I was gonna die, and I was gonna go to the bathroom right before it happened, and I'm so glad I didn't, because I would probably be dead right now if I did.
You know, we've talked with other students who heard the gunshots as well. One told me that she didn't feel like it was real until officers kept telling them, unlock the door, we need to get you out. And she said when those officers got in, they told them to run outside. She said that's when it hit her that something was seriously wrong at the school. Now I want to step aside so you can see what that school looks like now. Still a very heavy police presence, and not just from here in the local county, but the GBI telling us is not only local but also state and federal. We have seen GBI, we have seen FBI as well, and we have seen sheriffs and police from counties all across Georgia. Now we have a ton of law enforcement, but even more parents and loved ones waiting to reunite with their students. We can see them coming out of the school still. Now, for some perspective on that, a lot of the students were taken out to the football field. One neighbor told me she was helping out her friend trying to get to their child faster, and said that child was in the classroom across from where one of the classrooms a shooting happened. She said that child was actually kept on the football field by the GBI for a couple of hours as they were waiting to get questioned as the investigation continues. So that's why even hours after all this has happened, we're still seeing students kind of slowly but surely coming out here. Again, this is still a very active scene at the high school as we are watching some of these parents finally reunite with their loved ones after a very, very heavy day here in the county. Guys.
Our Molly Oak live for us as she continues to speak with students out there. Just heartbreaking hearing from some of those students, that one young man saying, I thought I was going to die. And I think, you know, that's what you hear when you hear gunshots. You wonder how serious this is. You wonder if that person is going to come to your classroom. It is very real. It is very raw. And just glad that some of these students are able to tell that story. I know they certainly are.
Especially to hear that young man say that he was about to go to the restroom and that he is so glad that he did not. That is not a situation or a thought that any parent or any loved one wants to imagine their child having to have thought that through.
Because you wonder, would you have been in the line of fire?
Yeah.
Because when you think about this many victims, 4 dead, 9 hospitalized, perhaps even more injured, you wonder, if I had been in the line of fire, would I be among that number? And that is what some of these students are thinking. One of those students also told Molly that they didn't think this was real. They thought, hey, this may just be a drill, until they heard law enforcement banging on the door saying, get out, run for your life. And that's what so many students did.
And that is something that these students, I've been saying, will live with for the rest of their lives. This is going to be something that they have to work through. But fortunately, we have already seen so many things coming together with the community, so many different law enforcement and first responder partners coming forward to help with this situation. We've seen neighbors rushing to the school in the stead of family members who couldn't get there to check on children for their neighbors. We also know that for those of you who are hoping for an opportunity to show your love and support, we know that there will be a Winder Community Vigil that is taking place tonight at Jug Tavern Park at 7 p.m. That's at 113 East Athens Street in Winder. So I'm going to say that information for you once again in case you want to grab a pen and write this down. There is a Winder Community Vigil taking place, and this is going to be at Jug Tavern Park at 7 p.m. This is at 113 East Athens Street in Winder, and that is where that community vigil will take place tonight at 7 p.m. so people can go out there and offer their support to the community and also pay respects to those who have unfortunately have lost their lives in this situation. The GBI confirming 4 people are dead tonight.
And I'd assume that that vigil will be packed with people in this community. This is a, not a tiny community, but it's a relatively small community where you would assume that people know someone at that high school. They have a loved one, they have a friend, someone that they know affiliated with this high school. And so this has just affected so many people. So again, that vigil happening tonight. And we are coming up right on the 3 o'clock hour, where we expect within the next hour to hear from the sheriff in Winder to get another update. During his last update a short time ago, he did confirm that there were injuries, there were fatalities, but did not give any specific numbers. Also saying that the suspect is in custody, but not saying much about who that suspect is or any perhaps potential motive behind this today.
All right, our Caitlin Ross is joining us now out here. And Caitlin, you say you spoke with a parent about what their experience was as they were learning more and more about this shooting.
And waiting to get all of the information they could. That's what's so scary about this. These first calls came in. Parents are rushing to the school trying to get any information we can. This one father I spoke to says he was at the school by 10:30, rushed in, was able to get his daughter immediately, but says from then on it was panic. It was chaos. People were trying to get accurate information. That's what we have been doing all afternoon, is making sure that all of the information that we're bringing to you is accurate, that we have it sourced, that we have it confirmed, because he says there were so many rumors flying. It was hard to keep track of where it happened, who it happened to, when it happened. He says all of the parents and students were corralled out onto the football field. He says it was hot. People were sobbing. Kids couldn't get water or food. He says their backpacks, their phones, their car keys were all still inside the school, so they couldn't leave. They couldn't call their parents. He says that he was going around trying to get kids in touch with their parents so they knew where to reunite with everyone. But he says it was a really difficult situation, and I just got off the phone with him 5 minutes. He's still on that football field. Take a listen.
It was very unorganized, and the reason being is they weren't ready for this. Nobody's seen this coming. I mean, you don't really know what to do, so they kind of just have them all thrown in the field out here so they can make sure everybody's safe, I think.
And what he said there that really struck a chord with me was, you didn't see this coming. You hear about this, but you cannot prepare for this type of horror. And he says that is what the kids and the parents are trying to wrap their minds around right now, that this happened in their community. And Jonathan, I think you made such an important point earlier when you said this is a small community. It's a tight-knit community. And as I was starting to hear from parents and educators and families there, they all know someone in that community. They are all connected to each other. And so that's why we're being so careful to make sure that the information that we're sharing is confirmed, because these rumors are flying. If you've been on social media at all today, you've seen 5 different stories of what could have happened. And so he really wanted to emphasize that he's grateful for the accurate information that's coming out, because the kids are getting really scared as they keep hearing these rumors that turn out not to be true. But in a situation like this, it's so difficult to keep track of everything.
It's something you pointed out that I think is interesting. We're seeing some of these aerial shots of all the students, but hearing that perspective of what's going on directly on the ground, not having communication, being tired, frustrated, not getting the answers, you can imagine for those students and parents how hard that is.
Yeah, he says this is really going to be a hard reset moment where the school and schools across Georgia, across the country, are going to have to come up with a really firm plan, because he says that's where a lot of the frustration comes from, is that he didn't feel like they had a plan. He didn't feel like they knew exactly where to go or how to contact their parents or how to share information about what was happening. So he says, look, the school is trying their best. They're doing everything they can, but it's just really slow moving. And when it's that hot, they don't have water, they don't have access to their phones. It's really frustrating. When I was on the phone with him, I could hear police in the background, and they were really specifically telling people where to go, by which hallway, which teacher, when they were going to be dismissed. I do think this is important to highlight. He said police are taking this extremely seriously in terms of safety with dismissal. No child is being allowed off that football field without a parent and an ID of that parent. So they're checking the IDs of every guardian or parent who comes to pick up their kids against class lists. They have the gates locked, and until you've shown an ID and you can prove who you are, police are not allowing those students to leave with anyone. So they are really locking down the safety there.
And Caitlin, as you're talking about that process for the reunification, we now have a live image again of what is taking place out there on that Apalachee High School football field. So we see small groups of people walking around that track.
I want to interrupt because we have Vice President Kamala Harris live, I believe, talking.
And their families, of course. And we are grateful to the first responders and the law enforcement that were on the scene. But this is just a senseless tragedy on top of so many senseless tragedies. And it's just outrageous that every day in our country, in the United States of America, that parents have to send their children to school worried about whether or not their child will come home alive. It's senseless. It is. We've got to stop it. And we have to end this epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all. You know, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. So we will continue, of course, to send our prayers and our thoughts to the families and all those who were affected, including, you know, I'm going off script right now, but listen, I mean, you know, at the last year, I started a college tour. And I traveled our country meeting with our young leaders, right? And so it was college-age young leaders. So I did trade schools, colleges, universities, community colleges. By the way, I love Gen Z. I just love Gen Z. Right? But I'll tell you, one of the things that I asked every time I went to the auditorium, and it would be filled with these young leaders, students, and I'd ask them, raise your hand if at any point between kindergarten and 12th grade you had to endure an active shooter drill. And for the young leaders who are here who are raising their hand, I'm telling you, every time the auditorium was packed and almost every hand went up. You know, a lot of us, I'll speak about myself, you know, we had, well, I grew up in California, earthquake drills, we had fire drills, but our kids are sitting in a classroom where they should be fulfilling their God-given potential, and some part of their big, beautiful brain is concerned about a shooter busting through the door of the classroom. It does not have to be this way. It does not have to be this way. And, you know, this is one of the many issues that's at stake in this election. So New Hampshire, look, we have 62 days to go. 62 days to go. And I'm going to tell you what you already know. This race is going to be tight until the very end. So please, let's not pay too much attention to the polls, because we are running as the underdog. We know what they're capable of.
All right, you were just listening there live to Vice President Kamala Harris during a rally in New Hampshire, addressing what unfolded today, calling it an outrageous tragedy and emphasizing, she said, it doesn't have to be this way.
All right, we want to get back to Caitlin Ross, who is with us, because Caitlin, you were describing what parents will have to do in order to be reunified with their students out of Apalachee High School. And right now, we're taking a live look at the high school, at that football fields where we know students were placed and taken following the shooting.
They said they wanted to make sure that security was as tight as it possibly could be. They had the students broken up into hallways that they were in when that shooting happened, and that's how they were trying to start organizing that dismissal. They needed to have a parent and an ID before they were allowed outside of those gates. So the gates were locked and police officers were checking every single ID of every single parent before a student was allowed to go. The frustration that this dad was telling me, though, was that a lot of the students couldn't get in touch with their parents because they fled the school so quickly. Their cell phones were still in their backpacks. If they had a car there, their car keys were still in their lockers. So they weren't able to leave even though they were safely evacuated outside the building. He said he was always also really frustrated that it didn't seem like the school had a plan to keep these kids safe once they were outside on the field, that they didn't have water, they didn't have food. He told me he saw people passing out from the heat. So he says they were evacuated safely, but then after they were on that football field, it didn't seem like there was a plan to care for those kids then. He says he understands that they didn't have a plan because you can't plan for something like this. It's so horrible. It is so unimaginable that when it does happen, the people on the ground are doing the best they can. But what you heard him say was that was not enough, that this was chaotic, that kids were sobbing, they were passing out, and they weren't able to reach their guardians. So he had a lot of frustration there about what was happening and how the school was handling the dismissal. But police officers on the scene, educators, administration from the school, they were very focused on safety, and he made sure to get that point home to us. You can see the kids now still on the track, and he says they have been there since 10:45 this morning. So you see them kind of lined up like that. That's exactly what he was describing, that they were trying to line kids up and organize them and figure out how to safely get them together with their parents to get out of the school. But imagine this, I mean, these first shots happened at 9:30 in the morning. It is now 3:14, and those kids are still alone without their parents on a school football field.
Yeah, it's still a fraction of what we saw earlier. I believe some 1,900 students attend that high school, but still, as you said, we're looking at hours later and students still there, still waiting for their guardians, still waiting for answers even as to when things will change.
And you never know what a different family's situation in particular is. If a parent can get off work to rush out there. We've heard stories of neighbors going out to try and see about their other neighbors' children because a parent couldn't get out there or couldn't get there as quickly. And so it's very hard to address a situation like this if a parent normally expects their child to drive themselves home or go home with a friend, and now that's interrupted. And this is just specifically talking about this reunification and getting kids back home.
Yeah, there was so much organization that was going into this as they were trying to reunify kids with parents, and just hearing you say, gosh, like, if you couldn't reach your kid, if you couldn't get there, that's unimaginable.
It is.
But unfortunately, these schools are put in the position where they do have to plan for this. They have to be ready for it. I spoke with an ER doctor who was telling me about everything they do to get ready for these situations and how they are all training so specifically for not the if, but the when this happens. He's a trauma doctor, and he was saying that even at the smallest hospitals out here where they might not be surrounded by a big metro area, he says they're training constantly for active shooter drills. And the toll that that takes on the hospital staff and the EMS and the firefighters who are responding out to these scenes is incredible, because they know that eventually they'll be put in this position. So, you know, I just asked him, what are you going to be doing if you're in that hospital this afternoon? And he says they are scrambling into position, that they train for this, and every resource at every hospital where these victims are being sent is optimizing for their care right now to do everything they can to help them heal.
That's right, because we know from the GBI that people are being taken to various hospital facilities, some in Atlanta, some in Gainesville, some in Barrow. They're just being taken to various hospitals, and even if your hospital isn't here in that particular immediate vicinity, you're certainly being pressed into action to respond appropriately to what is going on here in this Barrow County community.
And one of the things that we talked about today is that, you know, you prepare for things like this, right? You go through drills, but it never is the same until you really have to go through this and live this. And we saw, even just from the numbers that we have on the screen, 4 dead, 9 hospitalized. When police got there to the scene, they were dealing with an active shooter situation with a lot of victims, you know, so that's all. So of course parents want, you know, to be reunified. Of course parents want their kids to be safe, but this was very much an active scene when they arrived, trying to get to the bottom of just how many victims there were. That was the first thing. And was everyone safe? Were there multiple shooters? So there were a lot of early questions that I think were priority, and perhaps led to maybe a delay in helping some of those students who were on the football field.
Right, exactly. I wonder if we could bring up the sound from the trauma doctor, because I thought that was so interesting when he was talking about the impact that this has on hospitals, on caregivers, when they are put into this position where, Jonathan, you said there is such an incredible amount of people who are pressing into these hospitals at once. So his name is Dr. Rashad Edashami, and he is the medical director at a local hospital.
I can tell you, as a medical director, it is incredibly nerve-wracking in that we have to make sure that our staff is ready, that they're prepared, that we have the resources, that our, X-ray machines and CAT scan machines are all working, that we have the appropriate number of nurses and physicians, and and mentally, psychologically, it does take a toll on staff as well.
Yeah, it's going to take a toll on this whole community for a really long time. Another point that he made there was it's important for all of us to remember that this is not an isolated incident today. This is something that we are going to be dealing with as a state and as a country for a really long time.
Yeah. Caitlin, thank you so much for all of your reporting today. Thank you. Thanks. We do want to get to a statement that was just released within the last hour or so from Governor Brian Kemp. He said, "Marty, the girls, and I are heartbroken by today's tragedy at Apalachee High School. This is a day every parent dreads, and Georgians everywhere will hug their children tighter this evening because of this painful event. We continue to work closely with local, state, and federal partners to make any and all resources available to help this community on this incredibly difficult day and in the days to come." That statement posted on X by Georgia Governor Brian Kemp.
That's right, and we have been hearing from a number of officials all the way up from the White House, President Biden. We just heard live on air from Vice President Kamala Harris. Jennifer, you read that statement from the governor, even down to Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, emphasizing the support that the city of Atlanta is providing, not only to some of the schools there in Winder by sending resources, but also bolstering security at some of the Atlanta public schools in light of what happened today. So we have heard and seen a lot of response today as this is all unfolded.
And I want to mention, when we were hearing from Caitlin earlier, she was talking about hearing from that parent and how so many students and family and staff members out there on the ground were hearing so many different things, so much misinformation. So I do want to clarify some things that we do know tonight from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. They are reporting again that 4 people are dead and an additional 9 people have been taken to various hospitals with injuries. This is one of the pieces of information that we do want to clarify here. The GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, saying the suspect is in custody and is alive. Any reports that the suspect has been neutralized are inaccurate. So that suspect is alive and in custody. We're also hearing reports of additional shootings. The GBI says that is false. Any reports of any additional shootings at nearby schools are false. So that is the verified information from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. The suspect is in custody and alive, and there have been no additional nearby shootings as a result of what we have seen unfold. at Apalachee High School.
Good to have that information confirmed. All afternoon, really within the last couple hours, we have been hearing from students who were inside the school, some telling us they were in the 10th grade hallway when they heard the gunfire erupt, some of them telling us they had to run into the corner, turn off the lights, others saying that they heard law enforcement banging on the classroom door telling them to go and run.
All right, so we want to bring in our Cody Alcorn now. And Cody, you have been speaking with some folks out there who have connections to people and students out there on the ground.
That's right. I mean, you know, this morning started out as a typical morning at this high school, one of several in that community. I actually was woken up out of my sleep by my partner who said, hey, do you know our friend Sarita? Her son goes to that school. We need to get in touch with her. I just got off the phone with her. Her son was in the K Hall. So that's what this hall is known as at Apalachee High School. It's 9th and 10th graders in this hall. She says what they found out, what her son's telling her, is that they were in the classroom, all of a sudden heard multiple shots being fired. At that point, they started hearing screams from the classrooms. He was 2 classrooms down from where those shots are being fired. They say they huddled in that classroom, obviously scared. This is not, unfortunately, new to these kids. They've seen this. They've seen it on the news. They've watched documentaries about this. They understood what was about to happen. She said obviously he is in shock. Once they got the clear, the cops came and got them out of their classroom, and that's when he saw what no 9th grader should ever see. He's a 9th grader there. As they were walking, they saw those bodies in the hallway. They looked into a classroom. They could see blood in one of those classrooms, and as you can imagine, Sarita said, you know, he's still in shock at this point. He's been crying off and on. And I asked her, I said, well, how did you find out? You know, that's so many parents are going through that in this community. She was actually at work. A colleague of hers got a text and said, hey, there's been a shooting from her kid, and just want to tell you I love you. Obviously, these kids did not know if they were going to be shot, what was going to happen inside the school. Sarita said immediately they just jumped in the car and started driving to Apalachee High School. She said they were, in fact, one of the first 50 people getting to that school. She said on the way there, they did get in touch, at least with her son. You know, he was hysterical, but said, Mom, I'm okay, but this is what's happened. There's been a shooting. And she said it took about an hour to get to him. Obviously, every parent wanted to get to their kid and just put their hands on their child. But she said it was about 3 more hours until they could get out of that football field. You know, she was there among these parents and students. And I think now it's the shock, and I think it's setting in that this happened in our community. You know, I was telling the newsroom a while ago, I was just up there talking to Sheriff Judge Smith. You know, he graduated from the nearby high school about 8 miles from there. He's from that community. And I think the context of this is the fact that when they got that word, shots being fired inside Apalachee High School, many of those men and women responding there either had children there, they know a family member there, they had no students that are there. And the whole time driving there, they knew what was about to happen. And I think, you know, those 911 dispatchers, I think we forget about them. That's what, you know, I was hearing parents, students calling in and saying, hey, what's going on? Those dispatchers trying to get all of these officers there. But I think it's just, now it's setting in, like, this has happened in our community. And I think that's the reality setting in. I don't think you ever think it's going to happen to you.
Yeah, and you mentioned the heartbreaking reality that these students had to see some of this. It's difficult enough to know that someone you know, someone that you love, someone that you see every day at school has lost their lives or has been injured, but then to see the results of that with your own eyes in class, that is something, I keep saying the mental toll this is going to take on so many of these students, that is something they will never be able to forget.
Yeah, I just watched a documentary. I mean, it's ironic, just literally this past weekend of a past school shooting down in Florida. We all know that one very well. And that's what those students who were interviewed said they'll never get out of their minds. They wish they hadn't seen those bodies. They wish they hadn't seen the blood, because that's what they'll never get out of their minds. And, you know, I think that's what Sarita, you know, I think parents are now concerned, you know, what did they hear? What did they see? And I think now it's just, you know, starting that dialogue and trying to process that, because I don't think, you know, as a 9th grader, that's not what you ever want your 9th grader to see or experience. And I think for those kids, again, they heard that first shot and they already knew. And I think it's just a terrifying, you know, once it stopped. And I think that's what, as the details come out, you know, did they engage with the shooter, how they got the shots stopped? You know, as you mentioned, there was some false reporting that the shooter was neutralized, but, you know, the person is in custody, and I think that's what everyone wants to know, why. But I think it's a complex investigation. Obviously, they're probably at the suspect's home trying to figure out how long this had been planned. Were there any more people involved? Was this a bigger type of event. But, you know, I just, you know, talking to Sarita on the phone, I think it's just, it kind of sets in, it gives you context. This town is what, I think 20,000 people. You know, this school has 2,000 students. Obviously, every student at that school or parent knows that student or that teacher or that coach, whoever might have been these victims, they're not walking out. You know, everybody walked into school today thinking, hey, it's, you know, it's a regular Wednesday. And unfortunately, some of those people are not walking out of that school.
Yeah. Did Sarita say if that student had been interviewed by the GBI or anyone on scene or had any questions?
I hadn't got that far. Again, she could not reach me. We've been trying to get back and forth, but cell service, that's another thing. A lot of people could not get through up there. You had 2,000 students plus their parents plus family members trying to text and call. That was tying up the lines. And you had all of these emergency responders texting, calling. And so a lot of people couldn't get a hold of their loved ones. So I do not know that, but typically in these situations, you know, that is part of the process before they're released. But, you know, I didn't get a long conversation with her. I just wanted to kind of get some details before I jumped on the air here. But, you know, it seems as if they haven't been interviewed, they will have a process of doing that. But I think right now it's just trying to, again, the investigation still in its early stages, figure out how did this happen, why did it happen, making sure there are no other threats out there.
Yeah, but you think about even just from learning what happened, and then you said, what about a 3-hour time frame to actually getting that reunited, that moment? I mean, just imagine that as a parent, as a student, as anyone.
And, you know, I think it's really quick for us to sit here on these chairs or parents sit at home and question how these events went. I know there's some questions about they were on that football field for 3 hours. It seemed chaotic. But again, this just happened at 9:30 this morning. These deputies, all these agencies were just on routine patrol when these shots came in. They practiced for this. But, you know, I covered the Townville shooting up in Anderson, South Carolina, Townville. I covered a middle school shooting in Greenville, South Carolina. And, you know, again, they train for this, but until it happens, you cannot put that into reality. And, you know, they were just trying to get these kids out to that football field. They're just trying to get these kids safe. And then, you know, make sure the suspect's in custody, make sure the suspect is no longer a threat. And I think that's where, you know, I think we all have to kind of step back and realize, you know, they did a great job obviously responding, but, you know, that'll all be coming out, you know, in the days after. But right now I think the biggest concern is those students who heard the shots, those families impacted forever, and of course this school, that this will now be their history. They will always be known as, oh, that school shooting at Apalachee High School.
Yeah, and we've been hearing from our other reporters out there on the ground, Cody, and many of them have spoken with students or parents and loved ones out there who have a student in their life who heard those gunshots and described being in a nearby classroom on that 10th grade hall, hearing those gunshots. And I can't help but think that that is something that these students will live with forever.
And I think, you know, we always talk about that, you know, the connection with these students after something like this. You know, right now everything is so decisive across this country. I think this is the time when this community needs to know we're all wrapping our arms around them. I think at this point all of that needs to stop. You know, I think this tragedy, again, for context, this town's 20,000 people. This is a small community. Everybody knows everybody, and this will forever change the history of this town, this school, and this district. And again, I think you've got to realize and think about, again, the first responders. I mentioned the 911 dispatchers. Could you imagine sitting there this morning, those 911 dispatchers, obviously moms themselves, they know someone at that school, they know a student, getting those calls, help us, help us. There's a shooter. I'm sure those calls will be released in the coming weeks. We'll hear those, and all they can do is send every possible resource to try to get that person to stop. And then, you know, everybody hangs up with them, and they kind of have to watch us. They have to listen in on what happens next. And I think that's, when we all sit back and talk about it, I think you have to, you know, take all of that into context and perspective, because it's more than just those folks at that Apalachee High School. It's that entire community.
And you speaking about the community, I do want to remind everyone, we've been telling you a couple times here that there is a Winder Community Vigil that is scheduled for 7 p.m. tonight. We know that when something like this happens, so many people are looking for what they can do to help anyone, to show their support. So there is a community vigil taking place at Jug Tavern Park at 7 p.m. That's at 113 East Athens Street in Winder, Georgia. 113 East Athens Street and Winder, Georgia, Jug Tavern Park at 7 p.m. And Jonathan, we were saying we're sure that this will be very well attended with a lot of people who just want to wrap their arms around this community.
And one thing, I think the big question a lot of people are asking, I'm sure you guys have asked too, about the suspect.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people are looking at us like, who is this person? There's obviously reports out there, but the thing is, within just a few hours after this, they're already likely at the suspect's home. They have them identified, but there's a lot of things they have to kind of confirm before we put it out there, because once you put that out there, there's no taking that back.
Yes.
And it's not, I think there's a lot of things they have to look into, the suspect's family. They didn't ask for this. So I think there's a lot of things, they want to make sure before they come out and identify this person, they have all those facts out there before we put it out into the public, and you can never retract that.
That's exactly what we heard from the sheriff. He's saying, look, I know the media wants details, I know the community wants all these details, but he's saying that we're just not ready to release that yet. We do expect to hear from the sheriff in that area around 4 o'clock this afternoon. He told us he would try to give us an update then, so if we do get that update, we'll bring that to you both here and online as well.
And that's in just about a half an hour or so. We'll bring that to you on air, online, and in our 11 Alive News app, because we know so many people are waiting for those updates. We know there's so many questions right now about what exactly happened, how it happened, why it happened, and that is something that we will likely have to wait some days, weeks, and months in some cases to learn that information. But of course, we'll continue to work on this and bring it to you as soon as we get it. Right now, what we can tell you is that the GBI has confirmed that 4 people have been killed, 9 people hospitalized in various hospitals across our region. We know at least 1 person with a gunshot wound was taken to Grady Hospital, and we also know that 1 person each taken to Northeast Health System's Barrow and Gainesville facilities. So we know that that is at least some of the locations where some of these victims have been taken. We are working to gather more information on where other victims have been taken and what their conditions are right now. We're also working to learn more about who the people were who lost their lives, as well as this suspect. But again, that is information that we are waiting to be confirmed from the GBI, from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office, and we'll of course keep you updated as we learn more, hopefully within the next half hour or so from that sheriff's news conference.
And you mentioned, who the suspect is. The big question too is, if some of the reports are out there that this suspect is a teenager, a juvenile, then the question is, how do they get the weapon? Where did the weapon come from? Yeah. Who knew about this? And I think there's a lot of those questions. Social media, there's a lot of things out there. Before you post anything or you report it, you got to make sure it's accurate, because a lot of times we see a lot of false things being put out there in these cases. But I think that's another big question, because there have been some sources out there saying this is a teenager, a juvenile. We don't know if that student or that juvenile went to this school. And again, if that is in fact true, how did this kid get the gun? Yeah. And we can ask why, but I mean, it goes to show you it can happen anywhere. And at this point, it's not always important at this moment, but I think there are a lot of questions that have to be answered for that community, for those parents too, and especially for the victims who, as you know, they're going to want answers to, they sent their kids to school this morning.
And their loved ones.
They're supposed to be safe.
We also know that educators are out there, staff members, support staff are also a piece of this, a very big piece of this. And again, we are working to learn more about who exactly was involved in this situation, especially when it comes to those who lost their lives on a normal day.
And I did ask Rita about that. There's all reports out there. We've seen sourcing, and she even told me that her son said it's not just students. There are faculty members. Not sure exactly their role at the school, but it's not just students who were shot. There are faculty members among the victims inside that school. And again, I think it's hard to wrap your head around, especially it's the small communities that will forever be impacted. And again, also those first responders, you see all this response here. You saw Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office, Gwinnett County Police, state troopers. I mean, basically anybody that was within driving distance, they heard that call go out, because a lot of times dispatch does not have to dispatch those individuals. They hear that call. No one has to tell them to go. Those agencies went there. And again, every single one, hundreds of them knew driving there, they weren't sure if they were going to be the first ones, but they knew when they pulled up to that school what they were about to have to do. And that's the other heroes here, because it could have went 2 ways for those first responders. Unfortunately, none of them were hurt. And that'll be the story too. How did they get the suspect? Well, it's not always important. I think it does show you they went there, they engaged, they likely saved lives. And again, sometimes it's easy to sit back here and question the response, but I don't think you could have seen it, because if you look at social media, I mean, from everywhere, Jackson County, Hall County, people are like, where are these, is there a chase? And it was first responders coming from different communities for one goal. Stop that shooter and save those kids' lives and faculty members inside that school.
Cody Alcorn for us tonight.
Great perspective for us, Cody. Thank you. Right now, we want to get back out live to our Molly Oak, who has been there outside the high school all afternoon. So, Molly, I know you've been speaking with students and parents. What's the latest for us?
Yeah, we have been talking with students over the past couple of hours as they've slowly but surely started to get released back into their loved ones' arms. I want to get straight to the sound that we heard from Camille. Here's what she heard inside the school.
Well, first, how you doing?
I'm good. A little traumatizing. It's not really something someone should ever have to go through. It's not something I ever want to go through. Yeah, it's traumatizing. A lot of people were crying.
Were you one of them?
Yeah, I was one of them. I was crying. I didn't want to die that way.
You heard her say, I didn't want to die that way. I also talked with a student who was in 10th grade who said, I thought I was going to die. I was about to walk out of my classroom just moments before to go to the bathroom. It's that scary thought that's starting to set in with students now, hours later. One girl said she heard the gunshots, but it didn't even hit her that something was happening until law enforcement came in and told them to run outside. That's the feeling here. Now I want to step aside because we are right across from the school so you can get a look at what it's feeling like and what it looks like out here. Still a really heavy law enforcement presence. Now we are getting some news from CNN. They are reporting that Apalachee High School did receive a phone call this morning that warned about shootings. CNN is saying officials are telling them that. They're saying that this high school, Apalachee High School, got an earlier phone threat. That's according to multiple law enforcement officials, all coming from CNN. Now, again, we've been talking with students who heard those gunshots. We've been talking with loved ones who are waiting to hear from their students. I heard Cody mention this earlier, but something to keep in mind out here, not only with the mass amount of law enforcement and parents and loved ones and students, is that these parents and loved ones are trying to get connected back to their students. Signal out here is rough. Texts are not going through. Phone calls are barely going through. So that's just adding to an already heightened stress environment when you're talking about something so harrowing, so awful happening going on. You, one, can't get to your student, you can't get to your child, you can't get to your grandchild, you can't get to your friend's child just to see if they're okay, and you're not even being able to hear from them either because those texts and phone calls aren't going through. Some of the students also telling me that they didn't have their phones on them at the school, or when law enforcement came in, they had to leave their phones behind or weren't able to grab their phones. So they're telling their parents there's a shooter, but then they're not able to text them again because they left their phone in the classroom when they had to get out. Now, once students were moved out of the school, they were moved to the football field. Parents were telling me that. I talked with a neighbor who came out to check on her friend's child. You talk about the community feel out here. That neighbor heard from her friend. The friend was saying, there's a shooting at my kid's school. I'm an hour away. How quickly can you get there? That neighbor dropped everything she was doing to get to that student. She was not able to pick that student up, but she was able to go up to him, check on him, give him a hug, make sure he was okay. She was telling me that he was actually with the principal when the shots first started firing, and she said that the principal told him to run and not look back. Can you imagine hearing that as a child? Because just hearing it as a reporter talking to these folks has been incredibly emotional. I cannot tell you the amount of hugs I have shared with people off camera when they're walking by us. We're just asking them, is your loved one okay? Is everything good? And they're either saying, yes, thank God, or I just got to speak with them, or I just got to hug them. And it is emotional out here, guys. There's this feeling of community, of everyone just wanting to help, because it was hard to get down here. Now, the road has opened up a bit since we've been down here for hours now, but when we first got here, you had to park and walk. That one neighbor telling me that she parked and walked 2.5 miles just to try to get as close as possible to lay some hands on these kids. Because you think about it, it's one thing to get a text from your child or from your grandchild or from a loved one saying, there's a shooter, I'm okay. It's a totally different thing to physically see your child, to physically get to hug them. Now, when we talk about the kids being out on the football field, you've seen that they're still coming out from the football field. It's been taking hours. one of the folks I talked with whose loved one heard the shots, they said they were able to check in on them on the football field, but that child had to stay out there because they were going to get questioned by the GBI. So they said that could take a couple of hours. Now, it's been a couple of hours since I spoke with them, but that's maybe one of the reasons why this is taking a little bit of longer than many people would have expected, which of course always feels even longer when you're just waiting to see your kid again. So it does sound like they're at least letting parents go up and reunite with the kids if they are still getting questioned and having to wait for a bit before they can actually be released and come home. Now, some of the kids I was also talking to said they don't plan to come to school anytime soon. They're still really processing this and trying to sit with this. But again, a really heavy presence here. We're talking local, state, and federal here, all coming in on this investigation, and the entire community really just hurting today, guys.
Understandably so. Our Molly Oak live for us at the school where she's been talking with students and parents all afternoon, hearing story after story. Many of those students who heard the gunfire, some who were close by and really saw what happened, others just running for their lives, not knowing what was going on. As she mentioned, there is still a large police presence there at Apalachee High School in Winder. Also, there are still a number of students. We saw a live shot about 30 minutes ago of I'd say maybe 30 or 40 students still on the track near the football field waiting to be reconnected with their parents, as we have seen little by little that number go down as those parents have been showing up to the school for the last 5 hours.
And right now we are continuing to hear from our various local leaders. We have a statement from Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock we want to show you right now from his response. He says, "My heart breaks for the families of the victims at Apalachee High School, and every student and the entire Winder community is in my prayers, but we can't pray only with our lips. We must pray by taking action." That coming from Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock. He went on to say, "Until we center the people and start a serious bipartisan conversation in Washington and state capitals across the country to advance popular common sense gun safety reforms, the sad truth is it's only a matter of time before this kind of tragedy comes knocking on your door." Again, that coming from Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock today in response to the shooting today at Apalachee High School.
We have also, Jennifer, heard today from a number, as you mentioned, a number of elected officials, including Governor Brian Kemp, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, all the way up to the White House. President Joe Biden issuing a statement along with his press secretary, speaking at the beginning of her conference, her news conference earlier today. A lot of statements, a lot of prayers, a lot of support, but a lot of people saying you got to do more than that to prevent something like this from happening again. As you're taking a look at some video from earlier today, shortly after this all unfolded, around 9:30 this morning, when the first calls came in to police about shots being fired there at the high school. Shortly thereafter, police responded and were able to engage with the shooter, the suspect, who we understand is now in police custody.
All right, we want to get now to Dr. Cedric Alexander. He's the former DeKalb County Public Safety Chief. Dr. Alexander, can you hear us?
Are you able to hear us?
Yes. All right. Dr. Alexander, thank you so much for your time in reaching out and speaking with us today on what is really a terrible day for the community in Barrow County. What kind of insight can you give us and share with us as local law enforcement there and partners around the Metro Atlanta area are working to begin this investigation?
Well, yes, this is still at the beginning of this investigation, and hopefully we'll learn more here pretty soon when they do a press conference and give us more information around maybe as much as they're able to share around what occurred and the number of people that were injured, and sadly the number of people that lost their lives as well. You know, here we are again at another school shooting here at a public school, a private school, or any institution in this country, and we seem to just cannot figure out what is it that we need to do to reduce the likelihood of these types of events. So I think what you're going to hear is what took place, and hopefully they give us some timelines around some of this. But this is going to be an ongoing investigation that involves local agencies there in Barrow County and, of course, throughout the state, and from our federal partners as well. So I think here shortly we may learn more. But this is a sad day for that community, for the state of Georgia, and for this entire country. And we're all upset and sickened by hearing these ongoing types of school violence where you have a shooter that do so much harm to so many people across this country and in that community as well. We all are traumatized by it, to be honest with you.
And we know a lot of times when shootings like this happen, in particular, where you have a lot of people impacted, police don't tend to release a lot of information early on. We know we're going on 5 hours until this happened or from this happening, and we still don't know a lot. Explain the process of an investigation like this and why it may be a little slower to get some of that information out.
Well, certainly what you want to do when you have this type of a horrible event that take place. And I myself, some years ago, when I was chief of police there in DeKalb County, Georgia, we had a school shooting. And even though no one was severely injured or killed, the impact was the same. So when a chief or a sheriff or someone in a leadership position has to step out to the public and be able to share as much information as they can, because number one, the public needs to know as much as we're able to share, as long as it does not compromise the integrity of the investigation itself. But certainly, we may give limited information initially because everything is so fluid. We know as much as we can. We still could have a bad guy on the scene. We still could have casualties. We just don't know. Or we could be fully engaged in a firefight. So we just have to be able to be cautious so that we don't overstate what is taking place. But as we learn more and more, it becomes very important for law enforcement to share that with the community. And communities understand that. But you're not going to get away with not saying anything at all. You have to be able to share some skeletal information, and as more information is gleaned here again, as long as it does not impact the integrity of the investigation, they are able to give the community more and more. And hopefully by 4 o'clock this afternoon, Eastern Standard Time, we'll know a little bit more than what we knew this morning.
Yeah, that is what we're looking forward to. And when we're talking about what we know so far, we know that it isn't just Barrow County Sheriff Office. We know that there are also state, other municipalities, and the federal government law enforcement arms that are also working to help in this investigation. What can you say about how these partnerships come together? Because they're not the same, but they're all working toward that same common goal. They're all responding to the same situation, sometimes at various times. How does that kind of come together?
Well, you know, if it happens in any jurisdiction, certainly that local agency has control or command of that incident and that scene. Subsequent help that comes from the state and the federal government is very important help, and particularly from neighboring agencies as well, too. You may need more police officers in order to set up a perimeter, or you may have to join your SWAT teams together, depending on what the mission may be at that particular time. You may have to have additional EMS units available. So if there are casualties or injuries, you're able to extract them and get them the medical attention they need as quickly as possible. But all these agencies serve a very important role in supporting each other. And of course, the federal partners, whether the ATF, the FBI, whomever, play a significant role with these resources that they have available to them, that they make available to all local agencies across the country when they're involved in these type of incidents.
Dr. Alexander, we appreciate your time. I'm going to let you go, but one final question. Is there anything that you think families and members of this Barrow County community should keep in mind or remember tonight?
Well, let's all keep each other in our prayers, and certainly keep that community in our prayers. It's going to be a long recovery for that community, as it will be for the rest of us. But let's keep them all in our prayers. Let's move forward, and let's also make sure, and I would encourage them to make sure, to reach out to their elected officials, because more needs to be done around the accessibility of weapons in our communities across this country. Thank you for having me.
Dr. Cedric Alexander, thank you so much for your perspective and your time today. Thank you.
Right now, you're taking a look again at some video from earlier today over the scene there at Apalachee High School shortly after this happened. This is a look at the sheer number of students who were there earlier this morning. This was around 10:30 or so. Some 1,900 students at the high school all shifted there to the football field, waiting to be reconnected with their parents. At last check, about 30 or 45 minutes ago, we saw that it was down to just about 30 or 40 students still waiting to be reunified with their parents. We do know several schools in the area were on lockdown as a result of what happened at the high school, including an elementary and middle school in the area. We are still waiting to get an update on those schools, whether the lockdown has been fully lifted and those students have been allowed to go home.
And we also want to reiterate information coming in from the GBI because there were some reports of additional shootings taking place at neighboring schools, and the GBI says that is incorrect. That is not factual information. We understand right now that there is a lot of misinformation out there, a lot of folks not knowing what to believe, but we do know from the GBI tonight that reports of additional shootings following this one at Apalachee High School are incorrect. We also know it's incorrect that the shooter has been neutralized. We have been told by the GBI that the suspect is in custody and that person is alive. So that's some new information, or rather some confirmed information that we have from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation as people are continuing to look for any other sort of information that they can get tonight. And hopefully in about 10 minutes or so, we will get more information from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office. They told us when they spoke earlier that perhaps around 4 o'clock we might get some new details. We may have an opportunity to ask questions. And so we are standing by for that, and we will bring it to you live on air and online at 11alive.com and inside our 11 Alive News app as soon as that begins.
We are also getting some new information coming in from our Zach Merchant, who is at one of the hospitals, telling us now confirmed that Northeast Georgia Health System now treating 3 Apalachee High School shooting gunshot victims. 2 are at the Northeast Georgia Medical Center Barrow location. Again, earlier he had told us it was 1, so now 2 at that Northeast Barrow location. 1 is at the Northeast Georgia Medical Center Gainesville location. We also know, according to him and the officials there at the hospital system, that 5 patients have been self-transported to Northeast Georgia Health Systems with what they're calling anxiety or panic attack symptoms related to the shooting. So again, these are not just people who were directly physically impacted, but I guess you could say impacted by panic attacks, anxiety, and just a lot of stress and worry that's happening right now.
And these people having to take themselves or another loved one, taking them to the hospital as a result. And we've been talking this afternoon about the lasting effects, the mental effects of those who have witnessed this. We heard from our Cody Alcorn reporting, speaking with a parent, that their child saw blood and saw bodies in that school. And so these are ramifications that you may not think about right away, but we are seeing these ramifications play out as people are having to take other students who were a part of this and other people who were connected to this to receive treatment for, as you said, panic attacks and things of that nature.
And something you don't think about sometimes, that, you know, just so many impacts, as Cody said, people who are just worried, they're fearful, they have so much anxiety, not knowing maybe how their loved one is doing in the hospital and how this is going to turn out. Again, we are expecting another update around 4 o'clock. So any moment now in the next 5 or 10 minutes, perhaps, from the sheriff and other law enforcement. We have been working our sources with the FBI and with other Georgia law enforcement trying to get more information. But until we can confirm information, we will not be bringing that to you, because as you said, Jennifer, there's a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of rumors out there, but we want to give you the very latest. And the very latest this afternoon and from the GBI is that we believe 4 people have been confirmed dead. Again, that's what they've confirmed, along with 9 in the hospital and possibly more who've been injured in some other type of way.
And we are showing you images right now that we have from our 11 Live SkyTracker earlier in today. And you can see the sheer number of students who were evacuated from Apalachee High School, taken out to the football field there. And we understand from other visuals we've received later in the day that those numbers have dwindled down because they were allowing parents to be reunited with their students. We heard from our Caitlin Ross, who spoke with a parent who was one of the first out there earlier today, who was able to lay hands on his student, that they were doing a process by which they were checking IDs before students were allowed to leave campus with an adult. We've also heard from our other reporters, including Molly Oak and Doug Richards out there on the ground, that parents were parking and walking miles to try to get to the school just to see if their child was okay. So a lot of parents out there going to great lengths to check on their children and make sure they were all right after getting those initial reports from their students that something bad was going on today.
As our Cody Alcorn also joined us a short time ago, he pointed out that this could take days to get to the bottom of some of these answers. Of course, there's the initial investigation, right? What happened, when it happened. But then again, if this was a young person, if this was a student perhaps, or someone affiliated with the school, how did they get a gun? How did they get, in this situation? Those are answers we may not have for some time now. Police want to interview, of course, victims. They want to interview family members. They even want to perhaps interview parents who were involved. And so there's a lot to get to, and that is why you are still seeing a very large police presence at the school. While a lot of the students have gone home and reconnected with their families, we still have seen dozens of law enforcement there on campus.
And we have been told earlier by some family members out there on the ground that some of those students were being interviewed today, speaking with officials and investigators from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation as part of their efforts to figure out what took place here. Some of those students being kept on campus to answer questions about what they saw, what they heard before they were able to be released. So that is just one piece of this investigation that is already underway, speaking with those student witnesses and I'm sure staff members and educators on campus as well. We are expecting in the next 3 or 4 minutes, hopefully, to hear from the sheriff in Barrow County, hopefully get some questions answered and bring you that information. We will bring it to you live on air and online at 11alive.com and inside our 11 Alive News app as soon as that begins. But we are watching and standing by to see if and when that takes place.
Yes, we will be right here as we get ready for our 4 o'clock newscast. We will continue to stay on top of this breaking news for the next couple hours or so as we are learning new information really every hour or so.
Again, the GBI confirming 4 people dead, 9 hospitalized, transported to various medical facilities across the metro Atlanta region. We are working to get additional details. We have crews on the ground out at Apalachee High School. We have crews also stationed at various medical centers across metro Atlanta, and we will keep bringing you that updated information as well as from our crews here in the newsroom who are working sources, making contacts and trying to get that information confirmed for you tonight. The news continues right here on 11 Alive and on our 11 Alive News app and on 11alive.com. And we explain how you may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a third grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have
11 Alive News at 4 p.m. starts now.
And we continue to follow breaking news at this hour at 4 o'clock. At least 4 people are dead after a mass shooting at Apalachee High School, according to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. And here's what we know right now. An additional 9 people were taken to area hospitals with injuries, and the suspect is alive and still in custody. We have been covering this ever since reports of that shooting started coming in just after 9:30 today.
That's right. So to give you an idea of where exactly this is happening, we're talking about Apalachee High School. This is in Barrow County, about 45 miles away from Atlanta, about an hour, depending on what the traffic is like. And tonight we do have team coverage. We want to start with 11 Alive's Ron Jones, who is live for us at the school. Ron, we know that there's information coming in. We did just hear that a press conference is supposed to be coming down here in about a half hour, 4:30.
Yeah, we're monitoring that situation right now, Faith, but I tell you, I just can't imagine. I'm a dad. I'm a grandpa. I can't imagine getting that call. Can't imagine getting that text from family and friends, maybe the student, maybe your child, maybe teachers, or maybe you have a staff member that works here at Apalachee High School, and you're wondering, is everything okay? And so my heart goes out to them, a lot of prayers for them as well. As we were walking up here to the high school, we saw a line of folks who were, these were mainly parents and their children. They were walking down the street about a mile away from where their cars are parked. Everyone's looking down, everyone's sad. We saw tears as well, and understandably so, right? For you to get this type of message, especially when you learn later on that 4 people have been confirmed dead, multiple people injured at the same time. So of course you're going to be concerned not only just for your child, but you're going to be concerned for the other students as well, and those parents too. Now let me just set the scene for you. Being a former law enforcement officer, I know that this entire high school is considered a crime scene. So there's a heavy police presence behind me. They have to go from room to room, process each room. I don't care if it's a classroom or if it's a custodian closet, they still have to process the entire high school before they can actually continue with their investigation. We have live team coverage right now. Molly Oak, she got here just moments after those shots were fired. Molly, what can you tell us?
Well, Ron, from the outside, you know, we have seen dozens and dozens of law enforcement, not only right outside the school, but all the way down for blocks. I mean, people were telling me they had to park their car miles away just to get anywhere close. I want to step aside so you can see what we're seeing right now. We are right outside of the high school, and guys, from someone who's been out here for hours, this law enforcement presence has not dwindled. Now, this is what's happening on the outside. I've also been talking to students. Here's what they say happened inside the school.
I heard like screaming and police officers like, get down, put your hands on your head. It was crazy. And then when they were clearing their building, like the rooms, because you know sometimes the shooters hide amongst the kids, they were clearing our room and they busted the door and they had an AK at us, like telling us to put your hands in the air. It was really crazy. You just never know what's gonna happen.
What was going through your head when all that happened?
I thought I was gonna die, and I was gonna go to the bathroom right before it happened, and I'm so glad I didn't, because I would probably be dead right now if I did.
There are so many questions still surrounding this, so many unanswered things that people are waiting to hear. Now, some of those questions that parents wanted to hear is just, is my kid okay? Can I take them home? Now, they're starting to get those answers now, but they're still asking me, how did this happen? Why did this happen? Who's behind this? Those are what we're still working to learn right now. The GBI did just confirm with me that there will be a press conference in about 30 minutes that should give us a lot more information. Ron.
Okay, and we're going to be on top of that. By the way, I just can't imagine if you're 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 years old, and you have to see what you saw and hear what you heard as well. As we pointed out, there were some folks who were injured. Right now, we're going to go to Erica Murphy. She's live right now at Grady Hospital, where one person has been taken there. Erica.
That's right, Ron. As the afternoon wears on, we're learning more and more details about this shooting at Apalachee High School. I'm here at Grady Hospital, where we know at least one of the victims from this high school shooting has been brought. Now, we do not know the condition or the extent of the injuries of the person who was brought here, but around 1:30, I did see more medevacs that landed here at Grady. Earlier, I saw 2 GBI agents pull up in gray Chevy Tahoes. I went over and I spoke with one of those agents who confirmed that they were there to see the victim who'd been brought here. Now, just before we went live, I would say maybe about 20 minutes before we went live, those 2 GBI agents that I spoke of earlier, they did leave the hospital, so I think they got what they needed from that victim. I did reach out to hospital officials to confirm if those 2 additional medevacs that I saw were bringing more victims from that shooting to the hospital. As soon as I get a response from them, of course, I will share that information with you. Back to you, Ron.
All right, Erica, thanks a lot. By the way, Zach Merchant right now, he's at Northeast Georgia Medical Center, where another victim has been taken there. Zach, what can you tell us?
Well, Ron, you're right. We are in the Winder location of the Northeast Georgia Medical Center. You can see it behind us. And just in the last roughly 45 minutes, we got an update from a hospital system spokesperson. This is what he tells us. There are now 2 gunshot victims from today's Apalachee High School shooting being treated here at the Northeast Georgia Medical Center Barrow location. That's up from 1 victim just a little while earlier today. The spokesperson says an additional 3rd victim is being treated at the Northeast Georgia Medical Center's Gainesville location. That location is a level 1 trauma center. Good news here, though. The spokesperson says all 3 of the victims being treated within the Northeast Georgia hospital system have non-life-threatening injuries. Now, right across from the hospital, in the parking lot where we are standing, is an auto shop. And in that auto shop are 2 young men. They just turned 18. Ashton Hopkins and Christian Kinna, both of them just graduated from Winder Barrow High School, which is another local Barrow County high school. They were also, that high school, on lockdown earlier today as a precaution. There was no active threat there, but both Hopkins and Kinna say they know plenty of people in the Appalachia high school community. Here is a little bit of what they told us this afternoon.
I hope I don't see anybody's names that I know or recognize on that list, and I'm hoping, you know, the people's families, and just because whenever stuff like this happens, there's a domino effect. You know what I mean? Like, it's just more bad.
Because me personally, when stuff like this happens, it makes me scared for my own security, knowing that this could happen to just anybody at any time, no matter what. This just makes me scared for, number 1, America's future, number 2, the general public at the moment.
And you talk about just what a close-knit, small community this is. Christian says he's got a younger sister who is still at Winder Barrow High School. She was on lockdown herself today. Christian says she's all right, but it's hard to imagine just how scary, how terrible that situation would have been for her. And the hospital spokesperson, he says they're seeing the impacts of that as well. In addition to the 3 gunshot victims they're treating, he says the Northeast Georgia hospital system has seen 5 patients check themselves in with what he says are anxiety or panic attack related symptoms related to today's high school shooting. For now, we are live in Winder. Zach Merchant, 11 Alive News.
All right, Zach, thanks a lot for the update there. I can't imagine going from 0 to 100, that stress level there, especially these young kids as well. So stand by, everyone. Our team is going to be standing by here. We're going to have an update from GBI at 4:30. They're going to have a press conference because we want to know who's behind the shooting, what is the motive for that shooting, and we'll bring you the very latest coming up here as soon as we can. Back to you guys in the studio.
Anyway, what were you saying? We are all waiting for those answers. Ron, before you go, I do want to ask you this. We're going on now 6 hours since those first calls came in about the shooting. We can see behind you a pretty significant police presence. Earlier today, it was just incredible, the amount of law enforcement there. Can you describe sort of the scene still there tonight? Are you still seeing parents, a lot of law enforcement? What's kind of going on around you?
Well, you know, you can't see behind me, but we did see a train of parents who were walking down the street trying to make their way back to the car. But keep in mind, anytime you have an active shooter situation, you're not just going to have one agency that's going to show up. Barrow County is not just going to show up, but you're going to have multiple agencies that are going to show up. They're going to be, they call that mutual aid, where they're trying to help out the other agencies, and they've already had this plan in place. So, as I pointed out at the top of the broadcast, there is an army of law enforcement behind me, and they have to process the entire high school, not just a section, not just where the shooting occurred, but interior part of that high school, the exterior part of the high school. And as Molly pointed out, law enforcement is going to be here for quite some time.
Exactly what the sheriff said. Our Ron Jones, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ron, and so many unanswered questions still. Like Ron was saying, we are expecting a press conference to come down at 4:30 that will answer, hopefully, a lot of the questions that so many people still have. How long did it take law enforcement to get there? Was this just one shooter or many shooters? We do have some new information from NBC News reporting that the suspected shooter is a teenager. Multiple senior law enforcement officials telling NBC News this. Police are still trying to determine with certainty the individual's name and whether or not they had a prior affiliation with the school. So that is information that we're getting right now. But again, we are hoping that the GBI will give us some more concrete information at 4:30.
Any moment now. And we, of course, are going to continue to stay on top of this story. We'll take a quick break and be right back.
Live news. We the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
traffic, and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to.
We want to welcome you back to our live coverage. We are continuing to follow the mass shooting that happened today at a high school in Winder.
This calls of shots fired coming in at 9:30, so we are over 6 hours now since this happened, and we have live team coverage for you. We've been covering this since it broke down. We want to head out to Molly Oak right now, who is live at the high school with more information on what we know. Molly, you reported to us in our last conversation with you that we're expecting some solid concrete information to come out of a press conference at 4:30.
Yeah, guys, so just a few minutes away from that, I actually see that press conference getting set up just about a block down the road from me. As you can see, I'm in front of the high school. But Faith, I heard you talk about that it has been 6 hours, and I want everyone to really sit with that time for a little bit. From your child or loved one saying there's a shooter, I'm hearing gunshots, and then nothing for hours. Now you can see that even hours and hours later, it is still a heavy presence at this school. So even though the school went into a hard lockdown earlier this morning when those reports first came out, it has essentially been on a lockdown since then. Now, one thing to keep in mind that there are so many law enforcement folks out here. There are parents, there are students, there's media, to be honest. It is hard for any kind of text messages, phone calls to get through. So add that to the level of stress that parents and loved ones are feeling right now just trying to get to their kids. Not to mention, you've got a shooter in the school. Now, kids that were inside were telling me once they heard the gunshots, after things had kind of calmed down a bit, law enforcement was coming in, directing them out into the football field. Now, parents were telling me that their students that actually heard or potentially saw something had to stay out on the field and be interviewed by the GBI. So while parents or loved ones, sometimes even neighbors, came to check on their friends' kids just because they were closer or able to get to the scene faster, they said those kids, they were able to talk with them, touch them, give them a hug at least, make sure that they are physically okay, maybe not mentally because of what they've been through, but then that those kids that either saw or heard something, these parents are telling me that the kids had to stay out on the football field while the GBI interviewed them. They said it could take a couple of hours. Now, you talk about the mass amount of law enforcement. I want to talk about the mass amount of parents that initially showed up. We have been on this scene for hours, and we've slowly been able to inch closer to the school, but at first we had to park a while away, and we watched parents doing that as well. They were really just ditching their cars on the side of the road, to be honest. We saw some parents grabbing scooters, grabbing golf carts, some parents just sprinting toward the school, trying to get any answers they could, asking us what we had known. And I know there was frustrations from a lot of parents because so many different things were going around. Did this happen? How many people were injured? Was there multiple shooters? There have been so many questions. Now, we did get confirmed from the GBI that 4 people were dead, 9 people were injured. We have not been able to get a lot more information since then. However, this press conference will be happening any minute now. The GBI telling me it should be happening at 4:30, so about 14 minutes away. We're expected to get a lot more concrete information on what happened here early this morning at the high school. Guys.
Molly Oak, live for us. Molly, thank you so much for staying on top of that. A lot of unanswered questions, as she was just saying, about 14 minutes away from that press conference. And when they bring it, we'll make sure to bring it to you live on air.
All right, we're going to take a quick break from this breaking news and go over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, for a look at our weather impact forecast.
And we've been watching those weather conditions today, really with that cool air in our area. Still dry, sunshine mixing in with a few clouds at times. We're still dealing with that easterly flow that's here at the surface. But then from the west, we still get some of the clouds that build in. But these clouds have not been giving us any rain. We don't expect any rain to move into our area for the nighttime hours tonight. And we're reducing our rain chances for tomorrow as well. Only a 20% chance for a shower tomorrow. Look at all this moisture, though, that's building in the Gulf and also out to the west. Eventually, some of that rain is going to move our way, and Friday still looks like the day with the highest rain chance at about a 60% chance for showers here on your Friday. Live look right now. This is our tower cam in Rome in northwest Georgia. The flag's still blowing there a little bit. A lot of blue sky and just a few of those clouds around. Aren't you enjoying these temperatures, though? We have been holding in the lower 80s today. Right now, 82 degrees here in the Atlanta area. Lower 80s in Marietta, Duluth, also over in Athens. Lower 80s on the south side. Even a few upper 70s up on the north side, like in Canton and in Gainesville. Right at about 79 degrees. Here's a look at what to expect with your weather impacts during the day on Thursday. It's mainly going to be less sunshine tomorrow and clouds building generally between 1 and 9. You'll be noticing those clouds that are going to be building a little bit more, blocking out more of that sunshine around. And there is a low rain chance with that humidity that's going to start building a little bit too. So no real need. You may want to have an umbrella, but it's only a 20% chance for a shower here during the daytime hours tomorrow. You can see the planner showing that temperatures right now in the lower 80s, falling through the 70s during the evening hours. Tomorrow morning will be in the upper 60s and lower 70s. Watching these temperatures, that will be much cooler on Friday. Highs only around 76 degrees, but with that cooler air, we will be dealing with those rain chances that'll be higher. We're thinking the rain will get out of here for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday as temperatures trend back up to the low and mid 80s, but even that will be a little bit below where we should be for this time of year. Here's a look at that low rain chance on Thursday at 20%, then a 60% chance for showers here on Friday. 20% on Saturday, and then Sunday and Monday looking dry. Forecast track shows what we're watching here. Those are the clouds that are building in. We'll have more of that tomorrow still with that easterly flow, holding off on the rain chances tomorrow, but then by Friday, those rain chances will be higher, going up to a 60% chance for showers there with that cooler air in place. Now we're holding on to a low rain chance early on Saturday. That'll kick out of here very quickly, and then clearing out Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Cool mornings in the 60s, afternoon highs starting at the low 80s Sunday, then climbing to the mid 80s by Tuesday and Wednesday. More live coverage coming up next.
On 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
On 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful.
Again, we are awaiting a news conference from law enforcement in Winder in just about the next 10 minutes or so. But right now we are joined by Georgia State University criminology and criminal justice professor, Dr. Thaddeus Johnson. Dr. Johnson, thank you so much for being back with us this afternoon. We know when we saw all this unfold, GBI, law enforcement from all across Georgia responded. I want to ask you, how exactly is law enforcement trained to respond to these types of mass shootings at schools in particular?
Yes, thank you for having me. You know, the scene is really chaotic, and the police training and response can be scary and often look cruel. But what the initial responding officers, their job is to, in an active shooter response, to stop the threat and prevent further loss of life as quickly as possible. And your secondary officers and command staff, once they arrive on the scene, they help secure the perimeter and set up the staging areas for the media, for the victims, for EMS. We don't wait for SWAT teams. Some agencies have officers who are specially trained in this, and they may be available. But generally, you have this overall training where the officers, they move toward the sound of the gunfire and neutralize the threat. They're going to bypass victims. If they see wounded on the ground, their job is not to render aid. Their job is to move forward and take care of the threat, whether through apprehension or through deadly force if necessary.
Let me ask you this. We know that law enforcement has been on the ground since, 9:30 this morning. We're coming up almost on the 7th hour, and we know that law enforcement is expected to be there for hours on end. Can you talk to us a little bit about when these things happen? What does that investigation look like from the moment they get that call to the moment that they're able to wrap up, pack up that tape, and head home?
No, there's a lot of moving parts. And so first, yes, you're going to make sure you secure the threat. Then you have to triage the injured and have those staging areas. But you also have to secure the crime scene to make sure that the crime scene is not contaminated. You often see students coming out with their hands up and staff coming out with their hands up. This allows officers to look for weapons to see if anyone is injured. And mind you, it's a fluid situation. They are not sure who's a threat still, who's a victim still, and so they're still figuring these things out. And that's why you see sometimes students and staff still even there on the football field being interviewed and debriefed by law enforcement. Then you're going to have follow-up investigations where you take statements from the perpetrator's family, where you start looking at perhaps their social media, where you start taking canvassing the neighborhood. So there's going to be a lot of moving parts. You're going to have TBI, you're going to have GBI, you're going to have perhaps the FBI and local authorities. And so it's so important that agencies train together, they communicate together, and that these have these plans in place before these events actually happen, because you have a lot of moving parts, a lot of personnel, and trying to render aid and make sure that people are safe. It can be rather chaotic.
Dr. Thaddeus Johnson, we appreciate your perspective for us. Thanks so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
All right, 11 Alive's Grace King is joining us now from the newsroom. So, Grace, we've seen a lot of movement, not just here in Georgia, but nationally, a lot of statements from local officials and politicians. This is certainly prompting a national conversation.
Right. We've heard from politicians here in Georgia and across the country expressing their sympathies for the families and students involved. Take a listen to Vice President Kamala Harris and Attorney General Merrick Garland.
This is just a senseless tragedy on top of so many senseless tragedies. And it's just outrageous that every day in our country, in the United States of America, that parents have to send their children to school worried about whether or not their child will come home alive.
I'm devastated for the families who have been affected by this terrible tragedy. The Justice Department stands ready to provide any resources or support that the Winder community needs in the days ahead.
And in the last half hour, we heard from former President Donald Trump as well. He posted on Truth Social that our hearts are with the victims and loved ones of those affected by the tragic event in Winder, Georgia, and that those cherished children were taken from us far too soon by a sick and deranged monster.
Grace, thank you so much. This is a very hard story to report on. In about 3 minutes, we are expected to get a press conference. We'll continue to stay on top of this story throughout the evening. You can download the 11 Alive News app by scanning that QR code on your screen. You'll get updates right away. Once again, about 3 minutes until that presser. We'll be right back.
Weekday with Faith Jess. Live News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
On 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that
Right now at 4:30, we continue to follow breaking news. At least 4 people are dead after a mass shooting here at Apalachee High School, according to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. We have also learned within just the last few minutes that the school district will be closed. All schools in Barrow County closed for the rest of this week. Also, here's what else we know right now. An additional 9 people were taken to area hospitals with injuries in addition to those 4 deceased that we mentioned, and the suspect is alive and in custody. We have been following this ever since reports of the shooting started coming in. The shots, according to police, started coming in around 9:30. We started hearing about it shortly after that.
So we are definitely on the 7th hour here. In just a moment, we are expected to have a press conference and hear from the GBI as well as some other local officials about what happened and answer some of the questions that so many of you, so many parents, family, and friends have about this. And to give you an idea of where this is happening, this is about 45 miles outside of Atlanta in Winder, Georgia. That is Barrow County. Ron Jones is joining us live from the school right now. We can see still a very, very thick police presence as we await for this press conference. Ron.
Yeah, that's right, Faith. So heavy police presence, but we can also tell you that we may be just moments away from this press conference. Over my shoulder, I don't even know if you can see to my left here, Dan, I don't know if we can push that way or we can still see it. You can see that there's a lot of law enforcement officials walking this way, and it appears that the GBI is with them as well. And as you pointed out, Faith, we have a lot of questions. Who the shooter is, why did they pull the trigger on so many people right here at Apalachee High School, and what was the motivation behind it? Did they work in concert with someone else? So we're going to be able to hear from them in a minute. And also later on in the broadcast, we're going to hear from some of our reporters who got here just moments after those shots were fired. Molly Oak, she was here, and she spoke with some of the students who saw the horrific scene as someone, she says, walked inside of one of the classrooms with an AK-47, telling everyone to put their hands up. Kids running for cover, trying to get out of the way as well. So once again, we're just moments away from this press conference. They're still set up here. We have also a couple of teams at some of the hospitals as well. Grady Hospital, Northeast Georgia Medical Center, where some of the victims were taken there. A lot of unanswered questions, and hopefully we get those.
What we know up to this point with the investigation. At approximately 10:20 a.m. this morning, the Barrow County Sheriff's Office received alerts about reports of an active shooter and radio traffic from school resource officers concerning the same concern, or having the same concern. Within minutes, law enforcement was on scene, as well as 2 school resource officers assigned here to the school, who immediately encountered the subject within just minutes of this report going out. Once they encountered the subject immediately surrendered to these officers, and he was taken into custody. Additionally, what I want you to know as of now, there are 4 individuals who are deceased from this incident, 9 that have been taken to local hospitals with various injuries. Of those that are deceased, 2 were students and 2 were teachers here at the school. The priority right now for us within this investigation is to gather all the facts, to make sure that we're accurate with it, because this is a murder investigation. As the sheriff mentioned earlier this morning, the shooter is in custody. His name is Colt, that's C-O-L-T, Gray. He is a 14-year-old student here at the school, G-R-A-Y. He is a 14-year-old student here at the high school. Again, he has been taken into custody. He will be charged with murder, and he will be tried as an adult and handled as an adult. We're coordinating these charges and obviously this investigation with District Attorney Brad Smith, who is the District Attorney for the Piedmont Judicial Circuit here. Since earlier this morning we talked with you, and since the incident occurred, numerous interviews have been taking place through our investigation with students, faculty, as well as any other witnesses that we could identify. Law enforcement had a very, very swift response to this incident once the incident was determined that there was a concern here. Those resources, whether it was in that response or throughout this investigation to assist, came obviously from the Sheriff's Office here, from other local law enforcement agencies, state law enforcement agencies, and federal law enforcement agencies as well. To include, not to be left out, multiple EMS personnel, multiple fire personnel, and agencies. Those agencies responded here as well today, and I am extremely grateful, as I know the sheriff is, for that quick response and the partnerships of working here together with what all has gone on. Currently, from the investigative perspective, we have crime scene agents and other special agents from the GBI, from close to a dozen of our different work units from across the state that have responded here today to work on this investigation, again, collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and so forth. I do want to pass this along, that if anyone has any information that wants to be passed on concerning this investigation, that they can do that anonymously at our tip line at 1-800-597-TIPS or 1-800-597-8477. They can also report this on by downloading the See Something, Send Something app. That can be done by Android or Apple phones, either one. If they need to report any tips concerning this investigation. Let me close out before I turn this over to the sheriff and let you just remind you that this is still a very active investigation. There is still a lot that is very, very fluid, conducted, that will continue on into the night, as well as crime scene work and collecting and gathering evidence. But what is more important for me to mention here to you is my heartfelt sympathy to the parents, the students that were here today. Regardless of where they were in the school, this has got a great impact on them as well as on this community. My thoughts and prayers, along with everybody standing behind me and every law enforcement agency in this state, and many I will tell you around this country, they are in our thoughts and prayers, and we will continue with that. We ask for your patience as we continue through this, and we'll continue to try to give you as many updates with information as we can to keep you informed. But thank you for being here. I'm now going to turn it over to Barrow County Sheriff Judge Smith. Thank you.
Director, would you spell your name, please?
H-O-S-E-Y.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Sheriff Judge Smith of the Barrow County Sheriff's Office. I never imagined that I would be speaking to the media in my career over something that happened today, the pure evil that happened today. I cannot thank the people behind me for the support they give me today, to give this office and give this staff. This hits home for me. I was born and raised here. I went to school in this school system. My kids go to this school system. I'm proud of this school system. My heart hurts for these kids. My heart hurts for our community. But I want to make it very clear that hate will not prevail in this county. I want that to be very clear and known. love will prevail over what happened today. I assure you of that. It is very early as to what happened. Governor Kemp reached out to me and has provided me every single resource that he has to make sure justice prevails. I don't know why it happened. I may not ever know. We may not ever know. But I ask that you and our community lift up our schools, lift up our public safety, and that, again, we do not let this hateful event prevail as to what happened today. I want to thank the surrounding agencies and counties and cities and state and federal authorities that have come and provided us, because they prevented a lot of more tragic events from happening. Continue to lift up these families, continue to lift up our students and our kids, and know that love will prevail. At this time, I'm going to ask Dr. LaDuff, our school superintendent, to come and speak on behalf of the school.
Good afternoon, I'm Dallas LaDuff. I'm the superintendent of Barrow County School System. I want to thank the Barrow County Sheriff's Office and all of our law enforcement partners for their swift response today, along with that of our staff. I'd also like to thank our community for their response and patience as we work to reunify the students with their families here today and secure the rest of our school campuses. Our schools will be closed for the remainder of this week as we cooperate fully with law enforcement to get answers to the many questions that we all have about this incident here today. But as we are closed, our central offices will remain open, where we will have grief counseling available for our community every day this week and thereafter as we support each other through this terrible event. In closing, I just want to say to our community, as a school system, we are here for you, we support you, and we are ready to get you any support that you may need as we grieve through this together. Thank you.
Sheriff, if you're saying hate will not prevail in this community, are you investigating this as some sort of hate crime?
Well, shortly, if someone decides to take a firearm into a school where kids are given an education or entitled to an education and want to harm others, to me it's hateful.
Sheriff, can you talk about the initial interaction between whoever was able to stop the shooter? Can you describe that to us? How did it go down? What exactly happened for us?
Obviously the shooter was armed and our school resource officer engaged him, and the shooter quickly realized that if he did not give up, that it would end with an OIS, or an officer involved shooting. He gave up, got on the ground, and the deputy took him into custody.
Sheriff, any idea how the weapon got inside the school? And was there any warning that this was going to happen?
Not that I'm aware of. Again, very early, and we're still looking into that, whether or not, or how he obtained it and how he got it into school.
Sheriff, have you been in touch at all with his parents or his family to learn more about what led up to these moments?
We have.
Any information you can share?
No.
What kind of weapon was it?
It seems like you have a large Hispanic population. Have you been able to communicate with the people in their language to make sure that everybody knows what's happening?
Yes, sir, I have. The school and our office has people that speak in Spanish, and they have spoke to those folks as well. Yes.
Sheriff, is the shooter speaking with the law enforcement now?
I'm sorry.
Is the shooter talking, and is he saying why?
The shooter was interviewed, and he was speaking with our investigators earlier, along with the GBI.
How is that helping the sheriff?
It is helping our investigation.
Sheriff, is reports of threatening calls perhaps made to the school prior to the shooting? Is that accurate?
None that I'm aware of.
Were all 9 injured victims shot?
In some capacity, yes.
Sheriff, can you tell us about the 2 individuals deceased, and was one targeted?
We don't know of any targets at this point.
Last question.
Sheriff, what kind of weapon was used? Have you identified the weapon?
We have not identified that at this point, no.
Sheriff, is there a connection?
This is the last question I'm going to take.
Sheriff, is there a connection between the shooter and the victims?
None that I'm aware of.
Was this a student here at the school?
I know that you have a lot of questions about the student and that we mentioned that we identified earlier. Keep in mind that's part of our investigation, that we're looking into every aspect of that individual, his connection here at the school. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, he was a student here. So as part of our investigation, we're looking into all aspects, current and prior, involving that individual.
Can you tell us how many rounds were fired?
He is a student.
Can you tell us how many rounds were fired?
Do what?
The shooter is a student, yes.
When can we expect the
We do not know how many rounds.
Director, has that shooter had any past history with law enforcement?
For now, this is the information that we have. It is an active investigation. I assure you we do plan to come back out here in a couple of hours. Please make sure you're following the GBIX page. That's where we're going to be putting the updates. If there's anything that's new, we'll make sure that we share that information. It's still very early. Investigators have a lot of work to do. We appreciate your patience. Do expect another in-person news conference out here in the next few hours. Monitor the X page and we will be sure to update you accordingly. Thank you.
And that's the on x.com?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right, you were just there listening to a live news conference. We heard from the GBI, the sheriff, also the superintendent there in Winder and Barrow County, answering some questions that have been up until now unanswered. We have now confirmed that 4 people are deceased, 2 students, 2 teachers, and also 9 other victims shot in some capacity right now in the hospital.
And we do know a little bit more information on that shooter. The sheriff's office confirming that the shooter was a 14-year-old student. They also gave his name, and we will continue to report on that on 11alive.com. We do also know that according to the officers there, this shooter was confronted by resource officers at the school, realized the situation that he was in, and that this was a deadly situation for him, according to the sheriff, and that he surrendered and went on the ground there. And we also know that the shooter has been giving some interviews to investigators as well as GBI, and that is just some of the information. Still a lot of unanswered questions coming out there.
Yeah, but again, a 14-year-old student, a student at that high school, now accused in this mass shooting. As Sheriff Judge Smith says, we don't know why it happened, and he said we may never know. But again, they have a lot more they need to get to the bottom of. We heard from the GBI saying they plan to give another update in the next couple hours. But we still just, hearts go out to that community because, as we've been pointing out, this is such a small community. And when you think about the police officers, the first responders, the parents, everyone perhaps has some connection to what happened today.
And you could hear the emotion in the sheriff's voice, even when he got on camera saying that he got emotional. One thing, if we can, guys, I want to put this out there. The sheriff saying anyone with information, you can pass it on anonymously. That number is 1-800-597-8477. Once again, 1-800-597-8477. You can also download the See Something, Send Something app if you have any information that can help them with this investigation. We are going to continue to follow this. You can also get updates by downloading the 11 Alive News app. If you have your phone, you can scan that QR code on your screen. You can set up push alerts. So anything that we know, as soon as we know it, you'll know it right there on your phone.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still.
Welcome back. Moments ago, we got a lot of information from the GBI and sheriffs on this shooting at Apalachee High School. We know that the shooter is a 14-year-old who surrendered. He is now in custody, and he is going to be tried as an adult.
Let's get right out to our 11 Alive anchor, Ron Jones, who is there outside the high school with the latest information. Ron.
Well, I tell you what, just think about this. The school resource officer, just how valuable that person is, because they even pointed out during the press conference that it was the school resource officer that got the suspect to allegedly give up to put his weapon down so that they can take that person into custody. And if they did not have the school resource officers here, no telling what could have happened. And unfortunately, as you guys pointed out, 2 students have been killed, 2 teachers killed as well, and multiple people injured during that shooting. So we really appreciate those school resource officers. Molly Oak, 11 Alive's Molly Oak has been on the scene ever since it broke early this morning. So Molly, what do you see from your perspective?
Well, Ron, you know, we're just down the street from you, and I want to step aside because you can still see that heavy law enforcement presence. You know, we heard the school was on a hard lockdown earlier, but it has essentially been on a lockdown with law enforcement since that happened for hours now. So you're seeing what's happening outside the school, but I want you to hear from folks about what happened inside the school.
I heard like screaming and police officers like, get down, put your hands on your head. It was crazy. And then when they were clearing their building, like the rooms, because you know sometimes the shooters hide amongst the kids, they were clearing our room and they busted the door. And they had an AK at us, like telling us to put your hands in the air. It was really crazy. You just never know what's gonna happen.
What was going through your head when all that happened?
I thought I was gonna die, and I was gonna go to the bathroom right before it happened, and I'm so glad I didn't, because I would probably be dead right now if I did.
We have heard from tons of people for the hours that we have been out here. One grandmother telling me that her grandson was actually with the principal when the shots started firing, and the principal told him to run and don't look back, just keep running. We've also talked with neighbors who came over to help their friends check on their kids just because they happen to be closer to the scene than the parents were, just to be able to see their children and say, we know that they're okay. Now that sense of community has been felt for hours out here. As we've been saying all day, this is a very tight-knit area, and that community is going to continue on tomorrow. Barrow County School District telling us there will be grief counselors at the central office from 8 o'clock in the morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Guys.
Okay, thanks a lot, Molly. And just think about this, folks. That's the interview that Molly got for us for 11 Alive. Just think about all the stories that are happening right now on the at the dinner table as they head back home and speak with their parents and speak with their loved ones. It's got to be really, really tough for them that they're going to have to process for months to come. Now, let's talk about the victims. Right now, Erica Murphy's at Grady Hospital where one of the victims was taken there. Erica, what can you tell us about the condition, if anything?
Well, we know that the GBI has shared with us that there were 9 people who were hurt and that were transported to various hospitals. One of the people who was hurt in this shooting at Apalachee High School is right here at Grady Memorial. Now, we don't know the condition or the extent of the injuries of the person who was brought here, but we do know they were brought here by medevac. Around 1:30, I saw 2 more medevacs landing here at the hospital. Earlier, I also saw 2 GBI agents pull up here here, and I went over and spoke with one of those investigators. She told me she was there to speak with the victim and try to find out more information on this case from the victim. Now, we did reach out to hospital officials to confirm whether or not any more of those victims from the shooting was brought to the hospital. We haven't heard from them yet, but of course, as soon as I do, I will share that information with you, Ron. Back to you.
Okay, absolutely. I know that you will, Erica. Also, we have Zach Merchant. He's at Northeast Georgia Medical Center, where another victim had been taken there. So, Zach, what can you tell us about that victim?
Well, Ron, you're right. We're in Winder. We're outside Northeast Georgia Medical Center's Barrow County location. It's one of 5 Northeast Georgia Medical Center locations across, of course, Northeast Georgia. You were talking a little bit ago about the hard conversations that so many folks are going to be having with their loved ones and with their kids. We spoke with 2 recent high school graduates here in Barrow County who said they are going to be watching very closely to see as these names of the injured and those who were tragically killed start coming out, to see if they recognize any of them, because as we've heard so much today, it is such a close-knit community. We now know from a Northeast Georgia hospital system spokesperson that 3 of the 9 people who were injured today are being treated within that hospital system. The latest news, 2 of those victims, they're gunshot wound victims. They're being treated right here. A 3rd is also a gunshot wound victim. That person is being treated at the Gainesville location of the Northeast Georgia health system. The good news right now, this hospital spokesperson says all 3 of those gunshot wound victims are suffering from non-life-threatening injuries. Again, those are the spokesperson's words, but it's worth repeating. As tragic of this day is, the 3 victims in this hospital system have received non-life-threatening injuries. So far, no word on their age, whether they were adults on campus or students, but at least a little bit of somewhat good news on a tragic, tragic day. We talk about how tight-knit this community is. We'll be hearing from those students we spoke with, those recent graduates we spoke with, just a little bit later in 11 Alive News at 5. For now, live in Winder, Zach Merchant, 11 Alive News.
Okay. Zach, I really appreciate that, sir. So let me just say this, folks. Not only are we talking about the students and the parents who are recovering, after this scene is set, you got to think about the law enforcement officers, the things that they saw in the hallway, in the classrooms. They also going to need some mental health type of counseling as well. So we have to keep them in our hearts and prayers as well. Guys, back to you. We're going to stay here. We're going to be here for the entire night, trying to gather more information, try to figure out a motive behind all of this. And as soon as we get it, we'll get it back to you.
And Ron, if you can hear us, just one question for you before we head out. Speaking of the time it's going to take, we did hear the sheriff say that this is an investigation that is going to last all night. With your background in law enforcement, what does that after hours investigation look like? What are they going to be looking for?
Well, you know what? This isn't hours, actually. This may be days. It may be days as they're continuously gathering evidence. I know you had a guest on in the 4 o'clock hour, and he talked about the process of locking down the scene, gathering evidence, interviewing people as well, canvassing the area. So that still must continue on, because even though one person has been arrested, that they said it was a 14-year-old involved, they got to go through his social media. They got to see if there's anyone else that acted in concert with him, allegedly acted in concert with him. What provoked this to happen? And is there still any more threats out there as well? That's why you have not only local law enforcement, but you have the GBI, state law enforcement, and now the FBI is involved as well, because they want to make sure that they button down this entire investigation before they can actually say it's a wrap.
All right, Ron Jones, live for us. Ron, thank you so much. We're going to check back in with you here in just a couple of minutes. We are getting some information that there is a number that parents can call if you need some help. We're going to pull that number up right here at the bottom of your screen for information. That is 800-597-8477. So we'll take a moment so that you can take a picture of this. Maybe you can pull out your phone, take a picture. If you need information about what is happening, we know that this is very liquid, a lot of information unfolding.
All right, and we're going to continue to follow this story. We'll have more on 11 Alive News at 5 coming your way in just a couple minutes. We'll be right back. Every weekday with Faith Jesse, 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
traffic, and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Nord.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
On 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro.
11 Alive News at 5 p.m. starts now.
Tonight at 5, we are staying on top of breaking news out of Barrow County, where we are learning more about the 4 victims killed following a mass shooting at Apalachee High School in Winder.
Authorities just revealed less than 30 minutes ago that 2 teachers and 2 students are dead. We've also learned that 9 others are in the hospital right now. A suspect is in custody. That suspect is a 14-year-old student at the school. Take a look at this. This is some video from the scene. This shooting happening this morning. The first call coming into the sheriff's office right around 9-10 o'clock hour. Just so you have some perspective here, the high school, that's about 50 miles from downtown Atlanta. That is where we have our crews tonight.
We are following this tragedy from every angle tonight, from what exactly happened all the way to which hospitals victims have been taken to. We want to get you now to our Ron Jones, 11 Alive anchor, who is live for us in the field tonight. Ron.
Yeah, I tell you what, a very sad scene here, and that is an understatement, ladies, and you guys know this. When we first got here a couple of hours ago, we saw a bunch of parents who were trying to walk from the high school, and they were parked like a mile away. Everyone had a sad face. Everyone is very concerned. Everyone wondering if their child was involved, if the child knew the victims who were involved. And as you pointed out, we have 4 victims. We have multiple victims, but 4 who are now confirmed dead. 2 students and 2 teachers, 9 people taken to the hospital. But just think about this, beyond the tragedy of those numbers I gave you right now, that this is going to continue to manifest continuously into the families tonight. 11 Alive's Molly Oak, she spoke with one of those students who saw the gunman who walked into the classroom. Molly, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Ron, you know, I've been talking with students, parents, grandparents, loved ones, just community members all morning and afternoon. It has been a really heavy day. And you could hear me recount it for you, but that does nothing compared to what they said. So take a listen.
I heard gunshots, and then my teacher told us to get in the corner. I heard like screaming and police officers like get down.
My daughter called me at work screaming that there was a shooter at Apalachee. He was with the principal, and the principal told him, run to the band room, don't look back, just keep running.
I know my teacher, I know he got shot. I know one of my friends got shot in the leg. It was, I don't know everyone, but I know some people that were shot.
I can only imagine, because they do drills for these type of things. You know, they do the preventative measures for these type of things. So to actually be in it here now is just so surreal.
I felt scared because that's when I actually realized it's real, that it's actually happening here. I never thought it would happen in the school.
Really crazy. You just never know what's going to happen.
What was going through your head when all that happened?
I thought I was going to die, and I was going to go to the bathroom right before it happened, and I'm so glad I didn't, because I would probably be dead right now if I did.
I feel really sorry for the kids that they've had to experience this, and the parents who got those phone calls that it was their child, just to start praying for all the kids.
I just keep thinking about that one 10th grader I spoke to, you guys, where he said, I thought I was going to die. I can't tell you how much that shook me up. So I can't even imagine how he's feeling, how these families are feeling, how loved ones are feeling, not only after they were finally able to reunite with their child, but just getting those text messages early this morning. I mean, we are talking about hours that they had to wait to reunite with their kids, because some of the texts weren't going through. Some of the kids were able to text their parents, but then they had to leave their cell phones when law enforcement evacuated them out to the football field. Some of them then had to stay out on the football field and get interviewed by law enforcement officials because they maybe saw the shooter or heard the shots or saw somebody get shot. And so then they had to just sit there and wait. It has been a really, really heavy day. But one thing that has given me some kind of light and hope, and other people's as well, is that throughout the multiple hugs that I shared with folks off camera, they have said how grateful they are for not only the law enforcement response, but just for the community here. Whether that's their neighbors checking in on their kids, or they're checking in on their friends' kids, or other friends' kids being able to text them telling them, hey, he's okay or she's okay as well. It has been a very, very tight-knit day here, but also a heavy day here in Barrow County, guys.
Yeah, that's right, Molly. And you pointed that out, and we saw the same thing when we were walking here to the scene. There were actually parents who came back, and they were offering refreshments. They were asking folks if they were okay. They were providing that support. So a very tight-knit community, and we really appreciate all of them, because this is something these kids have to process weeks, months, and years to come. 11 Alive's Doug Richards, he was there at the press conference when the GBI, the FBI, and also local law enforcement spoke. So, Doug, what can you tell us about that presser?
Well, they finally, the law enforcement authorities enumerated the number of casualties in this shooting, which was 13, 4 dead and 9 hospitalized. They said that 2 students and 2 teachers were among those dead. They did not enumerate how many of those hospitalized were students and how many were teachers. And they also identified the young man who they say was the gunman. We spoke with the sheriff during this press conference, and he described himself as a product of the school system, a product of this community, a guy who is grieving along with the folks here at the school over what happened today. Here's a little bit of what he had to say.
I never imagined that I would be speaking to the media in my career over something that happened today, the pure evil that happened today. I cannot thank the people behind me for the support they give me today, to give this office and give this staff. This hits home for me. I was born and raised here. I went to school in this school system. My kids go to this school system. I'm proud of this school system. My heart hurts for these kids. My heart hurts for our community. But I want to make it very clear that hate will not prevail in this county. I want that to be very clear and known. Love will prevail over what happened today.
And that was the sheriff of Barrow County, Judge Smith, who is leading the investigation along with the GBI, along with the FBI. He identified the gunman as a student who was among those attending school today. We talked with one young lady, a 14-year-old, who said that she went to classes with him and talked a little bit about him, which we will present to you tonight at 6. We are live in Barrow County tonight. Back to you.
Okay, Doug, I have one more question for you. First of all, he's 14 years old. He's a kid. He's a child. I just can't imagine him walking into the classroom with a weapon and opening up on his fellow classmates. But the question I have with you is, what about motive? Did the sheriff talk about motive? Did the GBI or the FBI talk about motive in this particular tragedy?
The short answer is no, not at all. And one can understand why they might withhold that a little bit, given the fact that this is going to have to be adjudicated and they want to get their stories straight. They did say that the gunman was cooperating with them to some extent by talking to them in interviews, and they may be learning a lot that they're not disclosing to us.
Okay, Doug, thanks a lot for the update there. Stand by. We may get back with you later on in the broadcast. By the way, folks, before I toss it back to our anchors there in the studio, if it wasn't for those school resource officers, we talked about this during our 4 o'clock broadcast, the school resource officers were the ones that we were told that engaged the suspect, where the suspect gave up his weapon as well. Without those school resource officers being right here on campus, there's no telling what type of tragedy would have continued to unfold. And we appreciate them. Guys?
Ron, thank you so much. And if you're just joining us, a quick refresher here. We're talking about the mass shooting at Apalachee High School coming down early this morning, now well past the 7th hour. We do know that the suspect is in custody, a 14-year-old student at this high school. His name is Colt Gray. He will be tried as an adult for murder charges. And as you just heard Doug say there, that police are interviewing him and talking to him.
Yeah, that is underway right now. Our Caitlin Ross joining us now in studio. And Caitlin, you were actually hearing from a parent who knows one of the victims.
We heard in that news conference that 4 people were killed. It was 2 students and 2 teachers. I talked to the friend of one of the students who says that child's family was at the school for hours searching for their kid. They sent out a social media plea asking anyone who had seen him to please get in touch with them. They were begging for information. They finally found out at 3:15 this afternoon that their child was one of the victims who did not make it out of his classroom. You could hear how devastated she and this entire community were when they got that news.
It's crazy. I mean, it is absolutely terrifying. I haven't been able to catch my breath or just wrap my head around it, honestly. The city, you could feel it at noon today, just the heaviness. If one family's just now finding out an hour ago, how many more families are just now or don't even know if their kids are alive yet? It's just so scary.
It is so scary, and that's what she kept repeating, that this entire town was in mourning, that people couldn't wrap their minds around what happened here. And then after they hear the names of those victims, how do they support those families? How do they wrap their arms around those families and continue to stay with them? Because this isn't something that just happened today. This is something we are going to be talking about for weeks and months as they dig into this investigation and as people in that community really support the families of the victims who were killed today.
Yeah, this is certainly going to be a long road ahead for that entire community, but especially for those families who've lost loved ones. Caitlin, thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Well, our coverage continues with 11alive.com and inside our 11 Alive news app. There you can get any updates that we get as soon as we get them at any time. You can download the 11 Alive news app in your app store. We'll be right back. Journalists in my hometown. People when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect.
All right, here we go. I'm Ron Jones, live in Barrow County right now, where we have just learned, I'm at Apalachee High School, where we have already learned that 4 people have died after a 14-year-old allegedly walked into the high school and opened fire. This is what the GBI is telling us tonight, that 2 students are confirmed dead and 2 staff members as well. Multiple people injured here at this high school. And we're going to send it right now to Zach Merchant. He's live at the right now at the Northeast Georgia Medical Center with the latest on one of the victims there. Zach?
Well, Ron, we know from authorities that 9 people were tragically injured in this shooting today. 3 of the injured are being treated at the Northeast Georgia Hospital System. 2 of those injured, they're right here inside the Northeast Georgia Medical Center in Winder. A 3rd patient within the hospital system is at the hospital system's Gainesville location. Now, 2 young men we spoke with today, they work just across the street from this hospital, and they say they are paying close attention to the lists as we start to hear the names and the identities of those who were hurt. They're paying extremely close attention, and they have been since earlier this morning when they watched as first responders rushed to respond to this shooting scene. Here we have a little bit of video of what they saw, if we can play that now to give you a sense of what they saw. Now what you're seeing right now, what you're seeing is the imagery that 2 young men, Christian Kinna and Ashton Hopkins, watched. They're both 18 years old. They say they both just graduated from Winder Barrow High School last spring. They were in high school this time last year. Now they're working at an auto shop across the street from the hospital here in Winder. As they saw those first responders rushing to get to the scene, their thoughts turned to the people that they know. This is a small, close-knit community. They're afraid, they're worried that somebody they know might be among those hurt. This is what Ashton Hopkins had to say to us earlier today.
I just graduated from Winder Barrow High School last year, and the scary thing about it is all these high schools, every high school in our area, and I know for a fact at least, it's one bad decision away from being shot up.
But we also heard from the sheriff, who said at a press conference just a few minutes ago that love will prevail as we as a community move past the situation one last important point to note. The hospital system spokesperson says that of the 3 people being treated within this hospital system, he says that all 3 suffered non-life-threatening injuries. We're live in Winder. Zach Merchant, 11 Alive News.
And that is the silver lining here, Zach. Thanks a lot for the update. I know you're going to be there at the hospital as we continue to monitor what's going on with those folks who actually got caught up in the gunfire. Let's get out now to Erica Murphy. She's live right now at Grady Hospital with more on the victims there. Erica?
Ron, we know that at least one of the victims from the Apalachee High School shooting is being treated here at Grady Memorial. Now, this afternoon, while we've been out here, I saw at least 2 more medevacs land here at the hospital. I've been unable to confirm with hospital officials whether or not there were more victims being brought from that scene. Now, we do not know the extent of the injuries of the person who was brought here to Grady. Grady is one of the state's few level 1 trauma hospitals. Earlier, we learned from GBI that 9 people were hurt and taken to various hospitals, including Grady. Earlier, I did see 2 GBI agents pull up just across the street from where I'm standing now. I went over and spoke with one of those agents who confirmed that they were there to see the victim who'd been brought here from that high school. Now, despite seeing 2 more of those medevac flights land here, just 5 minutes apart, should I note, the hospital is not saying anything about the condition of the victims or whether or not any more of those victims from that high school shooting were brought here to Grady. But as soon as I learn more, of course, I will share that with you. Back to you, Ron.
Okay, Erica, thanks a lot for the update there at Grady Hospital. Before I toss it back to you guys in the studio, the other thing we have to point out, and that is law enforcement here. Being a former law enforcement officer, you see a lot of things. You know, as you're canvassing the area, you may see victims, you may see a lot of bloodshed, and you don't process it right there on the scene. But these law enforcement officials, weeks later, they're going to have to speak with counselors as well, because some of these kids, some of these young people may be the same ages as their sons and their daughters, and it's difficult for them to look past that, and so our heart goes out to them as well. Guys?
And we're tracking your weather out there tonight, where we see the temperatures that have still been very comfortable today. We've been in the 80s, 83 degrees. Our high so far has been 84, so a pretty comfortable day. Temperatures trending below the average. We do have 84 right now in Peachtree City, lower 80s in Marietta and Duluth, and then we have 70s up in parts of North Georgia. Here's what we're going to be watching over the next couple of days with the weather impacts. We're going to see more clouds building in. That begins tonight, and then during the day tomorrow, those clouds are going to increase even more. Today's high around 84. Tomorrow our high will be near 80. I do think we'll be just above 79, getting up to around 80 degrees. And we'll be watching those clouds build during the day, but we still don't really think we'll have any rain around. We're going to go with just a 20% chance for maybe a couple of light showers later in the day, but really mainly clouds building in. Those temperatures up to 80 degrees here in those afternoon hours. Here's the forecast track where you can see what we're watching, that easterly flow. You've got the clouds that are going to be with us during the nighttime hours tonight, and then during the day tomorrow, a better coverage of those clouds around. Still, though, not much in the form of rain, just that 20% chance for a shower. It looks like a lot of that rain is going to stay to the south and also to the west of us during the day on Thursday. Then on Friday, starting off dry, but notice that rain that's going to be moving in during the day. It's going to be a gradual build in from the southwest, moving up toward the north and east. Fewer showers to the north, some showers in Atlanta, and then more rain south of I-20 for that system moving through. We think a couple of showers may linger into early on Saturday, and then everything pushes out of the area. We'll be clearing for the rest of the day Saturday, and then Sunday looks good. The beginning of next week looking dry with mostly sunny skies. Cool mornings in the 60s, afternoon highs back up to the mid-80s by Tuesday and Wednesday.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Well, we continue to follow the mass school shooting at Apalachee High School. After the break, we're going to hear from a mental health expert about the long-lasting trauma this shooting will have.
You go.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news
news is happening in the afternoon. You'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Nord.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
On 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure.
Information is there are still so many unanswered questions after this school shooting. And as the community comes to terms with what unfolded at Apalachee High School today, we are hearing from mental health experts.
School shootings are certainly traumatic for the entire community, but they can cause long-term harm for children mentally. Savannah Levin's joining us now. And Savannah, you spoke with a medical expert who really touched on several aspects of a child's mental health state, both during and after school shootings.
Yeah, you know, I know we're in the midst of all the breaking news right now, but we feel like this is really important to touch on. And we do know that parents now have the difficult task of talking to their kids about this tragedy, which is obviously traumatizing on so many levels for not only those who witnessed this directly, but also other young people who have faced so much fear and anxiety today. So I spoke with Dr. David Purcell. He's the director of Georgia Psychiatric Consultants, and he's worked in both outpatient, inpatient clinics and emergency settings and units with Emory and Grady. Now, he says it's important for parents to watch their kids really closely today and in the upcoming days and weeks for warning signs of PTSD.
The kids who did witness it, though, are obviously going to be at higher risk for developing post-traumatic stress disorder or an acute stress disorder, which is something that can happen in the immediate aftermath of a traumatic event like this. And that would be just not sleeping, nightmares, just a lot of fear, a lot of anxiety. These are the things we need to watch for.
I've also been speaking with metro area counseling agencies that are pooling their resources right now to help, including Live Life Counseling. They're based in Cumming. They tell me they're bringing in extra staff tomorrow to meet any emergent needs. And of course, this all goes for adults too. Parents, you tend to be so focused on your kids, you can forget about yourself. Now, if you are struggling, you can call the Georgia Crisis and Access Line. It is 24/7 and can help connect Georgians with mental health resources. That number is on your screen right now, 1-800-715-4225. Again, that line is specific to Georgians, but remember, you can also always call the National Crisis Line at 988.
Some good information to remember tonight, Savannah. Thank you. The community left broken-hearted tonight after a mass shooting claims 4 lives at Apalachee High School in Barrow County. Our live coverage continues after this short break.
Metro Atlanta broken or worse, dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
We continue to follow breaking news at 5:30. Tonight, we are staying on top of that mass shooting at Apalachee High School in Barrow County.
Yeah, right now the GBI says that 4 people were killed. We know that that was 2 students and 2 teachers. 9 others in the hospital right now. A suspect, a 14-year-old student, is in custody.
We want to get you right out to 11 Alive's anchor Ron Jones, who was live there at the scene. Ron, what can you tell us?
Well, I tell you what, there is really a very heavy law enforcement presence here. If you go look over my shoulder, you can see a lot of blue lights, and they're going to be out here for hours, if not days to come, as they continue to process. And for those folks who are just getting home from work, maybe you're getting home from school or whatever, just to let you know, the shooting here at this high school, the entire high school is a crime scene. So they are canvassing through the interior of the high school, the exterior as well, trying to collect as much evidence as they can and make sure that that 14-year-old suspect is not the only suspect, that they're probably trying to figure out if he was working in concert with someone else, but they are interviewing him right now. Our very own Doug Richards, he was at the press conference as the GBI talked a little bit more about that investigation. And Doug, what did they have to say?
Well, we heard from the sheriff of Barrow County, who was himself a product of the Barrow County school system. He said that his children are enrolled in the Barrow County school system, and so he's a guy who is of the community and who says that, and who is obviously aching himself as he described what the investigators were trying to get done here, what they were learning, and talked to reporters just about sort of the gravity of the event that took place here.
I never imagined that I would be speaking to the media in my career over something that happened today, the pure evil that happened today. I cannot thank the people behind me for the support they give me today, to give this office and give this staff. This hits home for me. I was born and raised here. I went to school in this school system. My kids go to this school system. I'm proud of this school system. My heart hurts for these kids. My heart hurts for our community. But I want to make it very clear that hate will not prevail in this county. I want that to be very clear and known. Love will prevail over what happened today.
So we attend a lot of press conferences from law enforcement. They tend to be very clinical. They tend to be very data-driven. They tend to speak in what we call policese sometimes, with a lot of jargon that's very familiar. And this was obviously a diversion from that typical sort of experience from the guy who is one of the two, along with the GBI lead law enforcement folks on the scene of this school shooting case here in Barrow County. And they released a bit of information at this press conference at 4 o'clock, and they are 4:30. They're expecting to be able to release more at another one this evening. Ron, back to you.
Okay, Doug, thanks a lot. And as you pointed out, they're not speaking police speak, but they're speaking from the heart. They're speaking from the heart as parents, as grandparents, and they really feel for these young people. Now, Molly Oak is also on the scene right now. And Molly, I know that you have talked about this in all of our broadcasts, the 4, the 5, and the 6, but for those folks who are just watching us right now, set the scene for us, because you got here just hours after the gunfire erupted here behind me.
Ron, and you talk about the heart. That's really what you felt in this community, because it is a small, tight-knit community. So we have not only seen dozens and dozens of law enforcement out on scene, but what rivaled the amount of law enforcement that I saw since we've been out here for hours is the amount of parents, friends, family members, loved ones coming out here just trying to get some eyes on their kids or their friends' kids, their neighbors' kids even. Everyone coming out here trying to just make sure that their loved one or their friend's loved one is okay. It has been a very heavy day out here, and that's just what's been happening outside. I want to take you inside the school from some students we heard from earlier.
I thought I was going to die, and I was going to go to the bathroom right before it happened, and I'm so glad I didn't, because I would probably be dead right now if I did.
I was nervous, trying to calm down some friends because they were panicking, and I just had to stay strong, I guess.
How did it feel when law enforcement told you all to run?
I felt scared, because that's when I actually realized it's real.
It's that realization that was hitting kids at so many different moments, and a lot of those kids may not even feel that yet. They're going to feel that later at home once they're finally getting home. Now, it took hours for parents to get reunited with their children or their grandchildren or loved ones. That's because a lot of those kids who said they heard something or saw something, they all got shuffled out to the football field, but then they had to stay there and wait and talk with investigators. That's what parents were telling me. So they got to go and check on their kids, make sure that they were physically okay, but then they had to wait for a couple of hours while that investigation continued. The GBI telling us that investigation is local, state, and federal, which just adds to the amount of law enforcement we've seen out here today, guys.
Yeah, that's right, Molly. Thanks a lot. And folks, stand by. We still have our teams throughout Metro Atlanta right now at the hospitals where some of the victims where they were taken to, and we also have them out here in the field. Stay with us. We'll be right back right after this break.
Working together to make sure you never fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a third grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternates.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Noor.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Welcome back to 11 Alive News at 5:30. I'm Ron Jones in Barrow County, and right now, folks, I am standing in front of Apalachee High School as we speak, where we can confirm at least 4 people have been shot, and the GBI is saying that a 14-year-old walked into classrooms right here at the high school and opened fire on some of the students. 2 of the students confirmed dead, and 2 staff members as well. Multiple people injured, and 9 of them sent to the hospital. And we have been hearing from residents, hearing from parents, hearing from the GBI as well. But we're also hearing from the White House. So right now we're going to get back to the studio. Grace King is standing by right now with what the White House is saying tonight. Grace?
Right, Ron, we've heard from both presidential candidates, the U.S. Attorney General and the Falcons quarterback, about how heartbroken they are over the tragedy today. Take a listen.
Praying for the families that are affected, the school, the community, and you know, it's a tough deal. You know, I'm going to go home tonight and hug and kiss my kids.
I'm devastated for the families who have been affected by this terrible tragedy. The Justice Department stands ready to provide any resources or support that the Winder community needs in the days ahead.
It's senseless. It is, we've got to stop it. And we have to end this epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all. You know, it doesn't have to be this way.
Now, former President Donald Trump posted on Truth Social saying our hearts are with the victims and loved ones of those affected by the tragic event in Winder, Georgia, and that those cherished children were taken from us far too soon by a sick and deranged monster. We also heard from Senator John Ossoff this afternoon, who said today's horrific attack is a despicable act of violence unimaginable for any parent. He offered his condolences to the family of the deceased, those injured the attack, and all who witnessed such a tragic event. Ron.
Okay, thanks a lot, Grace. We appreciate that, and as you pointed out, is being felt across the entire country, and we're hearing a lot of this on social media. Condolences going out to those families, and also to those who have not only lost their lives, but those who witnesses as well. Let's talk about the victims now. We learned that 9 victims have been taken to area hospitals. That's where we find Zach Merchant. He's live right now at Northeast Georgia Medical Center with the latest on that. Zach, what can you tell us about what's happening there?
Well, Ron, we're outside of the Winder location here of the Northeast Georgia Medical Center. It is part of a 5-hospital system known as the Northeast Georgia Health System. What we can tell you is that a spokesperson confirms that 3 of the 9 victims of today's Apalachee High School shooting are being treated within this health system. 2 of the victims, they're gunshot victims. They're being treated right here. A 3rd is at the Gainesville location. Importantly, the spokesman says that all 3 of these victims, they are gunshot victims, but their injuries, he says, are non-life threatening. I want to zoom out here. We talk about how close-knit of a community this is. That's the hospital where 2 of the victims are being treated. The parking lot we're in is of an auto shop where 2 recent high school graduates of a rival high school, Winder Barrow High School, were at work this morning when they watched first responders rushing to the scene. Take a listen to a little bit of what they had to say today.
I just graduated from Winder Barrow High School last year, and the scary thing about it is all these high schools, every high school in our area, and I know for a fact at least, it's one bad decision away from being shot up.
And the 2 young men we spoke with, they talked about the fear and the frustration that they feel growing up in an era where school shootings are more and more, it feels, common. At the same time, the sheriff, we heard him at a press conference today, he said, love will prevail. An important final note, the high school that those 2 young men graduated from, Winder Barrow, there was also a lockdown there. Authorities confirmed there was never an active threat there. That lockdown was a precaution. We're live in Winder. Zach Merchant, 11 Alive News.
All right, Zach, thanks a lot for the update. And as you pointed out, you know, some of the parents, they have to try to process this and help their children process this as well. We're going to head to Atlanta right now, to Grady Hospital. Erica Murphy, you have been there since the beginning of the shooting that took place here. What are you learning about the victim or victims?
Well, Ron, actually nothing has changed in terms of learning the status of the victim here. We do know that one person was medevaced here from that shooting scene at Apalachee High School earlier today. While I've been out here today, I saw 2 more medevac helicopters land here at the hospital within minutes of each other. But the hospital officials are being kind of mum about the condition of the injuries that the person they are confirming who was brought here is in. Grady is one of the state's few level 1 trauma hospitals. Earlier, we learned from GBI that 9 people were hurt and taken to various hospitals all across the state. Earlier, I saw that 2 GBI agents did pull up across the street from where I'm standing. I went over and spoke to those 2 agents. One of them told me that they were there to get more information from the victim who was brought here to the hospital. Now, like I said earlier, despite seeing 2 more medevac helicopters land here at the hospital is not yet confirming whether or not those medevac helicopters were bringing more victims from the high school shooting there in Winder. Reporting from Atlanta, Erica Murphy, 11 Alive News.
Erica, thank you. Thank you for the update. Stand by. We may be coming to you later in the broadcast or maybe in the 6 o'clock hour. And folks, once again, I'm here at Apalachee High School where 4 people have been confirmed dead after a shooting. They said a 14-year-old walked into the hallway and opened fire. Multiple people injured as well. Stand by. We're going to be here for the rest of this evening. By the way, coming up later on 11 Alive News at 6 or 11 o'clock, we're going to talk more about a vigil that is now being planned for the public to attend to help them process what has happened here. And we'll have more on that coming up in our later broadcast, guys.
That vigil, we understand that will be taking place at Jug Tavern Park at 7 p.m. That is at 113 East Athens Street in Winder, Georgia. This is a vigil that is open for the Winder community. Again, that's at Jug Tavern Park, 7 p.m., 113 East Athens Street in Winder.
And you know what? I mean, just looking at Ron and painting that picture and the scene there, and just we're getting constantly, we have an internal Teams chat of so much information that's coming in, so we can only imagine what you all are getting coming in at home as well. And we're being very, very careful to release information after it's verified, after we know that it's true. And I would just say this as a message to everyone else: before you share something, make sure that you are looking to report reputable news sources to make sure that that information is true before sharing it, because we don't want to put too much information out there that could be misconstrued.
And we don't want to cause additional harm to these families and this entire Barrow County community. All right, our coverage of the shooting at Apalachee High School will continue in just a moment, but right now we do want to get you to our Chief Meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, with a look at your 11 Alive weather impact forecast.
And we've been watching the temperatures today that have been very comfortable out there. We've been seeing those temperatures that have been comfortable and staying nice and dry, where we don't have any clouds around here in our area. Those clouds actually mixing in with that sunshine at times.
All right, we're having a bit of an issue with the audio there. We're going to work to get Chris back to you in just a little bit if we can.
And
a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
traffic, and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect.
Really nice weather again out there today with partly cloudy skies, a few clouds mixing in at times, a good bit of sunshine. Temperatures still trending a little below the average, topping off today around 84 degrees. And even though we've had a few clouds in spots, they're not giving us any rain. The rain is off the Georgia coast down into Florida, and also more of this rain down in the Gulf and out to the west. Eventually, the rain is going to start pushing up into our direction. Now tomorrow, we really think that we'll be rain free, only a 20% chance for a shower, and temperature still staying on the cool side. It's going to be on Friday when those rain chances are a little bit higher. Here's a live look at Hartsfield-Jackson. Things looking pretty good. We've got good visibility there. No weather delays at the airport. Just a few of those high thin clouds that we're dealing with. 83 right now is our temperature here in the city. We mainly have lower 80s around, some mid 80s on the south side, lower 80s on the north side, and then even some 70s like up in Canton and Gainesville, and of course up in far north Georgia too. Here's a look at what to watch with our weather impacts and any changes during the day tomorrow. Generally between 1 and 9 o'clock, we're not going to see as much sunshine around. We're going to have more of those clouds that are going to be building into our area. And a low rain chance, the humidity levels are going to rise a little bit more, but we really aren't going to see much in the form of rain. So maybe keep an umbrella nearby just in case you get a couple of those little raindrops. You'll really need your umbrellas though during the day on Friday. Here's what we're watching with those temperatures tonight falling down into the lower 70s and upper 60s, and then the rain chances up to only 20% tomorrow. Friday's the day with the highest rain chance at 60%, then a 20% chance for a shower here on Saturday, and that would be mainly in the morning hours. Then we're clearing out for a big part of the day here on Saturday, and then Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday looking good. Comfortable mornings in the 60s, then afternoon highs gradually getting back into the mid 80s by Tuesday and Wednesday.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. We continue to stay on top of that mass shooting at Apalachee High School in Barrow County.
Right now, the GBI reporting 4 people were killed. We know that that was 2 students and 2 teachers at the high school, 9 others in area hospitals right now trying to recover. That suspect is a 14-year-old student at the school. That student is now in custody, and we do know that he is speaking with police.
We also know that person will be charged as an adult and charged with murder. We want to get you out now to 11 Alive anchor Ron Jones. Ron?
Yeah, that's right. You know, I tell you, and you guys know this, what's really difficult when you go to scenes like this, and you don't do this very often, is trying to speak with family members, trying to speak with some of the students, approaching them. You want them to tell their story, to put things into context for what has actually happened here over my shoulder here at Apalachee High School. And that's exactly what our very own 11 Alive Molly Oak did. Molly, I know that you spoke with some parents, you spoke with students as well, and even one student who said that he witnessed someone walking into the classroom with a weapon. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Ron, I think what's going to stick with me and what's going to stick with a lot of people, students, staff, community members here, is the one student telling me, I thought I was going to die. To imagine a 10th grader having to feel that and really process that, I can't even imagine. So what's important for us to say is there will be grief counselors at the central office from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. tomorrow. Barrow County Schools, the district telling us, will be out for the week as they try to process and really heal from this tragedy. But one thing I also have noticed is just the way the community has wrapped their arms around each other. I mean, students telling us that they are scared for their lives, but saying they felt like they needed to be strong for their classmates that were really going through it. And just talking with them and hearing when reality set in. I remember one student telling me that she didn't even feel like it was real. She heard those shots coming from all around her, she said. She said it didn't process it until law enforcement came in and told them they needed to run to the field. Now, the football field is where a lot of students were moved after for safety. That's also where a lot of students had to stick around and wait while law enforcement and investigators sat and talked with them about what they saw and what they heard. That's why a lot of parents, by the time they got here, they were really only able to see their students and children for a brief moment while law enforcement then had to interview them. So a lot of times they saw them, they had to wait a couple of hours after already getting those texts hours beforehand that there was a school shooter, while the investigators did their thing and then they were able to get their students. So throughout the afternoon, we've seen parents and students kind of come down this field and get back into their cars. That's where we've been able to speak with them. But I just can't express the heaviness that's been felt out here. We've shared a lot of hugs with parents and students off camera, just trying to process this, and this will be something that they'll be processing for a really long time. So our thoughts, prayers, and just all of the love goes out to this community tonight, Ron.
Yeah, absolutely, Molly. And just stand by. I have a quick question for you. But the one thing that I noticed when we were heading up here to the high school, there were a lot of parents who were not just leaving and trying to usher their kids out of here to get them home to talk about this tragedy, but there were other parents who were actually heading up to the school, handing out bottled water, handing out snacks, trying to help the kids who were staying here, to help them kind of process this, try to comfort them, try to offer support. And I know you're not too far away from where I'm standing. Did you see some of that as well?
Yeah, I mean, that speaks to just the community out here. We've seen neighbors coming and checking on their friends' kids because the parents were too far away. We've seen people coming back with their kids who were inside the school, passing out water bottles to law enforcement, to parents waiting, to the media out here. So this community is really wrapping their arms around each other right now, which is so needed.
All right, Molly, thanks a lot for the update. Hey, folks, stand by. We're going to stay here on the scene, our entire team. We're going to see you back here at the top of the 11 Alive News at 6 o'clock. We'll see you then. Okay. Sorry about the timing on that. I know we had another 20 left. I wasn't sure.
I'd watch the news and have my day board me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking tracking breaking news,
traffic, and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Nord.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
On 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down
11 Alive News at 6 p.m. starts now.
Of terror at a Barrow County high school, and at this hour we are still learning more about this tragic sequence of events. So here's what we know right now. The first calls came in around 9:30 this morning to Apalachee High School outside of the city of Winder. Late today, the GBI confirming that 4 people were killed, 2 students, 2 teachers, and at least 9 others were injured and taken to several hospitals across North Georgia. We do know that one suspect, identified as 14-year-old Colt Gray, is alive and has been taken into custody. We're going to begin our coverage here at 6 with 11 Alive's Ron Jones live in Barrow County at Apalachee High School. Ron, good evening.
Hey, good evening, Jennifer. So this is what we need to do, is a shout out to the school resource officers. They say that because they confronted the suspect, the 14-year-old suspect, he actually gave up, because without those school resource officers, we have no idea how much that tragedy could have continued to unfold. Now, we have a live team coverage throughout here in Metro Atlanta, but the one person we want to get to first is our very own Doug Richards. Doug, you actually were there at the press conference, as we heard from the FBI, the GBI, and also the local sheriff department, sheriff office. What did they have to say?
Well, they said that, for one thing, they responded very quickly to the scene once they were alerted to it. But by the time they got here, there were 13 casualties, 4 of them fatal, the other 9 people wounded. We know that 2 of the dead were teachers, 2 were students. Don't know the combinations of the other 9 people who were hurt. And they described the suspect as a 14-year-old student by the name of Colt Gray. Colt Gray was apparently a 9th grader here, according to his classmates, a couple of whom were faintly acquainted with him. One of them talked to me and described him as a kid who she knew, who sat in the back row of the classroom.
It was really scary because he was just like a kid that, he was just a quiet kid that sat in the back of the classroom, and no one really knew who he was, and then he just kind of came out of nowhere like that.
And law enforcement officials say that Colt Gray, a 14-year-old, will be processed through the judicial system as an adult, which is the law allows that with capital offenses like this, and that the processing will begin at some point shortly. They say that they've been talking to him. He's been somewhat responsive to questioning, and they say they're learning a lot, although they're not disclosing a lot yet about what they're learning. Back to you, Ron.
Doug, thanks a lot for the update there. Also on the ground, as hours after the incident unfolded, is our very own Molly Oak. And Molly, I know that you spoke with parents, you spoke with students as well, and you have been doing these live shots since 4 o'clock this afternoon. But walk us through, for folks who are just getting home from school, just getting home from work, walk us through what you saw when you interacted with some of these family members and students.
You know, Ron, initially we got the alert that there was a hard lockdown here at the school. When we arrived on scene about an hour or so afterwards, it really felt like it was just completely locked down by law enforcement. The entire street behind me was lined with police cars. You can still see that heavy presence on scene. Now, it has dwindled down just a bit, but the only thing that really rivaled the amount of law enforcement were the amount of parents and loved ones that were really just ditching their cars on the side of the road and trying to get to the school as quickly as they could, whether that was by walking, running, by taking a golf cart, scooters. Even people were really getting creative for how quickly they could get here, and they were really pushing it. I mean, one woman told me she walked 2.5 miles just to check on one of the children that she was looking after. So I want to take you from outside with all this law enforcement presence to inside the school, and here's what people told us what happened.
I heard gunshots, and then my teacher told us to get in the corner. I heard like screaming and police officers like get down.
My daughter called me at work screaming that there was a shooter at Apalachee. He was with the principal, and the principal told him, run to the band room, don't look back, just keep running.
I know my teacher, I know he got shot. I know one of my friends' got shot in the leg. It was, I don't know everyone, but I know some people that were shot.
I can only imagine, because they do drills for these type of things. You know, they do the preventative measures for these type of things. So to actually be in it here now is just so surreal.
I felt scared because that's when I actually realized it's real, that it's actually happening here. I never thought it would happen in the school.
Really crazy. You just never know what's going to happen.
What was going through your head when all that happened?
I thought I was going to die, and I was going to go to the bathroom right before it happened, and I'm so glad I didn't, because I would probably be dead right now if I did.
I feel really sorry for the kids that they've had to experience this, and the parents who got those phone calls that it was their child, just to start praying for all the kids.
Now, Barrow County School District telling us that schools will be closed this week. They're also offering their support to students and staff, telling us that at the central office there will be grief counselors tomorrow from 8 o'clock in the morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Guys.
Okay, Molly, thanks a lot. I'm so sorry to hear those young eyes, those young ears had to hear and experience all of that. Let's talk about the victims. 9 people taken to various hospitals. That's where we're going to find 11 Alive's Erica Murphy. She's live at Grady Hospital in Atlanta. Erica, what can you tell us?
Ron, we're here in front of Grady Memorial Hospital, where we have been all day. We know that one of the victims from the Apalachee High School shooting was brought here and is being treated as we speak. And we know that that victim was brought here by Medevac earlier today. Now, hospital officials are not sharing any details about this victim they are treating at this time. So we don't know if it's a staff member or a student. I've seen 2 more Medevac helicopters land here, but haven't been able to confirm with hospital officials if those flights were carrying victims from the high school. There were also some GBI agents outside earlier who pulled up across the street from where I'm standing. I was able to confirm with one of them that they were here to find out more about the victim that's being treated here. I also did have the chance to speak off camera with the hospital's VP of Medical Affairs. He shared with me that he didn't know anything about the victims that were brought here, but he did say that Grady is equipped to handle any number of level 1 trauma patients that come through these doors. Back to you, Ron.
Okay, thanks a lot, Erica. We know that some of the patients were also taken to Northeast Georgia Medical Center, and that's where we find 11 Alive Zach Merchant with more on that. Zach?
Well, Ron, 3 of the 9 people who were injured today are currently being treated within the Northeast Georgia Health System. 2 of them are right here at the Northeast Georgia Medical Center in Winder. A 3rd is at the hospital system's location in Gainesville. That's a level 1 trauma center. Importantly, A hospital spokesperson says all 3 of the victims being treated within the health system suffered what he called non-life-threatening injuries. He did not, when we spoke to him last, have the identities or the ages of those victims, but again says they were non-life-threatening injuries. Now, 2 young men who work just across the street from the Northeast Georgia Medical Center's Winder campus here, they have been paying close attention to what happened today and worrying as they consider that some of the people hurt today they may know. Christian Kinna and Ashton Hopkins watched this morning as first responders were rushing to respond to the shooting at Apalachee High School. And Kinna and Hopkins, they both themselves just graduated from nearby Winder Barrow High School, and they say they know a lot of people at Apalachee.
It hurts to see people who are possibly down the same path as I am coming to a fate quicker and not getting the opportunity to shine, as if a shooting star just got shot down. Like, it's really just sad to me, because I know for a fact that they could be someone great, and we would have never known.
Kenna says his younger sister, she's still a high schooler. She's still at Winder Barrow High School, and she was in a lockdown there. Authorities say it was just a precaution. There was no active threat there, but you can only imagine the terror that she felt, and certainly all of those at Apalachee High School. We're live in Winder. Zach Merchant, 11 Alive News.
All right, Zach, thanks a lot. By the way, we're going to have our entire team here throughout the evening, and of course, we're going to bring you more on 11 Alive at 11 o'clock. Jennifer, back to you.
Ron, thank you so much. Our 11 Alive Investigates team recently reported the Georgia Peace Officer Standards and Training Council passed a plan to double the number of hours required for training officers. The plan also put a greater emphasis on active shooter training, mandating 16 hours in that area. New tonight at 6, Savannah Levin's joining us, digging into what kind of training school resource officers in Barrow County have recently undergone. And Savannah, we know that this is critical because we heard the GBI talk about the role resource officers played in engaging that suspect.
Yeah, I mean, they're first on the scene, right? They're the first ones there, and we checked Georgia Post's training records. Post, as you mentioned, is the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council. It's a state agency that oversees training for all officers in Georgia. So we searched the training records for the 2 school resource officers listed as assigned to Apalachee High School and the Barrow County SRO unit commander and the countywide supervisor. Here is what we found. So all 4 of them recently attended an active shooter response training in July. That happened at Sims Academy, and in active shooter training in March. That one was held at Russell Middle School. So you can tell these are happening on school campuses. The Barrow SRO unit commander has completed 7 school shooting related trainings since 2023, including one at Apalachee High School that happened in July of last year. Now, the countywide supervisor also attended that same training, which was held at both Apalachee High and Winder Barrow High School. So, you know, you can tell from looking at these post records that these trainings have really been up to date. And I can tell you that they've really ramped up in the past couple of years. I mean, prior to 2023, active shooter trainings for those SROs, really not only in Barrow County, but all over the state, were a lot more sporadic. So from this information, we can kind of glean that this certainly must have been top of mind, this training for the SROs who were probably the first to respond there on the scene today.
Yeah, and we're certainly glad for the actions that they took today. Savannah, thank you so much.
Changes coming in our weather as we see clouds that'll be building in. Cool air sticks around. Eventually, though, the rain will arrive. I'll have the updated timeline coming up.
And our coverage of today's deadly mass shooting at Apalachee High School continues as state and national leaders offer their reactions to the tragedy. It's what's going on in your world, because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a third grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early. Early.
Tracking breaking news,
traffic, and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But
Today's mass shooting in Barrow County has gripped many of us here across Metro Atlanta, but it has also prompted a national conversation over gun violence in our schools. 11 Alive's Grace King joining us now from the newsroom with how folks are reacting. Grace?
Right. We've heard from local leaders, both presidential candidates and the U.S. Attorney General, about how heartbroken they are today over the tragedy at school. Take a listen.
This is just a senseless tragedy on top of so many senseless tragedies. And it's just outrageous that every day in our country, in the United States of America, that parents have to send their children to school worried about whether or not their child will come home alive.
I'm devastated for the families who have been affected by this terrible tragedy. The Justice Department stands ready to provide any resources or support that the Winder community needs in the days ahead.
We're also hearing from politicians on social media. Former President Donald Trump wrote, "Our hearts are with the victims and loved ones of those affected by the tragic event in Winder, Georgia, and that these cherished children were taken from us far too soon by a sick and deranged monster." Governor Brian Kemp posted on X that this is a day every parent dreads, and Georgians everywhere will hug their children tighter this evening because of this painful event. Senator John Ossoff said today's horrific attack is a despicable act of violence unimaginable for any parent. He offered his condolences to the families of the deceased, those injured in the attack, and all who witnessed such a tragic event. And finally, local school districts are weighing in on this tragedy. You can find their response right now on 11alive.com.
All right, Grace, thank you so much. All right, our coverage of the shooting at Apalachee High School will continue, but we do want to get you to your forecast with our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb.
And we're seeing those changes that are going to be moving in, and we'll notice more of those changes during the day tomorrow. Now, the past couple of days, those changes have been the temperatures that have been falling, and today it was, again, a little cooler than average with our highs around 84 degrees. We have sunshine mixing in with just a few of those clouds out there. If those clouds, though, not giving us any rain, eventually, though, we will see those rain chances coming up. Some of this moisture from the Gulf and out to the west, a lot of this is going to start moving into our direction, and that will give us some of the showers. Now, tomorrow, I'm thinking it's mainly going to be the clouds that'll be building in during the day, and then by Friday, that's when we're going to see our better chance for rain. This looks really pretty good out there right now. Live view indicator looking over toward the east, where we can see the blue sky just mixing in with a few of those clouds out there right now. Temperatures have been coming down a little bit. We're at 84 right now. That's actually the high for the day. We were at 83 last hour. Now we're back up to 84. We've got 84 also in Peachtree City and Thomaston. On the north side, it is a little cooler. Duluth 79, Canton 78, and then we also have 78 in the Gainesville area. And through the day tomorrow, the thing you're going to notice different from today is that between 1 and 9 o'clock tomorrow, we're going to have a few more clouds that are going to be building in. It's going to be blocking out more of the sunshine. I really don't think you'll need an umbrella tomorrow. We've got the humidity building though a little bit, but just a low rain chance at only about 20% during the afternoon hours. I really think most of us will stay dry, but as you can see, more clouds building in, starting off at 69 in the morning, then getting up to 80 in the afternoon, which will be a few degrees cooler than we had today. And then once we get into Friday, even cooler. That's the day we're talking about mid 70s for highs at 76 degrees. But with that cooler air, we're also going to be noticing those rain showers that'll be with us. That's going to clear out early on Saturday. We're back to the 80s for the weekend, but even though that's warmer, it's still going to be a little bit below where we should be for this time of year. Here's a look at the rain chances. Really low rain chances tomorrow at 20%, 60% Friday, and then the rain chance for Saturday looks like it's going to be mainly the morning hours on Saturday. The back edge of that rain moves on through. The rest of the day, Saturday and Sunday, will be fine. Tomorrow, mainly the clouds, that easterly flow, and then watch as we go into Friday. You can see this moisture that's going to be building down to the south of us, just spreading into our area. I really think the heavier rain will be on the south side, less rain amounts on the north side. Here in Atlanta, we'll be kind of in the middle, maybe close to an inch in some spots. There you see us clearing out for the weekend, and temperatures back up to the mid 80s for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Still with comfortable mornings, though, in the lower 60s.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. When we return, we will hear from a medical expert on caring for your mental health and your families following a traumatic story like today's.
And so I want to make sure stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world.
Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you. When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
traffic, and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon.
Today's shocking images and information from Apalachee High School bring the pain of violence from a mass shooting directly into many living rooms and homes, and that can be distressing for anyone, but especially for children to comprehend. Today we spoke with Dr. David Purcell with Georgia Psychiatric Consultants. He says events like today's can impact people watching it unfold, even if they weren't there on the scene.
You know, even though the kids experienced the traumatic event, just hearing about a traumatic event, especially if it's someone that you know that has been involved in that actually can lead to a lot of that anxiety and potentially even PTSD just from hearing about it and knowing, hearing about it happening to someone that you're close to or someone that you love. And so the parents need to watch for these same things in themselves. Are they not sleeping as well? Are they having an increase in anxiety, an increase in fear?
Dr. Purcell adds that if parents don't have the financial means, he recommends utilizing the Georgia Crisis and Access Line. That number is on your screen. It's 1-800-715-4225, and the call center is available 24 hours a day. We'll be right back. Limiting access to hydrants. The QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world.
Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it. Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
traffic, and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta.
We want to send you back one last time to Barrow County, and 11 Alive's Ron Jones as he recaps our coverage for you tonight.
Yeah, that's right, Jennifer. I heard you before the break. You talked about how first respond, or actually how students and parents in the community is trying to process all of this. The first responders, you're talking about the firefighters, the police officers, EMT, they're trying to process this as well for days to weeks to come. Now, as far as the investigation behind me at Apalachee High School, they have now set up a temporary fence around the entire perimeter of the school because they're going to continue to process the scene, going through evidence, collecting evidence, looking for anything that may provide more information as to why the suspect allegedly opened fire. The 14-year-old kid, this child opened fire on his classmates, allegedly killing 2 young students and also 2 teachers as well, injuring multiple people during the gunfire. So we're going to stay on top of this scene for the rest of this evening tonight. We're going to have more on 11 Alive News at 11. And folks, we just want to point this out. When it comes to processing tonight, there's going to be a vigil at Jug Tavern Park in Winder. Our very own 11 Alive Angelina Salcido, she is on the scene tonight. She's going to have coverage for us coming up tonight on 11 Alive News at 11. Jennifer?
All right, Ron, thank you so much. And don't forget to stay with us for any developments in this story throughout the evening on our 11 Alive News app. Just scan that QR code and download it from your device.
We're also going to be watching those changes coming in tomorrow with clouds increasing. A very low rain chance tomorrow at only 20%. Then Friday is the day with the highest rain chance and the better coverage of that rain around. 60% chance for showers. Heavier showers on the south side, fewer showers on the north side though. Then that rain exits on Saturday. Looking good for the second half of the day Saturday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday also looking good with those cool mornings in the 60s. Afternoon highs low to mid 80s. And even though that's warmer than Friday, it's still a little bit below where we should be for this time of year.
All right, Kristen, thank all of you for being with us tonight for 11 Alive News at 6. NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt is up next, but we are continuing on streaming 11 Alive Plus. Jonathan Martin and I will be with you in just a moment.
Live News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a third grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing.